All right, looks like everybody's here. Welcome everybody to our fourth and final higher education public hearing. Today is Tuesday, March 9th, and let's have some opening remarks if we have any. Representative Haynes.
Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to hearing from everybody. Let's get started.
All right, let's do it. And I don't see either senator here, so take it away. Scott, Dr. Aguinobi, and Jeff Geoghegan.
Thank you. Scott, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Scott Jordan. I'm the Chief Financial Officer and Executive Vice President for Administration at UConn. I'm joined today with Dr. Andy Aguinobi, CEO of UConn Health, and Jeff Geoghegan, CFO of UConn Health. We want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, today for raising House Bill 6375. UConn is in strong support of the policy that this bill would implement. As we have shared with you over the last few years, the way the state currently charges the cost of solving its unfunded pension and retiree health liabilities to UConn Health, and to other institutions of higher ed in Connecticut has become a critical problem. And we appreciate that you and the committee are taking the issue seriously. Here's the problem. It is, of course, a good thing that the state of Connecticut and the legislatures and the governor over the last several years have taken on this issue of unfunded pension liability and unfunded healthcare liability. But the way the state is implementing addressing that matter is challenging to UConn Health and higher ed. The salary and fringe rate that includes the cost of solving the unfunded pension liability is charged to all state agencies. But for most state agencies, that cost is 100% covered by the state comptroller in the line item that pays for fringe benefits for state employees. For UConn Health and the Connecticut State University and State Community College system, not all of our employees are paid for with our state block grant. And so those employees that are not paid by the state are charged the full cost of fringe benefits and the cost of unfunded pension liability allocated to those employees. That means that for us and folks at CSCU, the fringe costs for the majority of our employees, which are paid through tuition, fees, clinical costs, federal research revenue, non-state funds, are borne, include those legacy unfunded pension and healthcare costs, and are exorbitantly high and uncompetitive in those spaces. These are not costs that we've created or we have any control over. And we estimate that UConn and UConn Health combined will pay in fiscal 21 more than $88 million towards unfunded pension and healthcare costs. In fiscal 22, $95 million. In fiscal 23, almost $100 million of our budget. Budgets that we raise from tuition, fees, clinical care, and federal research grants will go from the university and UConn Health to just straight away to the unfunded pension liabilities. Why is this a problem? It's a problem because it makes us uncompetitive. It affects our budget. It affects students and their families. Those employees that are not funded by the block grant are funded by tuition and fees. That means that as we do this allocation, about $27 million of UConn's budget, a tuition and fee budget, is going towards these unfunded pension and healthcare liabilities. That's about $850 per student. That is a cost that we're putting on students and their families that is not going to their education. It's going to the pensions of retired state and UConn employees. It also affects clinical competitiveness. UConn Health and Dr. Aguinobi and Jeff Gagan will tell you quite a lot more about this. UConn Health has to compete for clinical care in a very competitive market against private healthcare providers. This fringe rate issue that we're facing here makes them dramatically uncompetitive. And otherwise, honestly, UConn Health is an excellent system, an excellent hospital, and as Dr. Andy will tell you, would be profitable but for this issue. We've provided some materials, some written testimony, and a slide deck to illustrate the impact of the unfunded pension liabilities and healthcare liabilities on the university, which we won't go through today, but we're happy to answer any questions that you have as from that deck as we proceed. So I'd like now to introduce Dr. Aguinobi to talk a little bit more about the impact on UConn Health.
Yes, good morning, legislators, members of the committee. Thank you for your leadership, and particularly for your leadership on this bill. My name is Andy Aguinobi. I'm the CEO of UConn Health, and as Scott has mentioned, I do have our Chief Financial Officer here in case you have questions as well. So it's really, I think Scott has covered it, most of it. In the case of UConn Health, which as you know is the state's only public academic medical center, the impact of the unfunded legacy costs on our budget and going forward, potentially on our mission of research, education, and clinical care for the vulnerable people in our state, the impact of the unfunded legacy costs is very serious. The unfunded legacy costs that the state expects UConn Health to fund from operations they're significant and they're rising. In fiscal year 21, our portion of the large numbers that Scott was talking about in fiscal year 21 is 53.8 million. For fiscal year 22, it's 58.7 million. And for fiscal year 23, 60.7 million. Without these legacy costs, we would have ended each fiscal year either break even or slightly positive because we've been growing, we've been holding our expenses in check, but the numbers are just so huge, and the rise in the numbers, the increase in the numbers is so large that it's just not, we just can't sustain that. We remain, although we have been able to, we have been funding these, and we would have been break even or slightly positive if not for them. With these costs, we've had to ask for relief, and we remain grateful to the governor and the General Assembly for providing 33.2 million in funding because of this to UConn Health in fiscal year 20. And that was to address a portion of the state's unfunded legacy costs charged to the institution. But a sustainable solution is essential. Therefore, we support the legislation both for UConn Health, for UConn, and for the other affected higher education institutions, and actually other agencies that are affected. So thank you again for your leadership, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. We'll open up to the committee now, and Representative Haddad, go right ahead.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I also just wanted to say thank you to the leadership of the committee for having a hearing that again addresses this really important issue. This is something I've been interested in for a number of years because I've seen the real sort of personal impact side with constituents who live in my district who are researchers at the University of Connecticut. I think I've shared this story in the past. A close friend of my daughter, his name was Theo, we used to play on the playground together quite frequently. And I used to sit on the bench with Theo's mom, who was a very accomplished researcher at UConn, who told me that she would not have come to the University of Connecticut if she understood the burden that unfunded pension liability would place on her research grants and her ability to meet the goals of her research funders. Subsequently, she's left. She went to the University of Pittsburgh, and she took millions of dollars of grant funding that she had secured while here at UConn, brought them to Pittsburgh, to the University of Pittsburgh, and is now multiplying those those grants. And so there's a real impact on disruption for faculty who are seeking grants, and also for the economic impact that these grants could have or might have on this in the state of Connecticut. This is a real critical issue. I also think it's a moral issue because I am, as you know, appalled that students who are paying for a higher education, a post-secondary education at a public institution in Connecticut, is essentially being viewed as a mechanism to pay off unfunded pension liability. The number you just cited, $850 per student, is remarkable, and that's money that's being paid to the University of Connecticut that goes to pay off an unfunded pension liability that's owed by every taxpayer in the state of Connecticut, unfortunately, and that every taxpayer in the state of Connecticut already pays for as we put money into the comptroller's office. But in the instance of a student at a public university or a patient at the UConn Health Center, that they're taxed again, really, to pay for even more of that unfunded pension liability. It's something that I think we need to change. I was looking through your testimony and I noticed a couple of charts. I was hoping that you could just walk me through them. They are on, I've lost the pages now, 15 to 21, I think. I found them illuminating, but I had a couple of questions about them that might be answered if you would just take a moment to walk us through those charts. Thank you.
Okay. I believe that Jeff is pulling them up, correct?
Yeah. Representative, can you see that?
We can see it.
I'm sorry, I think you're muted.
We can see it. We can see slide 15 of 27.
I was being good, yeah, about muting. But yeah, I just wanted to, 15 for 21, just the next couple of pages. I just wanted to make sure I understood how large an issue this is for the budget overall, and if you could just explain these next few charts quickly.
Yeah, you can see from this is a pie chart that shows UConn's budget for fiscal 21. You can see clearly that salaries and wages are our biggest expenditure, and then fringe benefits, 22% of the university's budget. The budget is $1.4 billion, 320 million of the budget goes to fringe. Now, every employer has fringe. Every employee, in state government gets healthcare and pension benefits, and we are not arguing against those. We have very good benefits, and they're actually the normal costs of those benefits are pretty competitively priced. And you can see we break this out that of the 22% of our costs that go to fringe, 58% of that 22% is what we call normal benefits. That's just the current payments for health insurance and for the current cost of pensions for our employees. But 43% of those costs, 43% of the $320 million that the university pays in fringe benefits goes towards these unfunded liabilities. That's the piece that makes us less competitive. That our peers, and these numbers aren't the same at UConn Health, but the ratios are. That's an amount that, say, when UConn Health is competing against Hartford Health, that they're not paying. That's a number that when our students are paying tuition and fees here versus at other universities, they're not paying. And most importantly to your story, Representative, when our researchers compete for research grants, and we do have a slide that shows our fringe rates compared to our peers, Jeff, I think that's a few ahead of here. I don't know if it's right. Next one. Here, you can see that when our researchers compete against other universities for federal research funding, the professional rate, that's the rate for employees that we hire to work in our laboratories. We pay a 68% fringe rate on those employees. That means for every dollar that we pay a lab employee at UConn, we put 68 cents back to the state to pay for fringe, including the unfunded liabilities. You can see from this list that when we compete, say, against Penn State, their rate is almost half that at 35%. And that's what Representative Haddad was describing with his friend who moved to Pitt, although I don't think we have Pitt on this list, but I think it's comparable, is that researcher can take the grants that they were awarded and go to another university, and they can get a lot more bang for their buck. They can hire more lab assistants, they can do more research with the same grant. And that's what we're facing. And I don't know, Representative, I jumped ahead past slide 21. I hope I answered your question.
No, actually, you hit the most important highlights, I think. That chart in particular, though, I will tell you, was a little confusing to me.
The one that's up now?
What's going on in this chart. But that might take longer than we have. I don't want to take up a lot of time. It's going to be a long day for the hearing. And so we'll move past this, and I'll follow up with you separately on this flow chart or whatever that is. You are dealing with legislators. I think you need to make sure that this stuff is understandable. Many of us are not academics, as your staff is. I wanted to say one last thing, which is, with respect to the UConn Health Center, here's, and this is true for all, and also true for higher education. We need to remember that a couple of our state agencies, and these in particular in higher education, the UConn Health Center, public institutions, also happens at the airport, where the airport authority has a similar issue, that there's some agencies that operate in a competitive environment. Students don't have to go to UConn or to a local community college or to our state universities. They have choices about whether they want to get healthcare at the UConn Health Center or elsewhere. And when you're operating, and certainly research funders have an opportunity to make decisions about where they want to send their research dollars based on what the results will be. And so when you're operating an agency in a competitive environment, we need to be mindful to make sure that we are not saddling you with costs that sort of right off the bat put you behind and make you a very uncompetitive and unappealing choice as a place to invest research dollars or tuition dollars or patient dollars. And so I think that this is something that we're going to have to resolve one way or the other. We see in the community college system, they're so troubled and financially strained that the legislature has started adding money to provide relief for fringe benefits and these legacy costs just because we have to. And so we'll quickly find ourselves to be in a position where we have to make these choices. If we make them now, we'll put UConn and other institutions in a more competitive position and allow them to be more sustainable in the future. If we don't, we're going to end up paying for these costs anyways. And then the last thing I'd just like to say about UConn Health Center, there was another bill that was put in that also dealt with these legacy costs. I appreciate the unanimity, the bipartisanship around addressing this issue. I will say, though, very clearly that I don't think that the UConn Health Center should be privatized. It is the only state's public institution. Some of the other bills were put in with the purpose of helping privatization. Certainly, I think that if we were to lift off the legacy costs off the shoulders of the UConn Health Center, it would become a much more appealing partner for private institutions, but it also obviates the need to engage in a full-blown privatization effort. And so I think having a healthy public health hospital in Connecticut, I think, is the goal that we should be striving for. And I just wanted to make sure that I clarified that even though I believe that we should lift this cost off of the shoulders of UConn Health Center, I don't believe that the goal should be to privatize the health center. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all my questions right now, and I appreciate the testimony presented, and we'll follow up as appropriate.
Thank you, Representative Haddad. Next, we have Rep. Turco, followed by Rep. Farrar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Dr. Aguanobi, let me make sure I get that right, and Vice President Jordan. Very good to see you here today. I just have a few clarifying questions. Representative Haddad touched on a few of these things, and you probably covered it, but I want to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. I know we've had this bill the last 2 years in front of us, and we've been through it already. But still, I want to make sure I'm understanding. So, in regards to when you said, Vice President Jordan, that UConn Health Center would be profitable if it didn't have these extra costs, do you mean just in paying the legacy unfunded liabilities, or also the normal pension costs that you currently have to pay?
I'll jump in here if it's okay, and I'll ask my Chief Financial Officer to jump in. I want to clarify, when we talk about UConn Health being break even or I hate to use the term profitable since we're not for profit, but better than budget, and budget is break even. We're talking about that keeping all other funding sources the same, because as you know, we get a block grant for the fact that we're a public institution with research and education, etc. And also in the recent year, the last year, it included some funding relief for the unfunded legacy costs. So last year we were given 33 million out of the 50 million. We covered the rest internally. And so when you take all of that, for example, with the 33 million we were given last year, we were on track before COVID-19 to actually be about 4 million above break even. So just want to clarify that. And in terms of your question about pension, et cetera, I'm going to turn that over to Jeff Gagan.
Yes, good afternoon, or good morning, I'm sorry. I think the easiest point is we are just talking about that one portion, which is the unfunded legacy costs. So we do build in the normal cost, or the cost for the current employees would still be built into the budget process. So our break even or our cash neutral position would be just removing those unfunded costs.
Okay, thank you for that. Because, my point sort of asking this question is, I will hear criticism sometimes that, UConn Health Center is a failure. It's not financially stable. And people don't realize this extra legacy cost that's been put on all of you. That's this huge burden that if this was removed, like you're saying, this break even, I know there's the block grant, which is state funded, and, it can get a little complicated with the numbers here, but this is causing sometimes some, negativity in regards to, reporting, being in a deficit, and it's not necessarily fair at all.
Thank you, Representative. That's absolutely true. It's very hard to explain it. Just anecdotally, when I sit with other CEOs of hospitals, and I tell them what that our fringe rates for our clinical operations are 50% higher than theirs. They almost fall off their seats. I mean, a lot of them are like, how do you manage to operate in this competitive environment with fringe rates like that? And why are your fringe rates so high? And then I have to explain, well, we have this unfunded legacy cost that's buried in there that we have to pay. And so it's, you're right, it's hard to explain, but UConn Health, the fundamentals of UConn Health, we can always improve. And every organization can improve in terms of its efficiencies. But over the last 5 years, we've grown our revenues 10% every year. We've had a financial improvement plan, which has mitigated $61 million in COVID-related costs for fiscal year projected for fiscal year 21, and so we're doing very well in terms of our underlying fundamentals. But this cost is really a huge burden on us.
Yeah, thank you for that. And these legacy costs, are they just contributed to former UConn Health employees, or this is all of the University of Connecticut?
Go ahead, Jeff.
So I guess there's a couple of things. The amount that we are charged, or the amount that we have to pay, is purely an allocation of the total amount the state needs to pay every year divided by the number of state employees. So it's not based on our retirees, and it's not based on UConn or UConn Health. It's just based on the number of employees in state employment. So the thing is, if state employees decrease, the rate actually increases. So for an example, if we grow in a certain department and add physicians or some teachers or researchers to expand that, we actually will start paying more because our employee count will go up. So there's no direct correlation between our retirees and the amount we're actually paying.
I see. So it sounds like at some point the state, the legislature couldn't pay their bills out of the general fund and threw it on to you. Is that fair to say?
I would say the allocation method, the way it's set up, is really to all of the entities, and it's really higher ed and the airport authority that do not get fully funded by the general fund. So since we are 60% of our employees are outside the general fund, we have to use those other revenue sources to pay that bill. So it's a very limited group of agencies that are actually involved in that.
Okay, and one of the ways, if I heard this correctly, you're paying for these legacy costs is a extra $854 in tuition per student. And is that just your students in the UConn Health Center in the medical and dental school, or this is all students that go to UConn pay an extra $854 basically to cover this cost?
That's Representative. That is our unfunded legacy cost divided by our number of students that we're, and it is just for those that tuition and fees are covering. So if there's, as we've said, the state does pay this cost for those employees that are state employees, and it pays the cost for those employees that are university employees that are paid by the block grant. But that does mean there are a whole bunch of functions at UConn that are paid for with fees or the block grant isn't sufficient to cover. And those that leaves, excuse me, UConn with about $27 million charged straight away to tuition and fees, which means that our tuition and fees are higher than they otherwise would be. We don't layer on a special fee for pensions, of course, but it's higher than they otherwise would be. Or alternatively, the value that our students are getting is lower than it otherwise would be. There's more, we could do more with that money.
Sure. And as a committee that's, constantly looking at student loan debt, seeing how we can reduce that, to have these extra fees, burdens being built in to tuition is disturbing when we're trying to make sure our young people can, succeed and stay in state and work in the state and are not paying a lot of student loan debt. So it's being passed down directly to those students that we're working very hard in this committee to serve. Have we, since this issue has been in front of the legislature, we've been debating it, have we made any progress to be able to help you in this area? Has more funding come to paying this down? Has some of this already been shifted to the comptroller? Are we doing anything helpful so far?
Well, today's hearing is helpful, and honestly, every member of this committee and the legislature that we've talked to and this is a complicated issue. Folks understand this now. It's we appreciate the attention that's being paid and that this bill has been raised today. There have been very good efforts, but piecemeal, as Representative Haddad pointed out, and as we've talked about earlier, as this has become a real structural issue for the viability of UConn Health and the CSCU system, the legislature has appropriated directly to UConn Health funding to help offset some of this cost. And the governor proposed funding this year, not enough to fully offset the cost, but a good faith effort. And last year, the legislature appropriated money to the community college system to help offset the cost. So I think this is all going in the right direction. The trouble is, as Dr. Aguinobi said, it's not sustainable. To treat this as an annual expenditure that needs to be appropriated to is is not really the nature of the problem. The nature of the problem is the mechanism by which these costs are being allocated is permanently, every year creating this problem. And this bill today is the right way to go about fixing it. It'll permanently, structurally fix the problem, not just for UConn and UConn Health, but the CSCU system as well.
Well, thank you for that. I'm glad that it appears that we're moving in the right direction and we can incrementally keep getting there. And I want to thank all of you for the work you're doing to make UConn Health Center the great place that it is. I have a lot of constituents here in Newington that work there or use the services there. And our own clerk of the Higher Education Committee, Jeannie Phillips, she testified in front of the Appropriations Committee earlier this week that she had such a great experience with UConn Health Center, helping her when she had a little side effect actually to the COVID vaccine. And your staff was there to assist her and get her through it. And she's grateful for that. So thanks again for answering my questions. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Next up, we have Representative Farrar, followed by Representative Ziogas.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. I actually had a few quick questions following up on one of the slides that you all had put up about the fringe benefits. I thought it was, extremely illuminating to this point, as you mentioned, Mr. Jordan, of sustainability. And given the higher fringe rates and how we're seeking to lower those through passage of this bill, have you all done any analysis of what our fringe rate could be at UConn Health if we made this change?
Yes, Jeff, do you want to take that?
Sure. And if you don't mind, I'll actually go see if I can bring up the slide deck again.
Right, Jeff. Oh, go ahead.
So here on slide 3 of what we shared, we just tried to, highlight what the fringe rate is by portion for an employee. So this would just be an average employee if they had, the health insurance, group life insurance, we play unemployment and FICA and Medicare. So just for simplifying it, we said if we had an employee that made $100,000 and they had the state retirement, so even if they are new on a hybrid plan or the tier 4 plan, but they participated in the state retirement or the SERS plan, you can see on the left-hand side, all of those aspects of the employee's retirement rates, just saying that if they had a family insurance plan and in the retirement plan and then paid all the other fringe rates they had to, they would pay over every dollar we pay them, we would pay over $1 in fringe benefits back to the state. So the driver we're talking about today is really these legacy costs or the unfunded. So the retirement rate is 64%. Where we had our discussion in that 64%, on the right-hand side, you'll see all the actual items that make that up. So the normal cost or the current benefits and administrative cost, you'll see at the bottom, but over 60% you'll see at the top are really for these retiree or the unfunded pension costs that are built into this rate. So that is the funding mechanism that is actually built in. So if we remove that 60%, you could see that, basically if we remove that down, we would be in the 40% range, and it would dramatically, drop that rate overall. Now, the caveat here is each individual employee's rate does change because all of these options can change. So, on an overall blended method, we're almost at 70% on an average rate for UConn Health. But we would still think that would drop dramatically and, would be down probably into the 40 or mid 40s for it. So it is still a dramatic change.
Great, thank you for walking through that. So based on, I think the other slide we looked at earlier, being in that 40 to 45 range, that puts us right in the mix of being competitive with the other institutions. Is that correct?
Correct, and I'll turn it over to Scott, but this is that range. So even if we move it down, you can see the average peer is 34, but being in that 40 to 45, we would still be in a competitive range, and instead of where we are in the 60s at this point.
Yeah, and I think Jeff and I are swapping places here a little bit. That makes us more competitive and in the range for research, but also for UConn Health in competing against other healthcare providers in the state. I think it puts us, we're a little high, but it's near to competitive.
Excellent. And have you all, I mean, I think to your point around this competitiveness for research grants, I'm sure there's been instances where, you know, as was shared by Representative Haddad, you know, grants might have gone elsewhere, or you've lost the edge in particularly some opportunities to come our way. Do you all have any sense of, you know, what we could be looking at for UConn Health of, you know, dollars, you know, even from a range perspective that we could bring in given this lower fringe rate?
We don't have a solid quantifiable estimate, but we can walk through some dynamics with you that lead us in the right direction. So the first, Jeff, if you go to slide 25, the first thing that can happen is lots of our researchers work with other researchers at other universities to collaborate on projects. And because there are multiple universities involved, and these are rational people, they divide up the work based on cost largely. So the first thing that can happen for us is that we could bring more work to UConn under our current existing grants. So if you say have a researcher that's doing biomedical work, and there's a statistical element to it. Under our current structure, and let's pretend that they have a collaborator in, say, Wisconsin. Under the current structure, when they talk, they might say, well, geez, where should we do the laboratory work? Well, Wisconsin's cheaper, so let's hire graduate students or lab techs there, and we'll do that work. And where should we do the computational work? Well, UConn can do that because we don't need to hire anybody to do that. That's rational and that's happening now. But those are jobs, right? We want those jobs to be in Connecticut, and we don't want them to outsource this work. That could happen right away. You know, we shift the cost equation for collaborators immediately. Within several years, you know, and these research grants are often on 2, 3, 4, 5 year cycles. Within several years, we become more competitive in winning research grants. So we would expect to see an uptick over the next several years in winning the grants. And then the bigger issue, which is I think maybe 2 slides down from here, Jeff, that number 27. No, I think it's up one more, 26. What Representative Haddad described, that's another real issue where as a quantum matter, a researcher who chooses to leave because rates are high, or a researcher we can't recruit here because they get less bang for their research buck here, that's where we really make a big shift, is our ability to attract and retain productive researchers who can win grants. And you can see from this slide, this is mostly anecdotal because we don't know exactly why everybody when people leave, they leave for their own reasons, but this is what we've been able to gather anecdotally on campus. These are, you know, the total value of these research grants, you know, are in the millions of dollars when these researchers come and go. So those are the 3 driving dynamics, and we would expect, you know, just as a small experiment, we have been using fund balances in our research account over the last year to subsidize rates down. This can't go on forever, but we feel like we're asking for your help with this. We need to be willing to use some of our resources too. And in the short term, we have been subsidizing fringe rates for researchers. And while it's not scientifically proven, our research, the rate of winning grants at UConn has increased already in just 1 year of doing this. And we've had our best year ever during COVID for attracting federal research dollars. So we think it's working, and we'll do it ourselves for another couple of years while it's sustainable, but we need your help to make it permanent.
Thank you for sharing that and just kind of the picture of the short-term and long-term effects of this. And to you just sharing that you have experimented a bit on subsidizing these fringes in the past year. Can you share what that subsidization looked like and what the change was?
I'm sure, and I think we can go back up to the slide that shows the research rates at different universities. That we can clearly see, the actual rates that UConn, what it costs at UConn, and we calculate these under, there's federal rules. And if you're trying to reconcile every slide on fringe rates here, it's very hard, and we could spend a whole hour on that. The rules for federally reimbursable fringe are different than, say, how the state comptroller does it. So there are slightly different rates on different slides. These are our federal reimbursement rates, and they're based on a rolling average of a couple of years and some adjustments. But so we charge the rate that we would charge is 68% for a professional employee, and our peers are in the 40s. What we did was we simply told our researchers and the federal government that we will not charge the feds more than our peers. So they are allowed to negotiate this with the federal government. We chose to, for the next year, I think we're at 43%. I'm sure I'm off by 1% or 2%, but I think we're in the 40s for this year. What that means is that the state is, so we hire a lab tech and they come work at UConn, and the state does charge us the fringe rate that we illustrated on the last slide, that could be over 100% for that person. But on an average basis, it's about 70% for folks in that space. That we will not charge the federal government that full cost. We will only charge them 43%, say, and we will absorb the difference. And that's sustainable for a little while. What we're doing is using balances from federal overhead charges that we've accumulated over the last few years to cover that, but it's not sustainable in the long run. Those charges run between $4 and $7 million per year, and we're like I said, we can do that for a little while as an experiment, but we can't do it forever.
Yeah, and UConn Health, this is Andy, UConn Health, we've done the same thing, and we've just had to take that money from our operations because we don't have any funds balances. But also, Scott, do you want to mention how that has, I think the representative had asked how that has improved the grant situation?
Sure, and I'm going to apologize for not having memorized the number, but we just announced a couple of weeks ago our results for the last year, and they're the highest they've been, and by a substantial amount. I think we're up $20+ million from the prior year. But yeah, I wish President Katsilas was here, because this is something that this effort has worked, and we're excited about, especially during a COVID year. Our researchers right now are more productive and more successful than they've ever been.
Well, thank you for that. I think to your point of seeing that the experiment is paying off speaks to what this over the longer term could mean for the institution, and representing Southern West Hartford with a lot of folks who work at UConn Health and use UConn Health. It's good to see that we could really make a change that would pay off in the long run. So thank you, gentlemen, for walking through that. And again, thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Farrar. Next, we have Representative Ziogas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say maybe two things. One is that currently I'm involved with being a patient at UConn, and I got to say the treatment's been excellent, and I'm very pleased. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then secondly, I'm very sympathetic to your pension issue, and I've heard it for several years now. I understand that, I believe, and I understand the consequence of it. And when I talk to people at OPM about it, they push back pretty hard. What's your experience with them?
We're working very collaboratively with OPM. One of the things is they have a difficult job. You know, they're balancing a lot of issues around the state in terms of numbers. And so their job goes way beyond UConn Health. But we are working collaboratively. As I've said, as has been mentioned here, there's a lot of factors that have that sort of weigh into the discussions about fringe and how we got to where we are today and what the solutions are. But I would just say that OPM and UConn Health have been working collaboratively on solutions. I don't think there's no disagreement on the fact that there is an unfunded legacy cost, and the amount of that. There's no disagreement on that. I also think there's agreement on the portion for the block grant that comes to UConn Health. So I think their perspective is much broader. They're looking at not just unfunded legacy costs, but also at block grant and other aspects of our funding. And I think that's their job. That's the OPM's job is to do that. And we welcome the discussions we're having with them. So yes, so I think it's a collaborative effort, and we all need to be a team to make this work.
Yeah, I always kind of felt some of the solution lied in that Boston College study from several years ago, where they divided out the tier 4 to tier 1 pensions from the others, and they asked us to address them independently. I thought there was some value in that, but apparently that nobody else believes it. Well, anyways, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Looking around for more hands, give people a moment. And it looks like we're all set. Thank you all for coming in. Appreciate your time.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Looks like next we have Indrajit Chaubey, and following him, Scott Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Sure can.
Great. I'm here to talk about Committee Bill 6580, an act concerning agricultural education programs. My name is Indrajit Chaubey. I'm Dean of the UConn College of Agriculture, Health and Natural Resources. And I'm also Director of STORE's Agricultural Experiment Station. This bill seeks to expand the opportunity for our state citizens to increase their knowledge about agriculture, food, and aquaculture production. Working with our stakeholders, farmers, communities, those families that work with the 4-H groups, etc., and volunteers, there have been 3 issues, or 3 points that have brought this entire issue at the forefront of what we do in our college. And one of those issues is that going through the COVID pandemic, we have realized that it has created a real crisis in area of food availability and food access. And second, the Governor's Council on Climate Change has deliberated how to best address food production in a sustainable manner, especially given climate change that is happening and that is expected to happen in future. And that's going to have significant impact on how we produce food in the state. And then the third, within our own college, in last 1 year, we embarked upon developing a strategic vision for our college with one goal. How can we serve our farmers and stakeholders better in terms of teaching that we do, research that we do to help citizens of Connecticut, and how we take our research to benefit our citizens through our extension and outreach program. This was a very comprehensive effort. We had a number of listening sessions throughout the state to ask them questions about what can we do better to address their needs in food and agricultural production, in sustainability of the environment, in designing sustainable landscapes, as well as for economic development and building resilience in a changing climate. We learned a lot from that strategic visioning exercise. What we have seen that we need to increase our work with educating on the merits of purchasing and consuming locally grown food. We need to be working with preschoolers to teach them where their milk and apples come from. And in many cases, they may be removed by several generations from the farm, so they may not realize that it actually does not come from a grocery store, but a lot of that is grown here locally in our state. We need to help facilitate relationship between farmers and their neighbors through land use planning and increase appreciation for Connecticut grown products that create a stronger consumer relationship. We need to be working with 4-H students and K through 12 students to engage in community gardening and work with our families throughout the state to learn on how to grow foods in containers or in their backyard, because this will go a long way in addressing food desert issues that exist in many communities. We have also learned that to increase economic opportunities for our BIPOC communities in farming and food and agricultural industries, we need to get them excited about science of agriculture. As a dean, how I view the science of agriculture is, you may be interested in any area, such as the basic science of plant biology, or you may be interested in technology or data or visualization. Agriculture is a field where you can bring those interests and get educated and be a part of the economic and workforce development and go and make meaningful contribution. So what we need to do is we need to grow urban outreach efforts with 4-H students when they get ready to go for high school and help them identify the areas where they have got the agriculture or aquaculture programs. And then when they're ready to come to college, tell them that they can get a world-class education either in a 4-year program or a 2-year program that we have got within our college, and be a part of economic development and workforce for the state. Working through the pandemic, our extension programs learned to adopt technology quickly because we could not have large gatherings. Working within the governor's directives of smaller gatherings, we relied a lot on technology to reach out to our farmers and families and consumers to provide technical help and support that we have been providing in each one of 169 cities and towns within Connecticut. And this involved not only working with the K through 12 audience and 4-H students, but also those who are recipients of Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program, or FNEP. And we built resources through our website that became a go-to resource for a number of state agencies. And so technology and adaptation of a technology was a key, in addition to bringing awareness to our citizens. And then through these listening sessions and learning about their needs, we continue to do research at Storrs Agricultural Experiment Station to meet the needs of our farmers. And we have continued to do zoonotic disease surveillance through Connecticut Veterinary Medicine Diagnostic Lab, or CVMDL, that is in our college, but it's really a state lab. And one thing we have learned is the importance of pandemic planning on the surveillance work to prevent the disease or spread of the disease. What we have also heard from our farmers is we need to do not just the education, but also we need to think about innovation and how we can bring innovation so that we help develop entrepreneurial opportunities for all citizens. This could be in area of enhanced nutrition and value-added food products, developing plant varieties that will do better under changing climate conditions, are enhancing water and air recycling systems within the controlled environment agricultural production systems, are reducing the carbon footprint of what we are importing from outside the state in terms of agriculture and food products. And these innovations are going to be important to enhance the value of agriculture that contributes more than $4 billion to the state and supports 21,000 jobs. We need to engage citizens, students, and businesses who are interested in coming together and creating an innovation center to move the agenda forward. So I really thank you for raising this as a committee bill. As a Dean of College of Agriculture, Health, and Natural Resources, I am fully supportive and I'm very excited about this. And we are appreciative of your interest in this matter and will provide information that you require to assist us in moving the knowledge from literacy to innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. I'm looking around at the committee to see if there's anybody with questions. I'll give people a moment. Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Scott Roberts, followed by Sean Bradbury.
Right. Members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, thank you for this opportunity to comment on SB 996, an act concerning fundraising by the Foundation of the University of Connecticut. My name is Scott Roberts, and I am President and CEO of the UConn Foundation. The foundation exists to promote the educational, research, service, and outreach missions of UConn. The foundation solicits, receives, and administers donations and financial resources. These private donations enhance pivotal functions that are beyond what the university's state appropriations, tuition revenue, and grant income can support. Gifts support scholarships and fellowships for students in chairs and professorships to recruit and retain faculty. Given the state's financial situation, fundraising is essential for UConn's future. We are grateful to the committee for raising SB 996 because it will prevent a reduction to the UConn Foundation's operating budget. Current laws require university support for the UConn Foundation to be decreased by $1 million when the market value of the total university endowment reaches $500 million. This is the first of 4 scheduled reductions. To the best of our knowledge, this type of statutory drawdown does not exist in any other state with an institutional foundation. Since 1994, UConn and the foundation have had a fee-for-service partnership that designates the foundation to manage the university's fundraising activities. The Vital Agreement details the 2 organizations' mutual fundraising goals. The university does not use state appropriate dollars to fund the foundation. The university supports constitutes nearly 50% of the foundation's operating budget. This arrangement model best practices at other major public universities. The only alternative is for fundraising and support staff to be employed by the university, which would come at a higher cost because of the state's fringe benefit rate. In fiscal year 2020, university funding for the foundation was $12.1 million, and UConn's return on that investment was $89.5 million. Due to the unprecedented returns, the endowment reached $500 million this year. However, a reduction in our funding will cause long-term negative effects on operations, immediately reducing our ability to fundraise and make it impossible to achieve the goals UConn has set. UConn plans to embark on an aggressive campaign that may increase giving by connecting directly with more alumni and friends than we ever have before. UConn's bold goals will require more staff and additional investment in operations, not less. To counteract the negative impact reductions will have, we support SB 996, which modifies current law so that the reduction schedule will not apply if the 2-year average of total gifts and commitments raised by the foundation is more than 5 times the amount paid to the foundation by the university during that same period. The bill will allow UConn to fund the foundation at levels it deems appropriate while the foundation continues to achieve fundraising success at the level of this significant multiplier. We look forward to working with you as the legislative process continues. Thank you.
You caught me mid-sip. Sorry about that. We'll go to questions. Go ahead, Representative Haddad.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Roberts, for your testimony today. I appreciate it. This original restriction was put into place a couple of years ago after some negotiations. People, you're looking at the operations of the foundation. It's hard sometimes to remember for a foundation that has, $500 million of assets, why it's important to get some state support for fundraising activities. So I just wanted to ask a really quick question, and that is, of the funds that you raise every year, how much of it is restricted in a way that restricts your use to supporting students or endowing a faculty chair, as opposed to unrestricted, which would allow you to mitigate some of your operational costs?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative Hayden. 99% of all the dollars we get are restricted for specific purposes that are of needs of UConn. So it goes directly to student scholarships or endowment for professorships and so forth. So we receive about 1% that is completely unrestricted.
Right, and so of the fundraising costs, and I understand what the ratios are. I understand how much it costs to hire a fundraiser and what each fundraiser is can bring in. Maybe you can talk a little bit about that. But in order to invest in fundraising, you need to have funding sources other than from restricted resources and any interest or dividends that you might earn off of those restricted resources. Correct?
Correct. So yeah, we get about half of our budget from those types of fees. And then the other half of our budget comes from this fee-for-service arrangement with the university to make up our entire budget. And in addition to fundraising, the university has also tasked the foundation for all of the alumni outreach that it conducts. So we typically do around 500 alumni events a year. All the communication that comes out on behalf of the foundation to our alumni constituents, we manage all of that communication as well in the events for our alumni.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm so pleased to learn that the endowment is over $500 million. That's something that should be celebrated, especially by a legislature that is flat funded the block grant at UConn for a number of years. That provides a real source of economic relief for students who are trying to pay tuitions and elsewhere. And I know that we want to grow the endowment much larger. At one point, there were several high schools in Connecticut, private high schools in Connecticut, that had endowments larger than the University of Connecticut. That's something that we need to change. I thank you for your efforts and thank you for your testimony today. I think the bill is a wise move for us to take in order to ensure that you can continue to grow the endowment to support students at UConn. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Looking around for other questions. Seeing none. Thank you so much for talking to us today.
Thank you so much.
Next, we've got Sean Bradbury, followed by our folk at Chepa. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning and congratulations, Chairman Slapp. You came just in time for your the last public hearing of the committee, so glad to have you here. So Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, Senator Witkos, Representative Haynes, members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, you have my written testimony in front of you, so I won't bore you by going line through it. I did just want to highlight two bills for your consideration. The first is House Bill 5545, an act concerning the budget of the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. This is one of those rare ones that I guess we get to say, we're fine with this. The bill before you would require some minor changes to how we currently reporting our budget to OPM in the legislature. Some of that has already been undertaken by CFO Ben Barnes since last year's iteration of this bill. So we believe most of that work is already reflected in what we're doing, but whatever has not already been changed, we're more than happy to do moving forward for the legislature. CSEU is a firm believer in transparency, and we understand that the mechanism by which the legislature funds CSEU through the multiple different line items that we have is not always the easiest to decipher. So we are always happy to present that information in a more straightforward or transparent way if that makes it easier for legislators to understand what's going on our end. So that's 54 or 5545. The second bill I do want to speak a little bit more at length with you about is House Bill 6403, an act requiring legislative approval for the merger or closing of institutions within the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. So 6403 removes the authority to close or merge an institution from the Board of Regents and places that with the legislature. Under Connecticut General Statutes 10(8)(6), the legislature has charged the BOR with the responsibility to govern and manage the institutions under our purview. The BOR and the staff at System Office take this responsibility very seriously. However, HB 6403 fundamentally undermines the ability of the board to govern the institutions under our authority. The decision to merge or close an institution is not one that is made lightly. Particularly in the case of closures, this decision is often the last resort after all other viable solutions have been explored and exhausted. These decisions are made in close consultation with the institution's accrediting body to ensure that the plan to merge or close that institution meets their standards of accreditation and the policies and procedures required by that accrediting body. Purposely, these decisions are made apolitically. Governing boards, institutions, and accreditors make these decisions based on what is best for the students, institutions, and the communities that we serve, not based on what is the popular or most politically expeditious solution to that problem facing those institutions. To that end, the bill before you creates scenarios of inevitable conflict. It's not hard to imagine a hypothetical scenario in which the BOR determines that due to lack of funds, a merger or closure is the only viable solution for an institution, but the legislature fails to approve both the merger or closure and the funds needed to keep that institution operating independently. What solutions does that leave the institution and the BOR in that scenario? It's unclear. This will leave a governing board without the ability to fulfill its responsibilities, and it's the core deficiency with HB 6403. The New England Commission of Higher Education is the regional accrediting body for the colleges and universities under the BOR. It is the role of the commission to review and approve mergers and closings. NECHI has been very clear that their governance standard 3.3 requires sufficient independence for governing boards to act in the institution's best interest. In her testimony 2 years ago before the Consolidation Committee, NECHI President, former NECHI President, Dr. Barbara Rittingham, noted that the commission has invoked this standard in cases where the independence has been infringed upon. It is vital that approvals of mergers or closures continue to be governed by the BOR and NECHI rather than creating a political process. In closing, HB 6403 would significantly erode the BOR's independence and ability to effectively govern the institutions under its authority. I urge the committee to take no action on this bill. I would also point to the testimony that's been submitted for the record from the Association of Governing Boards in opposition to this as well, mirroring our concerns as well as NECHI's concerns with this erosion of independence for an institution's governing board. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions from members of the committee.
Thank you, Sean. We'll go to a question from Senator Whitcoast, followed by Senator Haskell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Sean. Thanks for testifying today. A couple of questions on both bills. I'll do the easy one first, House Bill 5545. What you said that Mr. Barnes is in the process of consolidating and presenting the budget of the BOR in specifically central office in a different manner. There are things that would be coming out that may not have been able to be readily recognizable with this new presentation that I think is a concern from folks that we're hearing that central office has grown tremendously to the detriment of the students. Could you just give me some feedback on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I think there's this misconception that money that goes to system office is money that is not going to students, and that's just patently untrue. The money that goes to system office, I mean, and I will extend this invitation, obviously not during COVID, but when it's safe for us to gather in person. I've been more than happy to walk the members of this committee through our headquarters at Woodland Street, and I can introduce you to the fine folks there who do the work of supporting the colleges and the universities and system office. The overwhelming majority of that staff are there supporting the day-to-day operations of the colleges. So those are folks in IT and human resources, overwhelmingly in staff, the staff comprise IT and finance. We also have the folks in academic affairs who are doing the program approval for our institution. Like I think when folks say, system office is gobbling up these funds, there's this idea that we are sitting around as bureaucrats, just sitting on pots of money that we're hoarding for personal use or for use for these pet projects. But those funds are, particularly with our shared service model, are going directly to support the colleges and universities that are under the governance of the BOR. So, whether that is on our IT or human resources shared support services, whether that's on something like PACT, that we are taking state funds, or in this case, our community college reserve funds, while we wait for state support, to support that program across all 12 institutions, whether that's on our student support services, guided pathways. There's a lot of initiatives that we roll out at a system level that are funded through that. So when monies are directed to the system office, it is not sitting there, in an account just lapsing. These are funds that are directly going back to the day-to-day efforts and operations at the 17 colleges and universities under our purview. So I think to the point that I was making earlier is that, CFO Ben Barnes has, in recognition of the legislature's interest in finding out more, most of this information is out there in our finance reports, for the finance committee, for the BOR, for our full BOR meeting agendas. Bless you, Representative Haynes. That I usually try to report those out to, at least my last stint with the system, I usually would forward those along to this committee and to staff at the legislature to help keep you all informed. Those are things that we regularly put out publicly that are discussed by our full board and by individual subcommittees thereof. And we're always happy to go into more detail. I think what is different is the documents that we provide to the legislature may be responding directly to those line items that are appropriated. We always provide additional information, particularly in our appropriations testimony. I mean, I think if you tuned in, you heard Representative Walker attest that, annually, I think we provide a book and a half to her and her staff on the committee. But we are always in favor of more information. I think because our financial situation is particularly sympathetic, we'll always provide additional information to show you how under-resourced the colleges are and how desperately we need that additional support from the legislature. So.
Okay, last question on this particular bill. Is there anything that's being done in central office that would take away the independence or the identity of the individual colleges? I know that that's something that we hear about on this committee, that folks believe that it's becoming centralized and the individual community colleges are losing their self-identities. Is there something at central office where monies are being taken to make a broad brush apply to the colleges?
I mean, the only instance I can think of that is when we're coming up with a new name for the and logo and branding for the merged college. That may be the only thing that could be construed to be taking away, but we are committed to maintaining the culture and the identity of those 12 colleges. They will be part of the merged one college, but the programs and community services, the supports, the community engagement and outreach efforts that you and the independent foundations that you all know and love for the colleges that are near and dear to all of our hearts, from whether we've personally attended them to whether our family and friends go there, to the ones that maybe, I can look out my window right now and see Capital Community College right over there. Those institutions are going to maintain their identity. They're going to maintain the things that help make them unique, at the same time that we're rolling out national best practices around student success and equity measures to ensure that, while they may be able to maintain those programs that have helped them uniquely serve their communities, they're also adapting those programs that we've identified to help drive student success and outcomes that they may not have been undertaking as a completely independent institution.
All right, so thank you. On House Bill 6403 regarding the closures, you said that we don't take them lightly, but sometimes, a slap in the face takes a long time to heal. And I think this legislature was slapped in the face, not by the current president or the past president, but when the Middletown office community college was closing. It was kind of a surprise by all of us. And I know at the time, Senator Bartolomeo, who represented that district, we passed unanimously in the state Senate an amendment to a bill that prohibits that from happening. And memories take a long time to fade. So how do we know that there won't be a repeat of this again unless we have some protections from as policymakers to determine that you've presented your argument, we understand it, and we agree with it before a decision is made.
Absolutely. Well, first, I remember that day very well. I was sitting in the Senate gallery in a prior role, but I remember watching those proceedings intimately. I can't speak to that prior administration. That was a completely different crew that was here. I think also different board leadership at the time. They're not the same people that are here now, I think. And what you have seen is the difference between what was rolled out with the proposed closure of the Meriden campus and the lack of notification or under notification to legislators on that issue compared to the gargantuan tasks that we have undertaken with Students First and the outreach efforts that we have made with legislators. This has not been a quick process. This has not been a process that we have rolled out thoughtlessly or carelessly. This has been years of planning and is continuing in years forward of additional planning. The current statutes require notification to the legislature of our recommendation to merge or close an institution, which we fully satisfied with Students First. The legislature was notified of our intent to merge and close the 12 colleges. And we've had ample opportunity for public input. We have had both in my prior stint with the system and now, I think tomorrow, or was it Thursday actually, you'll have another informational forum on Students First before the legislature. We've had numerous instances of informational forums, of public hearings, of opportunities for us to inform the legislature of the planning process behind this, of our thoughts, of our intentions, of our guiding principles on this. At every step of the way. And the legislature has had ample opportunity to weigh in, and we very seriously take those concerns. This is not something that we have presented a plan and said, this is what we're doing and there it is, live with it. This is something that we have actively solicited input, not just from members of our institutions and the communities that we serve, but the legislature as the primary funding authority for the institutions has been a critical partner in us as we've developed this. The input that we received from legislators early on and incrementally throughout the process has informed how we have built this out. We absolutely take your concerns into it with very serious thought. A lot of times we've gotten some pretty good recommendations from legislatures, particularly former Chairwoman Roberta Willis provided a lot of good feedback that we incorporated. So I can't speak to the prior administration and the prior staff here who may have botched that rollout, not to speak ill of anybody, but I think, if a legislature is taking that kind of action and that kind of reactionary measures against it, it clearly could have been done better. But that is a very different group of people. And I think you have seen that in our commitment to be transparent, to be straightforward, and to always take the legislature up on their requests and their offers to speak to you and provide additional information and clarification around our plans for the merger of the colleges. We'll never say no to coming and making our case for why that's in the best interest of students, because we firmly believe that this is the proposal that is going to drive student success measures and drive our institutions to a sustainable and successful path forward.
This could be viewed from, depending on where you sit, I guess, from a legislator's perspective, trust but verify, and that's why the language is before us. And then I would assume from your perspective that you've got the students' best interest at heart, and if the legislature says no to closure for whatever the reason is, I'm making it into a question. How would you go to fund that particular entity? Would it be through, well, I'll just leave it there. I'm not going to cede the question, but how would you fund something if you believe that it's right now it's either unaffordable or there's low attendance or what have you?
So are you saying if we have deemed that if the board has recommended a closure or merger and the legislature has denied that?
Correct.
So that presents a very interesting situation and something that's some pretty uncharted territory there. Because if a board has working with our accrediting agency and working with the institution's staff and the community has determined that a merger or closure is the best, if not the only viable option for that institution, that means we have explored and exhausted every other funding opportunity. And I don't want to limit this discussion just to funding, because I think a lot of times the impression is that, well, we can just give money and that will fix the problem, right? That like this is a funding situation. And there are times when it could be on you know, what if there are decades of failure to meet key performance indicators and failure to adequately prepare our students? What if there are enrollment issues that, like, there is no possible, what, you know, I think we can all see the trends in New England that it's, you know, enrollment is getting scarcer, or the student bodies that we're pulling from are getting smaller and smaller at the K-12 level. It's not something in the immediate future, but, you know, let's put ourselves in a hypothetical 100 years from now. If there was an institution that no longer had a sufficient source of K-12 pipelines in their area to supply them with students, you know, is that institution as a standalone institution viable anymore? If you went from an enrollment of, let's say, 1,000 students a year to you're only pulling 100 students a year, is that something that is a viable solution, no matter how much money the legislature could appropriate? So the decision on working with accrediting bodies, working with the institution, working with the community to come to a determination that a merger or closure is the best option. That means we have usually explored all those options beyond finding private financing, you know, and philanthropy to help backfill, to explore raising tuition and fees to help cover that shortfall, to ask the legislature for money, which we have done every year and continue to do, you know, vehemently. But those are not always the only drivers of a decision to merge or close. So, you know, again, we can try to explore every option should the legislature, if that were the case, and we made that recommendation and the legislature said no, there are a couple options that we can look at, but honestly, they're pretty slim at that point if we have made that determination that those are the only viable options.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Next, we have Senator Haskell.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Sean, great to see you. Thanks for your testimony today and for your time. I want to focus on HB 6403, if it's okay with you. In full transparency, you know, I was really supportive in the past of a bill that didn't include the word merger, but did include the word closure. I do think that the legislature has an important role to play in making sure that our campuses remain open, but I want to better understand how the word merger being included in this bill might impact the ongoing accreditation process. And I took particular interest in the AGB, the what's it stand for? The Association of Governing Boards of Universities and Colleges, which said that basically they view that this legislation would undermine the Board of Regents' ability to fulfill its fiduciary responsibilities. I wanted to ask you a question that's twofold. Do you think that this would, that NETU would take note of this legislation passing? And I suppose we have an opportunity to ask them that in the coming days through the oversight hearing. And also, when other states have, I know we're not alone in pursuing back office consolidation, when other states have done this with their higher education institutions, have there been any sort of similar legislative provisions in place?
So those are both good questions. The first, I would definitely defer to NETCHI on what they may comment on Thursday on the impact that this may have in their consideration of our proposal to merge the colleges. Again, I can't speak for the commission, but I'm sure that you know, the folks who will be there on Thursday can do more than an adequate job of explaining any implications that this may have on their considerations. From our end, I think we would be very concerned about the message that this sends. I think Senator Witkos put this well when the bill was raised as a concept. I think this was the first or second meeting of the committee, that, you know, what kind of message does this send to our accreditors that, you know, this bill has been raised year after year after year. It fails to pass year after year, but we continue to send the message that the legislature is looking to add political considerations into a decision that has historically and fundamentally been an apolitical decision. So I think that is something that's always going to be a concern of ours. You know, it's never, it never leads, I think, to dispassionate and well thought out decision making if you're introducing at this late stage in the game political considerations into something that is largely driven by you know, what is going to be in the best interest of students, institutions, and communities, and adhering to standards of accreditation and these very complicated processes that can take years to think of and plan. So you know, that's on that bit. I'm sorry, in the second question, I know you had that two-parter.
No problem at all. That AGB testimony also mentioned that a few other states have pursued consolidation, and I just wanted to see sort of how, if this legislation were to pass, how our regulatory framework would compare to those states where it's already been pursued.
Yeah, so I would defer to AGB and NETCHI on that, and I'm happy to do a little bit more research and figure out, what some of those other states have done. Unfortunately, I know I have those in notes somewhere in my computer. I will spare the committee of having me try to dig through my cloud drive to find those for you, but whatever I can dig up on that, I'd be absolutely happy to share with you, Senator.
No problem at all. We can always touch base at a later date. Thank you so much, Sean, for your time, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got it. Thank you, Senator. And just to clarify for the committee, in my research of this merger and closure issue, Connecticut is an outlier on this issue, that the vast majority of states have retained this power within their legislature for merger and closure. So I just wanted to be clear for the committee. But seeing no other questions, thank you, Sean, for your time. And we'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jeanette Weldon, Michael Morris, and Josh Hurlock. Go right ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jeanette Weldon, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Health and Educational Facilities Authority, known as CHEFA, and the Connecticut Higher Education Supplemental Loan Authority, known as CHESLA. And as has been mentioned, I'm joined today by my colleagues, Michael Morris, Managing Director of CHEFA, and Josh Hurlock, Assistant Director of CHESLA. I'm here to speak in support of SB 852, an act concerning the Connecticut Health and Educational Facilities Authority and the Connecticut Higher Education Supplemental Loan Authority. CHEFA is a quasi-public agency that issues tax-exempt bonds on behalf of Connecticut's nonprofit hospitals, colleges, universities, and other 501c3 nonprofit organizations. In addition to its bonding and loan programs, CHEFA also offers grant programs that provide capital and operating grants to eligible nonprofits throughout the state. And in addition to student loans, CHESLA offers financial literacy resources and a need-based scholarship program. Almost all bonds issued by CHEFA are not obligations of the state or CHEFA itself, but of the underlying nonprofit entity. Their repayment does not utilize taxpayer dollars. The only exceptions to this have come as a result of legislative mandate. Currently, CHEFA bonds issued on behalf of the Connecticut State College and University System are indirectly supported by the state through a special capital reserve fund structure. This structure has never been drawn upon to pay debt service, and the CSCU bonds have been self-supporting. CHESLA by statute issues its revenue bonds also using a special capital reserve fund structure. Since its inception in 1982, CHESLA has never drawn upon the state-backed reserve to pay debt service, and CHESLA bonds have been self-supporting, paid by the revenue stream of student loan repayments. SB 852 will give CHEFA the ability to issue bonds on behalf of healthcare organizations, for example, multi-hospital systems, for cross-border projects in specific and limited situations. Broadening CHEFA's authority to finance projects that have a nexus with a Connecticut institution will help us build on our positive track record of job creation and economic development while increasing access to healthcare for Connecticut residents. These bonds will not be backed by the Special Capital Reserve Fund and will not use taxpayer dollars for repayment. The bill also amends the definition of project outlined in CHEFA statutes, allowing CHEFA borrowers the flexibility to borrow for working capital or other needs. The bill will also enable CHEFA to transfer or loan funds to its subsidiaries such as CHESLA. The current statute only allows for transfer or loan of funds to subsidiaries created by CHEFA. However, CHESLA was made a subsidiary through legislation as opposed to being directly created by CHEFA. So we consider this a technical correction that's consistent with the existing concept in our enabling legislation. The bill also expands the definition of education assistance program as outlined in the CHESLA enabling statutes. This would allow CHESLA to provide financial aid programs and products beyond education loans and grants, particularly as the structure of post-secondary education finance continues to evolve. SB 852 will also allow CHESLA the option of using a bank letter of credit or similar instrument to fund the Special Capital Reserve Fund rather than using bond proceeds if it's cost effective. And lastly, the bill will increase CHESLA's SCARF-backed bond limit from $300 million to $500 million And while there's not an immediate need to increase this, we believe it's an important step to provide future flexibility. And again, this mechanism has never been called upon since the inception of CHESLA, but its existence as a backup enhances our bond rating and lowers our cost of funds. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. I'm going to the committee to see if we have any questions. All right, seeing none, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Tim Larson, Sean Seepersand, and Noel Kidney.
Good morning, Representative Elliott. It's my understanding that we have a new leadership in the Education Committee. I'm not sure if Senator Slapp is on today, but I wanted to welcome him and then certainly offer our help down the road, if you will, to orientate him to our office. But I wanted to thank you and Representative Hines and Senator Witkos, Representative Turco and Senator Flexer for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Office of Higher Education supporting the following bills. Effectively, you have a handful of bills before you, and I think the takeaway is most of the, we have 5 bills, 4 of which center around our occupational school. I would view these as some technical changes inside the statute to allow us to help facilitate, direct, and better manage the operations and the compliance with some of these schools. And then the third or final one would be a specifically House Bill 6583, an act requiring independent institutions of higher ed to submit a closure plan to our office. So first and foremost, I can walk through each of the technical changes, if you will. We do have Sean Seepersand, the director of the division, on the phone for specific questions, if you will, if that's how you'd like me to proceed.
Whatever's preferable to you.
Okay, well, why don't I just walk you through what I would view as a grouping of the POSA schools. Senate Bill 994, 995, 998, and then House Bill 6584 and House Bill 6583. Okay, so the 94, an act concerning payments to private occupational schools protections account. So each of these schools pay us on a quarterly basis based on their enrollment, a percentage of their revenue in an effort to, should they close or go out of business, we would have a resource to fund and return tuition to individual students should these institutions either close earlier or have some discrepancies inside their offering. So this would allow out-of-state students as well to be covered inside that fund. 95 is concerning private occupational schools' failure to submit a renewal application. It would give us a little bit more clout, if you will, would allow the Office of Higher Ed to revoke authorization if a school does not submit their renewal application by their deadline. Again, some schools, can be untimely in their payment. This is a way for us to sort of put a little bit more teeth behind that sort of a recommendation. Typically, a school will have a renewal over a period of time and then also pay on a quarterly basis based on the tuition and number of students in the school. 98 is a compiled financial statements for certain occupational schools. Schools are required to do either an annual compiled financial statement or a costly or audited review of a financial statement. The criterion is usually that the school has less than 10 students in order to do a less expensive compiled financial statement. Unfortunately, some smaller schools with larger enrollments have to do this costlier audit financial statement, even though their tuition revenue is small. This bill seeks to alleviate the financial burden of these schools by making the criteria for tuition revenue of 50,000 or greater instead of just the 10 student enrollment. House Bill 6584, out-of-state occupational schools. gives Office of Higher Education regulatory oversight of the out-of-state POSA schools who want to provide instruction to Connecticut students. Again, a technical sort of piece on that. And then House Bill 6583, an act requiring independent institutions of higher education to submit closure plans to the office. Sort of has two parts. The first is an independent colleges and universities will be required to submit a closure plan to the office. And second, if an independent college or university is going to close, they submit a closure plan with specific details. Specifically for us would be the retention of student records. And although that seems a little bit benign, it can be virtually overwhelming to solicit and collect all of that paper document, file it, and so forth. And it certainly allows the office to function a little bit more ahead of the curve, and then allows us to focus on the teach out plans. So those are effectively the bills that you have before us. And we certainly would look for your support on all of these.
Thank you so much. Do you have additional testimony, or should we
That's
open
it.
questions? All right, sounds good. Let's open it up to the committee, see if anybody has any questions. Representative Ziogas, go right ahead. You are muted if you want to unmute yourself. Rep Ziogas. There you go.
Hard overcoming stupid sometimes, you know. Yeah, Tim.
Good morning.
One of the things I was interested in, and this is not necessarily pertaining to the topics that you just addressed, but you're in charge of the Roberta Willis Fund, your office.
Yes.
Is it possible you can get a summary of your finances, your activities, and the monies and disbursements, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. The same question, just for the committee purposes, our office is in charge of the distribution of funds through the Roberta Willis Scholarship Program, which is the state's singular and largest scholarship program. It's for Connecticut kids going to Connecticut colleges. It's about $34 million in scholarship money available. It effectively breaks down to 11 million goes to UConn, 11 goes to the state university system and community colleges, and 11 goes to the independent colleges, if you will. We had the same question in appropriations, and we can deliver this to you immediately.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Moving on to Representative Turco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you. Executive Director Larson, is that the correct title?
Just don't call me late to dinner.
Let me just make sure I understand this correctly. These 5 bills, you're supportive in general with all 5 of them?
Correct.
They're good oversight bills, making sure we're protecting our students and we have good oversight, regulatory, review over the different schools, right?
That's correct. The first and foremost obligation we have at the Office of Higher Ed is student protection, be it from the independent colleges, be it from the occupational schools, et cetera. We want to make sure that we're providing value in the curriculum, and that these schools, particularly the occupational schools, have the wherewithal to deliver on the commitments that they are advertising, as well as we have a component with our veterans. If they're taking VA money and enrolling in colleges and so forth, we substantiate all of the credits for the veterans associations and so forth. So the primary focus for our agency is student protection and validity.
That's good. That's very important work that you're doing. Were all of these bills that were presented from your agency to us, or were any of these bills that legislators proposed separately, but you happen to really like?
These were all bills that we generated inside of our office. Sort of as I've been there for 2 years now, we're trying to really tighten up and streamline a lot of these office functions. Frankly, the the revenue that we receive from the POSA operation, this fee collection situation that we have limited staff. I have, in the licensing and accrediting that carries the responsibilities of monitoring and auditing 100 occupational schools is 3 people. And, they send in their checks on a quarterly basis. I'm trying to figure out a way if I can get that honed into a direct deposit function at the comptroller's office. So we're really trying to tighten up the business aspect of the compliance piece for these POSA schools. And I think it makes it a lot safer for us. And I think it gives clear direction to the individuals who are doing business with the state.
Sure, and that's good. Do you expect any of these bills to have a fiscal note on them? Do they have to go to approps, or these are going to be just right to the floor?
I guess the only real expense, I think, it would be the expense given to these institutions, particularly the record retention piece. We want to start to have a dialogue about electronically formulating these records. We from time to time will get requests for transcripts from various schools, from not only students who have graduated from these schools, but also students who are looking to get involved in other programs that we offer at higher ed. So the short answer to your question is, I don't believe that there is any financial component to these on the state's end. These are sort of cleanup opportunities for us to create a tighter business operation in our own agency.
Okay, yeah, I mean, and how the legislature works as good as anyone. Would it make sense to, because these are all regulatory, oversight bills, to combine all of these into one bill, JF and of course, so much easier for our House chair and the rest of the committee to make sure we pass it through the legislature than trying to get 5 of these done.
Yes.
It makes sense.
Absolutely.
Okay.
As we were working on these, there's a state statute, 10A that, we operate under, and there's, a god awful number of other statutes that have sort of come and gone. There's been a handful of other sort of scholarship activities that have been well thought out but not funded that still sit in statute. So it would be my recommendation, if there was a way to formulate this into one bill, it would be much more effective.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Director Larson. Good to see you today. And thank you,
Mr. Chairman,
for allowing me time to ask these questions.
You bet.
Mr. Chairman, Rep. Turco. Next, we have Ranking Member Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to you, Mr. Larson. Thank you for being here today. Just a couple of questions on regards to the bills with the private occupational schools. It seems to me that some of these items are really just administrative functions of what you do. And I'm curious as to why we need to legislate that in the first place.
That's a good point. I could maybe have Sean Seepersad comment a little bit, but in general terms, some of this are sort of, I hate to use the word legacy. I was on part of the UConn discussion, but a lot of this, frankly, is sort of a belt and suspenders. What you might perceive as normal, business dealings, if it's not specifically spelled out, I think sometimes people try to, stretch out timelines and timeframes, and we're just trying to have some teeth behind when we go after a school to say, we need to have your application in on this date. We need to have some of that regulated, something that we can actually point to.
Okay, is there, I mean, is this something that you guys are dealing with on a regular basis? Is there that many of these schools that are remiss in submitting a renewal application, for example?
Let me, and this is a very good question. We have 115 occupational schools. We have 18,000 students enrolled in those occupational schools across the state. They pay approximately $25 million in tuition. And as I had mentioned to Representative Turco, it's our intent to make sure we are fortifying the effort for student reconciliation and to make sure that there's a professional standard for everyone that's doing business with us. Because if something should happen with student transcripts or this individual school or whatever starts to fail, we want to be able to make sure that we have a process and language that lets us stand behind what we need to do to protect students.
Okay, well, I appreciate that very much. And, I'm glad that you are doing the work that you do. And then just, could you speak to specifically to SB 994 in regards to basically what you said on this one is that the out-of-state students are now included. How were they not before, and what does this bill do again? Forgive me for asking maybe a question you've already explained, but I didn't quite catch it.
No, that's fine. That's a good question. What I'd like to do is have Sean Seepersad, who works in this department and has formulated most of these questions, if you will. Sean, if you could pick up on that.
Sure. Thank you, Tim. And just to, if I could go back just 1 second, the reason why we have these proposed bills out here is because they're already addressing language in the statute. So we're bounded by the stuff in the statute and we're seeking to make some adjustments. That's why they're here instead of just in regulations. Specifically for SB 994, it is in statute that the fees and so on are based on Connecticut students and not in general for all students enrolled in Connecticut post-secondary occupational schools. So we would need to make some language change in order to make it inclusive for not just Connecticut students, but for all of the students enrolled at these Connecticut post-secondary occupational schools.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification. And thank you again for the work that you do, and protecting students is obviously most important. So I appreciate all of that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Got it. Thank you, Representative Haynes. And seeing no other questions, thank you all for coming in.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, all.
You as well. Next, we have Representative McCarthy Vahey with Patrick Leonard and Peter Glutman. How's it going, Patrick?
It's good. It's later here this time.
Peter, looks like we got you as well. And Representative McCarthy Vahey, are you on? There you are. All right, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My apologies for the technical glitches that we're all living through. So Chairman Elliott, Senator Slapp, Ranking Members Witkos and Representative Haynes, and esteemed members of the Higher Education Committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today in support of House Bill 5668, an act requiring the Office of Higher Education to establish a micro-credential pilot program. As legislators, we often propose bills after our constituents have shared innovative ideas with us. I filed a pilot program proposal after a conversation with a friend and constituent, Peter Glutman, who you'll hear from next. During a walk around the neighborhood, it became clear that the work he was doing with Midas Education on micro-credentials could provide tremendous benefits to the employees, employers, and institutions seeking to train and educate our residents, including all of our amazing institutions of higher education. A micro-credential is a digital certification of mastery or competency in a certain skill set. The proposed bill, as you can see in lines 10 through 21, would require the Office of Higher Education to establish a pilot program to develop a virtual platform to earn, renew, and offer micro-credentials. Different than a catalog, it would be a more interactive and functional tool. It would choose to contract with a third-party administrator to develop and administer the platform. And it would create a platform that shall include a catalog of micro-credentials, a portal for micro-credential providers to develop and offer a micro-credential, a portal for state residents to earn or renew micro-credentials, share them with employers or institutions of higher ed, and submit job applications to employers, a portal for employers to post job opportunities, and online support. And finally, it would be a way for both employers and institutions of higher education to pre-purchase micro-credentials for employees or students. I recognize that many entities in our state, including the Board of Regents, the Office of Workforce Strategy, institutions of higher ed, and the governor, are already working with and talking about micro-credentials. That's why this is such an exciting opportunity. And I've been working to get up to speed in the past few weeks. The committee, and we're very grateful, voted to draft the bill, and the decision was made to put language in housing this with the Office of Higher Education for the purposes of a public hearing. I want to make clear that this bill is and remains a work in progress, and a conversation about how this pilot and potential platform can help us help the people of Connecticut learn, develop skills, gain employment and knowledge, and in those ways earn a living. COVID has taught us the importance of equity, digital mastery, the need to evolve and innovate. This bill and the micro-credential platform it would create offers us the ability to address all of those things. Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I would love if we could hear from both Peter Glovin and Patrick Leonard, and I would be happy to join them in taking questions after that.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Thank you, Kristen. And thank you all on the committee for providing the opportunity for me to testify today to support HB 5668 to develop a micro-credential pilot program to benefit learners across the state. My name is Peter Glovin. I'm from Fairfield, Connecticut. I've lived here for 32 years, throughout which my professional career has been entirely devoted to educational endeavors. I've held roles at textbook publishing giants, college ranking magazines, startups dedicated to secure student communication, a digital publisher delivering animated supplemental content, and most recently at a data visualization company from which a micro-credential platform has blossomed. In all that time, I've seen nothing that levels the playing field of educational opportunities in the way that micro-credentials can. The pandemic has underscored the fact that education in this country is a critical inflection point. We must provide varied and different avenues for our citizens to learn and to show mastery of that learning that will help open up opportunities for them and enable progression from K-12 to higher education in all its forms and ensure that they have various pathways to the profession of their choice. Once in that profession, they need additional ways to upskill and pivot if necessary. Micro-credentials take options for learning engagement, achievement, and validity of mastery to a new level. Many elements of Governor Lamont's proposed budget for 2021, as well as the 2020 Workforce Strategic Plan, speak to the need for programs like the pilot that is proposed in this bill. I've spent the last 2 months engaged in conversations with education and workforce stakeholders across the state, including the Connecticut Commission for Educational Technology, Ready CT, Connecticut Business and Industry Association, the Workplace, the Department of Economic Community Development, the Governor's Workforce Development Unit, the Connecticut Office of Higher Education, and the leadership of this committee. Everyone we have spoken with agrees that micro-credentials will help the citizens of Connecticut gain better and more equitable access to learning. A simple walk and conversation in our neighborhood with my friend and local representative, Kristen McCarthy-Vahey, inspired her to propose this bill after she heard my answer to her innocuous question, "What are you up to?" As you'll hear from my colleague, Pat Leonard, in a moment, all constituencies benefit when a robust and rigorous micro-credential program is in place and available to a state's residents. Micro-credentials expand access to educational opportunities, improve communication between employers and potential employees, and make it easier for learners to pursue meaningful certifications. They also enable existing employees to upskill more quickly. Interest seems to be high across all relevant stakeholders in Connecticut. We're facing multiple crises in K-12 and higher ed enrollment and record-setting unemployment in our state, with not enough skilled workers to fill the jobs that are available. It's time to be bold and take an aggressive approach to giving all learners the opportunity to succeed. This proposed micro-credential platform pilot is an important first step. Thank you.
Great.
So it's over to me?
It sure is.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for allowing us this opportunity. My name is Patrick Leonard and I'm the COO and a co-founder of Midas Education, where we believe that learners are learners. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 5668 and give some background to the work going on around the country and in other states in the hope that Connecticut will decide to join those other states in building and sharing to help move towards a mastery-based learning system for K-12, higher ed, workforce, job seekers, and other citizens of the state. In each state where we're currently working, we were chosen by that state's individual RFP process. Our approach is to do the work because it's the right work, and we're happy to follow any and all purchasing rules and processes set forth by a state. As my colleague Peter explained, we began our conversations in Connecticut just a few months ago, but several states are in the same place and a few states are further along on this path. It's our hope and the hope that those already implementing such systems that Connecticut will join and share in the work to expand the system of evidence-based or competency-based learning to connect students, citizens, and institutions of higher ed to the skills and the jobs industry needs. We built our platform in partnership with the state of Utah to distinguish it from several existing digital badge systems. Our system is designed to incorporate rigor while allowing for flexibility in how it's implemented. It's not just an aggregator of existing badges. It incorporates a full creation studio, the approval routing process, searchable catalog, registration, payment processing, evidence upload, a scoring system with rubrics, and includes full transcripts and protocols to ensure that the microcredential earners meet the standards set forth by the state and whatever named organizations you choose. The Utah State Board of Education is going into year 3 of their system, and currently they're offering microcredentials to all teachers throughout the state, so educators can show evidence of teaching mastery and improve their classroom instruction. This spring, Utah's opening the system up to students, so students can earn microcredentials that will potentially give graduation credit, college credit, and industry certifications. We're working with the chair and the vice chair of Governor Spencer Cox's Higher Education Workforce Innovation Fund to expand the system even further to include institutions of higher education and industry partners to create and deploy microcredentials to any and all citizens of the state. The state of Wyoming is building microcredentials in partnership with Marzano Research to deploy 48 microcredentials in computer science education and STEM. Our consultative approach has connected Wyoming and Utah, and they are currently working together to share what they create, and they're partnering to help other states join as well. In mid-April, we've set a meeting with the Nevada State Superintendent per her request to discuss a 3-state partnership. The work in Nevada began with very, very deep conversations with the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce. The chamber realizes the challenges the state of Nevada is facing coming out of COVID. Nevada has some of the highest unemployment numbers in the nation, and their workforce is there to fill open positions, but they're lacking the skills necessary for their industries to hire locally. Here in my own home state of Washington, we have 2 budget provisos in the legislature, and they have strong support to also develop microcredentials for students severely impacted by COVID to help create credit recovery options, particularly for students in the hardest hit areas. We are an organization of educators, by educators, and for learners. Our motto is that learners are learners, and given an opportunity to show evidence of learning, everyone can move towards becoming lifelong learners. We hope you'll join us in this work. Thank you.
Great, and with that, we'll kick it off to the committee. I actually have a few questions to start us off. So the first question is, what is the difference between a digital badge and a micro-credential? And this is for all 3 of you and whoever wants to answer.
I'll grab that one first. So part of the conversation we had in Utah was with the deputy superintendent in charge of teaching and learning. And at first she was a bit resistant because of the concept of badges was almost like you earn a sticker for attending something. You go to an event, you're there 3 hours, you sign in and you get a badge that you can attach to your email signature or something. She wanted to make sure that there was rigor built into what the micro-credential entails. So it has to have the rigor built in, and it has to have some currency. And so the difference between a badge is there are systems out there where badges are transferable. They're actually talking about the badge, the digital image, and that it is transferable and searchable and you can trace them through other organizations. We can work with those other systems and bring that content into our system, but the state would then want to ensure that there's rigor, there's evidence, and that there's currency behind what those other badges might bring.
Great, thank you. All right, the next question I have is, how does your platform differ from an aggregator of credential content?
Again, I'll grab that one. It's a little of both. It can aggregate credential content through the catalog, but it's more than that. It's the creation studio to actually build the micro-credential with the rubrics, describe the type of evidence you're requiring, describe the scoring of the evidence. So you can look through an aggregator, and we can go into some of the federal programs from the US Department of Labor and Statistics or the US Department of Commerce and scrape data on, statewide or national trends. But in order to show that that actually works, an end user would want to have a reason. So I'm not just going to look at possible jobs. I'm going there to prove I have skills so I can earn micro-credentials to get a job. So it takes it a step further.
Great, thank you. And I have one last question, then I'll kick it off to you, Representative Haynes. Does your platform work with existing digital badges and protocols?
Yeah, exactly. It does. And we can work with the Badge 2.0 protocols that are out there federally, and we can also work with other smaller entities. As Peter had mentioned, we started as a digital data company. So one of our best skills as a company is pulling data from disparate systems and making sure it connects together in a useful format.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
I would just add to that, thank you for those questions, and you can see why I deferred, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify together. But I think one of the things that I think about a lot is data privacy and security, and because this platform is one that educators have created, and I think this would be true of any platform, relying on those federal FERPA laws and other privacy laws are certainly a part of the conversation. And just to be clear, the bill itself would allow the Office of Higher Ed to go out to, an RFP and to choose a platform provider. It's really helpful to have Patrick and Peter here from Midas. Obviously, as you heard, Peter brought this idea forward, but I think they're uniquely positioned to be able to address those questions and this particular proposal.
Great, thank you, Representative. Let's go to Representative Haynes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Patrick and Peter and Kristen. So glad you're all here. I'm excited about this pilot and this bill, so I'm hoping we can push it through. But can you just give people a little bit more on who does this serve? We talked a little bit about learners and all that, but when you're talking about an online platform, this would be you mentioned a little bit about schools and students within the school system, as well as outside the school system, job seekers. We have 200,000 people employed here in Connecticut, and we have 200,000 jobs that can't be filled because they're not skilled. So how do we mesh that together, and how is this system going to find those people and work together with them?
That's a great question. I think part of what we've done throughout the different states where we're working is each state may have a different entry path. So the state of Utah was teacher professional development. The state of Washington is student credit recovery. The state of Nevada is focusing on workforce development and through the Chamber of Commerce. The system is a configurable and adaptable platform. So the state of Connecticut would decide where it is housed, who starts, and as Representative McCarthy-Vahey said, FERPA compliance and data security is critical to what we do because we work so much in K-12 and all of our other business lines. And so where you start would be a choice the state would make. So who plays? Well, citizens could play for job placement, and that sounds like one of the biggest needs you have in the state of Connecticut. So we're adaptable to work from a consultative approach of whichever works best for the state. But the idea being, start somewhere, prove the validity and the efficacy of the program, and then expand to other programs, which is why Nevada is talking to the Utah State Department of Education and the STEM folks in Wyoming, because they're saying, if we start here in this area, but we want to connect our students to higher ed and industry while they're still in school, to be thinking about future careers. So they want to move a little faster in their implementation.
Great.
May I add to that? I think that when you think about who the users are, I also think, just from learning and hearing more about this, our institutions of higher education, our community colleges can create and offer these micro-credentials as a way to introduce some of the programming that they have and bring students into and involved in the system, get them to community college, much the same way we look to have students at our community colleges more easily transfer and move as they gain an associate's to then move to a bachelor's. So it's that similar type of idea. So it can be where those folks create those micro-credentials. So that platform would offer that opportunity as well, the creation there, so that students and employers and creators of micro-credentials would all be people who would be using the platform.
And also, I might add, just because I've had conversations with you all about this, is that you have mentioned a couple other things in regards to certain states and certain programs out there regarding incarcerated individuals, as well as particular populations such as the Latino community. So you want to just tell everybody a little bit about those two programs, just again, the versatility of the program and what this can mean for whoever wants to jump on board.
Yeah, we've been working with Snow College in Utah. It's one of the top community colleges in the country, and their president, Dr. Brad Cook, has a contract for incarcerated, the prison population throughout the state of Utah. And they've been spending millions of dollars in online education programs, but it hasn't seemed to make any impact at all on their recidivism rate. And so they're wondering, what can they do? And what he's looking at is, how do we create micro-credentials more in entrepreneurship, so that those persons who are incarcerated are learning how to go out and start their own business, as opposed to just getting a job with someone else. And the other one you mentioned was the Latino population. We've partnered with an organization called Latinos in Action, and their founder, Dr. Jose Enriquez, has partnered with Intermountain Healthcare. Intermountain Healthcare is the largest healthcare provider in the Mountain West, so in the states of Utah and Nevada. And they've created content on the social determinants of health. So the Latino youth in his program are earning micro-credentials in how to become a health screener. So they're screening their parents, their grandparents, their neighbors, their relatives in the risks of some of the health risks in their behavior. So heart disease, diabetes, different things like that. These kids are certified by Latinos in Action through their partnership with Intermountain Healthcare. And just another little one, Dr. Enriquez is working with the Federal Reserve of Atlanta to build 2 micro-credentials, one micro-credential on financial literacy for teens and another micro-credential on financial literacy for families. It's not out yet. That should be out by this summer.
Well, that sounds like a great idea. One last question in regards to the actual platform, and if we were to do this pilot, it sounds like building out this platform is a huge undertaking. Or is this something, as you mentioned a little while ago, when you said that certain states are sharing, how does it work when is this something that we can actually share, something that's already built, or is this requiring a whole new rebuild?
Great question. It's not requiring a complete rebuild. The system is fully operational within the state of Utah. And one of our other programs in Utah, we've had 440,000 professional development courses run through our system. This is the 4th of our state contracts in Utah, this particular platform. So the platform itself is built. The configuration of the platform, the permissioning structure of the platform, the training people to make sure they know how to build micro-credentials, the routing process, there's work involved in our partnership from the consultative side of, how do you want to do this? So the platform's built. And the second part of your question about content, all of our partners so far have said they will share their content. So the state of Utah has created several dozen micro-credentials for teacher professional development. They will literally say, take a copy of it, put it in your instance and route it to your experts, and you can have it. That's part of the conversation with Wyoming. They're building those STEM computer science programs. They're building it with Marzano Research, one of the best research foundations in the world. Marzano's partnering with Wyoming. I've introduced Wyoming to Utah. They're sharing micro-credentials. And the meeting next month with Superintendent Ebert in Nevada, she requested I need to talk to those 2 states because I want to make this a 3-state solution. So they will share everything they do. So in my dream world, the industry micro-credentials created in Nevada will be shared with Utah. And the Utah micro-credentials will be shared with both states, and the STEM micro-credentials will be shared with both states. Washington then creating micro-credentials for students, that would go back to the individual state to decide what validity is necessary to give a student credit. So that's local, obviously, but we control that permissioning with your choice.
May I add to that again, Representative Haynes? I can't underscore enough that there is that choice by each institution. So there's an opportunity there for sharing, but it certainly wouldn't be a requirement. And the validation and verification of those micro-credentials, for example, if you had, teacher professional development, the verification very well could be and likely would be from the professors at the institutions of higher education, for example. So again, those are choices that would be made by, through the programming here.
Yeah, and I would reiterate from that, we're not a content provider, we're the platform provider. We do the training on how to implement the system, how to route the system, how to put everything into your catalog. We're the technology consultants. The curriculum providers are those partners we work with and those people in the state you choose.
Right. Well, okay. Well, thank you so much for all this great information. I think with the Workforce Alliance and the governor's workforce bill and this, I can just see how everybody can collaborate for the good of Connecticut. So I'm just so excited about this, and I am certainly here to help push this along. So thanks for your good work. And thank you, Kristen, for bringing this to us.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Representative. And it looks like we are out of questions. So thank you, panel, for coming in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, sir.
representatives.
All right, take care. All right, next up, we have Lauren Dunninger, followed by Kimberly Small.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 6403 with substitute language found in my written testimony. Vulnerable community college students, more than half of whom identify as non-white, are seeing services eroded. Our students are likely to stay in Connecticut and be the workforce that we need to retain employers, yet they are being sacrificed in service of a scheme costing tens of millions, and that is overseen by an unelected body. It is likely that the only BOR success that you can point to is TAP, the transfer tickets, a faculty-led initiative. TAP might have evolved into something special, but it is not and has not, because that work has been hijacked by students first. If you add up all of the money spent on TAP and divide by the number of graduates, I suspect those are very expensive degrees. However, with all of the money poured into TAP and all of the bragging about TAP, there are no reliable data. If leadership can't answer basic data questions, there should be more oversight. The areas that have been consolidated, IT and HR, have seen catastrophic failures. My written testimony includes details of the IT debacle. Students were harmed. There must be accountability. IT and HR have been cataclysmic, and now the BOR is on the precipice of eliminating developmental education. The fallout will be devastating. Details in my written testimony. The politically appointed BOR has unlimited power and is undemocratic. It does not work. The BOR passed a consolidation plan that budgeted $0 for the work to consolidate 12 colleges. After it was rejected by NECHI, the BOR passed a plan that budgeted $2 million for consolidation. I urge you to try to find out how much has been and will be spent. It is not transparent. When the leadership of an entity as consequential as community colleges makes a budgeting error of this magnitude, it should not go unchecked. You have been told that faculty and staff have been moved to the one college as if it's a good thing, a cost savings. Given the massive salary increases, this claim is confounding, yet not the worst part. Current students are denied student-facing staff, not back office, so that those employees can build something for future students. This is a distributive justice problem. If leadership does not recognize the harm to current students of draining resources from them during a pandemic, something has gone wrong. You were told that without consolidation, colleges in your communities might be closed. Now, with consolidation, closing colleges is back on the table. Please pass HB 6403 with the substitute language. Do not allow the community colleges in your districts to be closed or merged without your approval. I was stunned to hear Mr. Bradbury say that the culture of the colleges won't be destroyed. Our entire curriculum is being eliminated. We have been told that our local governance bodies will decide smoking areas and parking areas, and that the flavor, quote, flavor of our institutions will be retained. Thank you. I don't know why my camera isn't on. Sorry.
No worries, Lauren. Thank you so much for testifying today. I'll kick it off to the committee to see if we have any questions. Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
We'll move next to Kimberly Small, and I'm going to pass the gavel off to Vice Chairman Turco for just a little bit. Thank you so much.
Small, you can get started.
Yes, my name's Kimberly Small. I live in Hartford, Connecticut. I work for the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges, the 4 Cs, which represents all 12 community college campuses within the state. And I am addressing today Bill number 6582, an act concerning unemployment benefits for adjunct faculty. I worked this year, pandemic year, I've been in our office the entire time. And one of the things that happened was the pandemic, and we told our members, part-time members with no other full-time work, to apply for unemployment. Now, unemployment by design is somewhat difficult to get, but its primary purpose is to bridge the gap between jobs for citizens of the state. And what has happened is a overly broad interpretation of federal guidelines on who has reasonable assurance of reemployment when you work within the higher ed system. K through 12 and full-time professors, professional staff have that ability to be guaranteed work, because while they may not be paid or they may not physically stop working during the summer, they are paid over the full year, even though they may technically only be working in the fall and spring semesters. K through 12 is another instance where, yes, they do have reasonable insurance because the vacation time and break times are set. And when that's over, they go back to work. What has happened with the part-time higher ed staff, adjuncts, lecturers, however you want to call them, they are without work over the summer, possibly. I know that there are many who are out of work this semester. And then they are told that they don't qualify for unemployment help because they have reasonable assurance of returning. Well, that's patently false, because everyone's contract who works as a part-time within the system has a contract end date. And that end date means they stop getting paid by the system. Now, unemployment is for people who are out of work while they either look for work or pick up new employment. So why is this huge number of people being denied access to much needed economic support during a time when enrollments are unsure, funding is unsure, even grant programs? Nobody really knows what the future is bringing, but to tell this group of people that they don't have any access to any funding because they might get a job and again in the next semester is patently unfair. It's like the old trade union halls where you would walk in, sit down in the hall and wait for someone to call your name. I used to work for the carpenters, and what would happen with them is a job shuts down for this winter because they can't work in the freezing cold. Well, those people go and get unemployment. So they either the job opens back up or they find another job. Well, this is exactly the same situation. And we are unfairly penalizing adjuncts who cannot get a full-time job for the most part, many of whom depend on their part-time work to maintain their own lifestyles, feed their families, etc.
Excuse me,
Yes?
Excuse me, you've gone past the 3-minute limit, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Small. I'll open it up to the committee members. Are there any questions? Senator Whitcomb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mrs. Small, for testifying today. I just had a question because of COVID, I understand where there may be some confusion, but what happens in like pre-COVID time when an adjunct would teach their semester and then they plan on coming back in the fall? Did they get unemployment benefits over the summer at that time?
Right now, no, they're often denied on this reasonable assurance fallback, which did come from the federal Labor Department, but was designed to prevent people who have full-time work within these systems and do have breaks in which they don't necessarily show up at the school, but they still get paid for the whole year. And our contract-based adjuncts do not have that. And anytime they could be scheduled for a class to start in the fall today. And when it comes time to actually run that class isn't there. And until they are under contract and working, they're unemployed. To say that they have reasonable assurance of reemployment is pie in the sky wishful thinking. And it's a way for the system to have it both ways. You hire adjuncts and other part-time professionals to save money, but then when those same people have an end to their contract, they have a reasonable assurance of rehire, so they should collect any unemployment because they might have a job in the future. And this has been the case.
But isn't that the way it is for, I don't want to say all educators, but I thought even in the K through 12 system, if a teacher doesn't have the tenure, then in April, they get their notice that they may not be back in the fall, but then 9 out of 10, they do come back in the fall. So would they be eligible for unemployment at that time too?
My understanding that in the K through 12 system, that was the reason why this whole reasonable assurance concept came up, because quite often K through 12, yes, you do have reasonable assurance because the school closes in the summer.
Right.
So being in an education system that does carry over from one term to the next over the summer or through spring break time, fall, winter breaks, that is reasonable assurance. But higher education adjuncts and other part-time employees don't enjoy that same option. There is no promise of a rehire.
So right now, when say the semester ends in May and you're an adjunct professor or part-time professor, unless you get a letter from the college saying, we want you back next semester, then there's nothing there and that's why we're asking for unemployment?
Yes, and it's not even getting a letter from the campus administration. They could schedule 10 sessions of a specific course, but they only end up with enough people for 5. So whoever was assigned to those other 5 would have no work. It's not their fault.
So at that point, who can predict what the student enrollment is going to be? So you try to plan for that. But at that point, if those other 5 don't have classes to teach, then at that point, would they become eligible for unemployment?
Well, they should have been eligible for unemployment from the time their first contract ends. When their contract ends in May and they don't have any prospect of working through the summer, because there's very few courses offered in the summer. So by definition, there's fewer openings. And then B, when the fall comes, they may slot a position as staff when you go to sign up for your course. Well, who is staff? You don't know. So they're making no commitment to those instructors who do normally come back. There's no promise. Their name isn't on that class. It's a staff person.
And are you a part-time adjunct or are you full-time?
I'm actually the office manager for the 4 Cs, and I worked with over 65 very upset people at the beginning of the pandemic who were trying to find a way to feed their family. Sure. And being denied unemployment was quite frankly an insult to them.
And are they in do they have a work contract, or are they, you said they're contractual employees, so it's individual, but are they members of a bargaining unit?
Yes, they are members of our bargaining unit, which is one reason why the union itself is supporting this bill. I know that several of the people affected have submitted written testimony, as have I, and there will be other actual members who were affected by this will be speaking later in the queue.
Well, so let me ask you this. There's always been resistance, depending on what the issue is, about staying away from things that are subject matter to collective bargaining. Why should the legislature get involved in something that is a subject matter of collective bargaining?
I don't think collecting unemployment falls under the purview of the collective bargaining agreement. Well,
eligibility certainly does.
And why, I'm not sure. I don't think I follow your line of thought here.
Well, generally, my past experience, collective bargaining covers a whole range of different items, whether it's hours of work, workload, travel, disciplinary processes. The list goes on and on. Seniority, it goes vacation, pay, and it goes on and on and on. So why wouldn't it be that if you were scheduled or if you weren't guaranteed a class, then you should get unemployment? Why is that not handled through collective bargaining? And you're asking us to basically usurp collective bargaining and try to have something put in state statute.
Okay, I truly don't follow the logic of that. We don't control who management hires for any given semester. Once they are hired and working, they're under the collective bargaining agreement.
Right. Well, the collective bargaining handles all members that are in the unit. So if you're hired and you're working, then you're a member of the unit. And right. my point was, you had said that if they finished a semester and there was no reasonable guarantee, well, that's what they were saying is reasonable guarantee. That's why they weren't eligible for unemployment. But then they could have gotten cut because student enrollment wasn't there. So they should have been gotten unemployment retroactive back to when their original contract period ended. So I guess my point was, well, why don't you just negotiate that in your contracts?
Well, quite frankly, I'm not involved in the actual collective bargaining negotiations, but the unemployment stands outside of our collective bargaining agreement. And further, our collective bargaining agreement covers people who are actually working. So if you are an adjunct who taught this semester, your contract ends in May, you are technically out of the bargaining unit for that time you go without pay.
Maybe, thank you. I'll hold that question and pose it to anybody else that testifies after you if they were members and see if they can answer that. That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wickos. Is there anyone else that has a question, members of the committee? Do not see any hands raised. Ms. Small, if you don't mind, I'll ask you a couple of things. So I'm an adjunct professor myself, besides being a state representative. I'm only, because I'm a state rep, able to work for private universities, so I'm not part of any collective bargaining units. But as an adjunct, it is my understanding that I have a contract for that particular semester. And then at the end of that semester, that university may no longer need my services. Maybe right now I'm teaching at one university here in Connecticut this spring for one course. I'd love to teach for them again in the fall, but they may tell me when they're starting to set their schedules, April or May, that they don't have a position for me. And I wouldn't expect to be able to get unemployment because of that. I understand this is a contract job, semester to semester, it depends on the opening. I think though, with COVID, there was definitely an exception. And I think there needs to be a process for situations like pandemics or other emergencies for adjuncts to be able to get unemployment and other benefits, because that was an unforeseen circumstance. But I also think perhaps, and I wonder if you agree with this, there's a distinction that maybe could be made when an adjunct was promised that they were going to teach in the fall. when they have the anticipation, the expectation, yes, we have 3 sections of this course that you're going to teach, and then they don't pursue other teaching opportunities for other universities in the state. They believe that that's where they're going to teach, and then they find out, in June or July, oh, we can't fill the section, you're not going to be able to teach these courses. And then it may be difficult for them to find work. They may be able to then be entitled for unemployment. Do you believe it's fair where I'm going with that distinction? Or do you believe regardless they should be entitled for unemployment?
Actually, no, I don't think it's fair. If I was a part-time worker or a contract worker, and I lose my job, assuming it's a job that would qualify for unemployment otherwise, I would expect to be able to collect unemployment while I looked for another job. And putting the burden on people who are well-educated, have the talent and skills to say, well, you're not worth unemployment while you're out of work, is essentially what you're saying, because there might be a contract for you later on, but you never know that. That is not a guaranteed thing. It is not. And one of the reasons that part-time people are hired to begin with is to save money by not paying benefits, by not offering insurance, by not offering pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, by forcing people to buy their own health insurance. So to say that my contract ended and, oh yeah, I should just be happy because I'll get a contract in the fall is not fair. They are not being paid for that time out of work. They are only paid for that contract duration, 16 weeks or whatever the semester lasts. Sometimes they even start later than that. So you're only paid during the time that contract is in effect. When that contract ends, you're done. Now, am I saying every single adjunct will run out and apply for the summer? No, because many of them do teach other jobs. They work at different universities. So it's circumstance by circumstance situation. But to say you don't even qualify right off the bat because you might have a job in the fall is ludicrous. Unemployment is supposed to help people in between jobs.
Well, thank you very much for that, Ms. Small. We appreciate your testimony. I believe there may be others testifying on this subject. We can continue the conversation. So thank you for being here and have a good day.
Yeah, thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Lisa McBride. Lisa, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I'm testifying today to urge you to pass House Bill number 6582 to provide protection for adjunct faculty to receive unemployment compensation in the event that they have a class canceled or taken from them by a full-time faculty member. I am an adjunct instructor in the art and graphic design departments at Tungus Community College and have been for well over 20 years. As you are aware, the 4Cs union recommended to its members last spring that they apply for unemployment benefits, as the assurance of being offered a class in the fall was uncertain at best. I filed for unemployment in May 2020. Given the incertitude of having a potential class run in September, I felt it wise to take this course of action. This uncertainty stemmed from the stress that COVID was inflicting on the education system, along with the restructuring of the community colleges, a process that is still ongoing. I was granted and received unemployment benefits starting in May 2020. In July last summer, I received a letter from the Department of Labor notifying me that Tungus Community College was protesting this claim. They wrote, and I quote, "Per employer protest, the claimant is an educational employee with reasonable assurance of rehire for the next term. Potential overpayment exists." Even though I was indeed offered a course for the fall that is in no way a guarantee of rehire, nor has it ever been. I have been bumped from classes in the past at the very last minute. And again, given the situation of COVID, et cetera, I was particularly fearful for my livelihood. In fact, I just received word from my chairperson yesterday that I would only be offered one course in the fall, as many courses were not going to be offered. And this is again due to the situation with COVID. Enrollment is gone down, budgets have been slashed left and right. Whether or not that course that I am going to be offered is even going to run is an unknown until literally the day before the class starts. which I think is pretty unfair. The notification from the Labor Board further stated that should my claim be denied, I might have to repay all the compensation I had received to date. I cannot state strongly enough how terrifying this was to read, and the thought of having to repay the funds would have been an extraordinary hardship. In October of last year, I was granted a telephone hearing wherein I pleaded my case. Several weeks later, the funds that had been denied me were deposited into my bank account. I feel incredibly fortunate that my claim was honored. I'm sure there were others who were not so fortunate. Adjunct faculty members are in an especially tenuous position at the moment. We've been paying into the Unemployment Compensation Fund and are deserving of having this compensation provide for our needs when necessary. I urge that this bill be passed at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. I appreciate your testimony and for you being here. I'm going to turn it over to members for questions, but before I do that, let me turn the chair over to our chairman, Derek Slapp. Chairman Slapp.
Thanks, Representative. Appreciate you grabbing the gavel and filling in. So much appreciated. It's good to see you. And I am, for those of you who are wondering what I'm doing here, I just got appointed the Senate chair of the Higher Education Committee yesterday. So I'm quickly trying to get up to speed, but look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues and to listen to everybody's comments. So let me just make sure that there's no questions, and then we will we'll move on. I do not see any hands raised. So that said, we'll go on to Mr. John O'Connor. Is John, here he is, Sam. John, how are you? Good afternoon.
I'm fine. Dear chairs, co-chairs Elliott and Slapp, and all the members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. My name is John O'Connor, and I teach in the Sociology Department at CCSU, and I'm a member of the Faculty Union CSU AUP. I would like to join with my CSU and community college colleagues today and speak in support of a number of bills that are in front of the committee. House Bill 6582, an act concerning unemployment benefits for adjunct faculty, would make life a little easier for part-time faculty members. Due to COVID-19, which has had a major impact on adjunct faculty, enrollment declines have caused a quick cancellation of classes. A number of part-time faculty were then victimized by competing definitions of reasonable assurance. As someone who has received an email from a scared and upset part-timer who is receiving unemployment benefits, but then was told by the Department of Labor that their claims for benefits was now going to be contested and subject to a hearing and possible repayment, it was a case of adding insult to injury. It is part-time faculty who do not have a living wage and do not really have any shred of job security or academic freedom. So sorting out reasonable assurance with regard to unemployment would make the lives of these instructors much clearer. I would also like to speak on a number of bills that would address the Board of Regents of the CSCU system. As many on this committee know, the BOR is the educational equivalent of a dumpster fire. For those who work in the system, we've had to deal with a supreme leader, an ever-growing system office that absorbs more and more resources, and we have all watched the forced collectivization of our state's community colleges into a monstrosity called Students First. What have the students of Connecticut gotten in return from this failed entity? Cuts to programs, increased tuition and fees, and a threat to accreditation. We should all be focusing on the fact that the CSCU system remains underfunded and neglected. There are a number of other bills in front of this committee that would help curb the BOR's destructive interventions. First, SB 824, which would require training for members of the governing board of the institutions of higher ed in the state. It is important that political appointees, anti-union lawyers, and business cheerleaders understand that colleges and universities are not corporations, and they should not be treated as such. I also strongly support House Bills 5545 and 6403. The first, a line item telling us how much money is going to the system office, and the second, that there be no closing or merging of institutions without legislative approval. These are important bills that will help return public education to the public and not a small group at Woodland Street. Finally, I would like to speak in favor of SB 997, which would give faculty members, Board of Regents voting rights. I have watched over many years faculty members of the FAC, the Faculty Advisory Committee, work hard for the people and students of Connecticut. Barbara Richards, Stephen Adair, William Lugo, Robert Brown, David Blitz, Colina Sasanka, and Tom Failure spent countless hours.
Excuse me, you've gone past the 3 minutes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
They've spent countless hours working to make the CCSCU system better, and they should at least have the right to cast a vote on BOR policy. It's shameful that they have not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor, for your remarks. Any questions from any of our members? No? Okay, seeing none. John, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Okay. All right. So Randy, I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Randy Spina is next, and then followed by Ron Picard and then Carmen Yomlianis. And that I probably did mispronounce. My apologies. But anyways, is Randy up? I do not see Randy. So why don't we move on to, we'll have a few people admitted kind of on the on deck and double deck circle to expedite things. That's great. So, all right, Ron, I do see you. So Mr. Picard, good afternoon. The floor is yours. And you are on mute, sir. So we want to make sure we hear what you have to say.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of HB 6403. I request the committee approve this bill with the recommended substitute language included in my written testimony. I've spent almost 17 years of my life at Naugatuck Valley Community College, serving as professor of English, associate dean of academic affairs, assessment coordinator, representative to the BOR Faculty Advisory Committee, and faculty senate president. I've also served as the statewide chair of the Academic Assessment Council and spent 2 years serving on a variety of consolidation-related committees. On these committees, I tried my best to mitigate the disaster that I saw unfolding from this plan. However, in January of 2020, I resigned from this work in frustration alongside most of the other faculty throughout the system, as I saw curriculum and policies being rushed through a haphazard process to meet artificial deadlines without respect to quality or faculty expertise. And despite what you were told earlier from Mr. Bradbury, this inferior curriculum will replace the unique programs of our colleges, such as the requirement of NETCHI accreditation. I should not have been surprised, as Mr. Ojakian and his administrators like to promote Indiana's Ivy Tech system as a model. While working on my PhD at nearby Purdue University, I was hired by Ivy Tech to teach a summer course in basic writing and never met a full-time faculty member. The part-timer who handed me a one-page syllabus suggested that I might want to join other English faculty who are applying to do technical writing at Eli Lilly because the pay there was much better. The Ivy Tech syllabus and assignments were not worthy of the students who populated my class, so I replaced the materials with Purdue's acclaimed writing curriculum. Leaving the Midwest for Naugatuck Valley, I looked forward to developing students who could become future entrepreneurs and leaders for the state of Connecticut. I had good reason to hope in NVCC, for it had been a major part of my life. I grew up in Waterbury, and my father attended Waterbury State Tech, a forerunner of NVCC. My father began taking classes at Waterbury State after he was laid off from his job, and 8 years later graduated with a degree in engineering. After completing his education, he started a business in Torrington that today is the largest airline cushion manufacturer in the world. So I've seen what strong local community college education can do. I have dozens of friends and family and neighbors who began their careers with degrees from Naugatuck Valley. Many use this small community college as a launching pad for the graduate degrees they now possess. After a false start at an independent four-year college, my nephew graduates this spring with an MVCC degree and just passed his EMT exam after completing the MVCC EMT coursework. The current consolidation will put an end to this kind of local, deeply personal educational experience. MVCC's neighborhood-like approach allows our students to feel confident and supported enough to succeed. An impersonal, monolithic corporate institution that would be one of the largest in the US in one of the smallest states does not serve anyone's interests. And so far, it has cost MVCC a president who was a transformative figure, not just in education and not just in Waterbury, but in every community in our region. We have lost her advocacy, and with her, donors and industry leaders who understand the value of local control over the engine that provides them with their workforce.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You've gone past the 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay. To replace our presidents, the politically appointed BOR is hiring 12 CEOs, has hired 3 regional presidents, multiple vice presidents, a consolidated college president, a consolidated college provost, assistant vice president, and assistant president. This bureaucracy is not cheaper nor efficient, and it will do nothing to foster the kind of community the students and citizens of our cities and towns deserve from their community colleges. Thank you.
Mr. Picard, thank you. Don't go anywhere, though. I do see one of my colleagues has their hand up. Representative Ackert. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Slapp. Good to see you there, by the way.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, and so, Mr. Picard, I want to just thank you for your passionate display for what you believe was and could be again a great system that we had developed. I believe you're talking about Dr. DeFilippis, was the president there, if I'm not mistaken?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I was honored to be on the committee under the Board of Trustees back in the day when we hired her. And her
good
passion.
hire.
Yeah,
good hire,
thank
sir.
you. Thank you. That was a passion to when we brought her in and saw her passion and what she wanted to do with that, as you said, regional school, right? So and she really became part of a fabric of that community. And that is what I believe we're slowly losing under the Board of Regents. And I just wanted to thank you for coming on and hope that, your input and others that have come on. And so Pastor, you talked on many bills about what we need to do. We'll make an impact, whether it's with, I know it is making an impact with this committee, but hopefully it goes higher to that and under the administrators, Lamont's administration and sits there and looks at, listen, are we going in the right direction? And how do we bring back that localized community college type of atmosphere with these community colleges and, your four-year institutions, have that flexibility with them too. So rather than just lump them all, here's how we're going to do this, very systematic, rather than making sure that we understand the culture of our communities. And I'm sorry to see that we have lost a great educator in Dr. DeFilippis. So, and again, I want to thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Picard, there's 2 more questions here. Representative Haynes, I saw was up first. Representative.
Thank you, Senator Slapp, and it's great to have you. Ron, thank you so much for being here today. The value of the community college obviously is, you're very eloquent in your statement as to how important it is to your members of your own family, but also, we all know of those stories. We all have those stories. And one of the aspects of the community college system is that it is within the communities, and therefore we are reaching more of our students where they live and how they live, which is most important. So I think that's really key, and I do appreciate all your comments. In regards to the one bill that you talked about, how the oversight of the legislature with the colleges when they're looking to either merge and or close. Can you speak a little bit more about why it's important that the legislature gets involved in that, whether it be on the closing or the merging or both?
Well, I think there needs to be more oversight. We need to know what's going on. A lot of questions, we've raised a lot of questions and we don't get good responses. We don't get good responses from our system office. We don't get good responses from the BOR. I think it was mentioned that our faculty advisory committee chairs are denied voting privileges on the board and cannot raise amendments. So that's sort of a problem in getting the faculty voice through. We've made several requests. I asked, to know who the faculty were who are working on consolidated programs, right? Because, these programs that they're going to impose upon all 12 colleges should be developed with best practices in mind. And I wanted to make sure that the people that were working on them, because I know that many of us resigned in frustration, I wanted to make sure that the people that they still had working on them were qualified to be making the decisions they were making based on courses and programs and things like that. And the response I got was, well, we don't know how many people, we don't know who's working on it. And which is patently false, because they paid stipends to people who work on it over the summer. But they refuse. So they continually refuse to answer questions that the faculty have. And I'm a faculty senate president, so I'm representing my college's faculty, and I'm asking these questions, and they refuse to answer the questions. So I guess our hope is that they would be willing to answer the questions that the legislature would ask them. That's been part of the problem, is that they're making decisions without transparency. We still don't know how much this whole transition, this merger costs. They haven't been able to tell us how much it costs.
Right. Thank you for that. And then, we have a couple other bills, one that is asking that we have faculty and student representation on their boards. And also one that's requiring some training for the governing boards. Can you speak a little bit to that as to how valuable are those two bills? I know you didn't necessarily come to speak on those, but in your position, you might have some insight.
Sure. I can tell you that Kalina Sasanker, who you've probably heard from before, is one of the smartest, most organized, and most passionate people I've ever met, and she is our FAC chair. Her input to the BOR, as someone who is deeply in tune with the needs of our students and the needs of our faculty and the needs of our staff, would be really key to the BOR. And it's a shame that she and Dr. Blitz from Central are often dismissed or not listened to. You'll watch BOR meetings, and they, when the two of them speak, the videos go off, or the BOR members look bored. They're just not interested. There's never any questions. And so I think it's important for them to have full voting privileges in order to be full members of the board and to be able to make full contributions to the board. Because again, no one knows our students better than us faculty. No one knows our students better than we do. Many of the BOR members are politically appointed and don't have a background necessarily in higher education. So they need to listen to these voices. And then I think, could you state the other bill?
Sure. We have a bill up that is requiring some training of the members of the BOR.
Yeah, and again, I guess I started to speak to that accidentally, but yeah, given how few of them have any experience in higher education, and particularly curriculum development, which is a specialization of faculty. That's why NETCHI gives faculty oversight of the curriculum, because that's where our expertise lies. And we had a college success course that the Board of Regents passed over the objections, the almost universal objections of the faculty. We all voted against this course, and then the system office went directly to the BOR, and the BOR approved it over the objection of the faculty. And so, the fact that they don't understand, I don't think they really understood what this course was or what this proposal was, because again, to be fair to them, they don't have the experience, they don't have the background to be able to make curricular decisions. That's the province of the faculty. And so I do think that maybe perhaps a little bit of training in terms of what faculty do and how programs are developed and best practices in curriculum would be a big benefit to the board.
Well, thank you, Ron. I do appreciate your insights, and thank you to Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Another question for you, Ron, from Representative Napoli.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you here, and I look forward to working with you, and congrats on your new position. Hi,
Thank you.
Ron. Thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate your advocacy for NVCC. I will tell you that institution is extremely important to the city of Waterbury. And I would just say the greater Waterbury community. As a public high school teacher, I have had many students who attended NVCC, and I can't tell you the level of academic support that university has given them. You know, right before this pandemic hit, myself and Senator Haskell and Representative Haddad were able to tour the facility, and we saw, you know, constant involvement from the faculty. We saw food pantries that the faculty was involved with, and many different outreach programs. So I'd like to have more conversations with you offline to see, you know, how we could best represent the faculty buy-in and how we can help them going forward.
Absolutely. I will get in touch.
Please, thanks, appreciate it.
All right, I think that's it, Ron. So appreciate your time and have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's go to Carmen. And Carmen, you can tell me if I'm pronouncing your last name right. Yiamianis?
Yeah, very good. Very close, Derek.
Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon. Good to see you.
Yeah, yes. So yeah, Carmen Yamianis. I live in West Hartford. I'm a member of the Four Cs Union. I've been a full-time faculty at Capital Community College in biology for 24 years. And thank you for this opportunity to speak today. I'm very much in favor, and I hope that we can convince you to pass House Bill 6403, which asks for legislative approval for the merging or closing of colleges. Normally, I would say legislative oversight of the BOR, the systems office, should not be necessary, but I really do believe that the CSCU Board of Regents is not doing their job to question and set policy for the president and the systems office. It's remiss in their duties, as Ron had just kind of alluded to. And instead, really what the BOR is receiving policy from the president of the CSCU and just rubber stamping it and just disregarding faculty and staff concerns. So I am highly in favor of that. And then I just want to just mention here, you know, that, and again, you've gotten a lot of testimony from others. I was chair of the Senate 2 years ago at Capital Community College Senate, where we cast a vote of no confidence in the Board of Regents and Mark Rajakian due to our concerns of the Students First plan. And that was joined in by 10 of the 12 community colleges. So there's overwhelming individuals and faculty and staff at our colleges that are very concerned about this move forward with the Students First. I just want a couple little things, just more specifically say about Capital. As you know, that we've had so much money going into the systems office and not enough money coming to the college. I'm going to give you an example. We had a chemist retire 5 years ago. At Capital Community College, we offer 25 to 30 sections of lecture in chemistry or lab. And we have one full-time chemist. And every year I'm saying, let's please get us another full-time chemist. And every year we're being told, oh, hiring freeze, we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money. But yet, I mean, there's just so much money that's being used to hire managers at, you know, various levels above this that are, so when I'd heard someone from the system office saying, oh, we have all this money, it's not just going to the system office, it's going to all the colleges. Well, we have one chemist for teaching 25 to 30 sections. Now, of course, he's not doing it, but you know, the full-timers are in charge of the curriculum and setting this, and we have so many different adjuncts. It'd be really nice to hire more, but we're told, no, not enough money, no, not enough money. And I want to just say something specifically about Capital. Capital has 72% of Capital students are minority, and many of the students come from some of the poorest zip codes in the country. And the Students First plan, as you heard, plans to eliminate developmental non-credit courses in math and English. And our students really do. A lot of them come unprepared, but they have hopes and dreams. I have in my classes to do well, to get a nursing degree and provide for their family and be a role model for their children. And if we get rid of these developmental classes, and these are so much of this is proposed by non-academic political appointees. And it's just going to be devastating for our students. I'm like, where are they supposed to go if they come from an underprepared college, I mean, a high school, and try to come in and they're just, nope, you have to take your credit English or credit math. There's no remedial. And I just feel just horrible about that.
Excuse me, you've gone past the 3 minutes. Would you summarize, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
So I also implore you to adopt House Bill 5545. The transparency and the CSU budget is sorely needed. Thank you.
Carmen, thank you. I appreciate you waiting for a couple hours here. And does anyone have any questions for Carmen? I do not see any, so I think you're free to go. So have a wonderful afternoon, Carmen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so next is John Malfettone, and Kelly Hall is on deck, but is John Malfettone here? I saw his name.
I'm here. I am here. I am here.
There's John. John is an old friend. Good to see you again, John.
Chairman Slapp, good to see you. Chairman
Welcome
Slapp, Chairman Elliott, yes, and members of the Higher Education Advancement Committee. My name is John Malfettone. I'm chairman of UConn Proud, an independent nonprofit organization that was formed in 2018 to promote the connection between excellence at the University of Connecticut and its impact on the state of Connecticut. We believe the growth and sustainability of Connecticut's economy, as well as the vibrancy of our state's culture, are both stronger with better prepared Huskies graduating. Prior to my current role, I served as chairperson for the UConn Foundation and spent 10 years on that board. I graduated from UConn with a BS in accounting many, many years ago, 1970 something. I met my wife there. My best friends are alum. I've attended every Big East tournament since 1980 and look forward to be back into the Garden. And I've worked in Connecticut for 40 of the 42 years that I've been employed before I retired in 2018. I say this because I feel like I owe everything that I have in my life to the University of Connecticut, and I basically bleed blue every time I cut myself. I'm here to testify in support of HB number 6375, an act concerning the unfunded pension liability portion of the fringe benefit costs for employees of the constituent units of the state system of higher ed. As an organization committed to ensuring the continuation of UConn's positive contribution to the state's economy, this is really a critical issue for us, perhaps the single most important budget issue facing UConn and the health center in 2021 and beyond, as it has in the past. As most of you have heard over the past several years, the issue of continually increasing state unfunded pension and healthcare liabilities being charged to UConn and UConn Health is a serious problem. In addition to being a burden on students through higher tuition costs, it also impairs UConn's ability to be competitive in seeking research grants. We think being a major research institution is important to our academic standing, as well as to being able to attract top flight professors. UConn and UConn Health research fringe rate is an outlier, approximately 20% higher than the institution that we collaborate with and compete with. This results in fewer research grant dollars, innovation, commercialization, and federal dollars to the state's economy. More research grants would enable UConn to incubate and commercialize ideas into businesses that would help the Connecticut economy. Being a top research institution is critical to the mission of the university and important for job growth in our state. By allowing UConn and UConn Health Center to compete on a level playing field with their peers, we will maximize the impact on the state's economy beyond the $5.3 billion already injected into the state's economy, as noted in the UConn Impact Report, which was published in 2020. That's it. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working with you on this and any other matters in ensuing sessions, and I'm prepared to take questions.
John, thank you. As the new chair, I'll take the liberty of asking you a question here. And I know that, there's no question, it seems like we've heard the testimony today, that the fringe rate, which, incorporates those past unfunded liabilities, undermines the ability of the university to attract research dollars. Do you think the same could be said for philanthropy? I mean, does that impact, you think? I mean, you've been involved with the foundation obviously for a long time, but do you think that it diminishes those efforts as well, even though there has been a lot of success, from the foundation?
Derek, yeah, Chairman Slapp, I think it does. I think it's and I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think it's a primary issue, but when you get into the details of where the university is spending its money, it certainly raises eyebrows, especially when compared to other institutions.
Understood. Thank you. Let me just make sure there's no other questions for you. I don't see any. I do appreciate your patience waiting all these hours to testify, and thanks for all that you do for UConn.
All right. Good seeing you again, Derek.
All right. You too. Have a great afternoon.
Bye.
All right. Kelly Hall, you are up next. So Kelly, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Kelly Hall, and I'm the Development, Communications, and Grants Manager for the Connecticut Association for Community Action, or CAFCA. We're the state association that works with Connecticut's 9 community action agencies, or CAAs, the state and federally designated anti-poverty agencies that serve nearly 200,000 low and moderate income people in every city and town across the state. So I'm here today to express our support for House Bill 6442. It's an act establishing a task force to study work-based learning opportunities in industries with a higher need in the state. So just to give a quick background about us, CAAs connect their customers to essential programs and services like employment and training, housing and shelter, energy and heating assistance, early childhood care and education, asset development, and food and nutrition. We use a holistic, multi-generational approach to work with our customers to plan, achieve, and maintain an attainable path to economic stability. So we know that Connecticut benefits when everyone has opportunities to succeed and contribute to the economy. Young adults in high school and college just starting out in the workforce face several barriers to this. This includes emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, and more. And coupled with changes in the skills employers need and want, a skills gap has developed in our state. This can be really challenging for managers, especially when they try to hire people that are appropriately trained. And Connecticut also faces a shortage of qualified applicants for middle skill jobs in fields like advanced manufacturing, construction, and healthcare. And budget deficits have also prevented the state from making strategic investments in workforce skills development initiatives in years past. And research has shown that over the next few years, workers will require some level of post-secondary education or certification. So unless the state steps in, many will be left behind without an adequate way to make a living, further perpetuating Connecticut's income inequality and systemic generational poverty. I'd like to note that community action agencies do play a key role in workforce development here in Connecticut by intervening with person-centered services, providing resource support pathways, and we also increase access to employment for at-risk and vulnerable populations. And actually, because of these efforts, one of our executive directors, Dr. Monette Ferguson, she's the head of the Alliance for Community Empowerment that serves Greater Bridgeport, serves as vice chair of the Equity and Access Committee within the Governor's Workforce Council. So just to wrap up, this task force created in this bill will help guide future planning around work-based learning programs, apprenticeships, and other efforts to train current and future workers. We also appreciate the committee's inclusion of CAFCA, my organization, to this task force so that we can work together with educators, policymakers, private industry, representatives of trade industry, and others to set Connecticut residents up for a successful future. By connecting high school and college students with work-based opportunities and industries with hiring needs, we can all work to help break the cycle of poverty and help people reach their full potential. So in closing, I strongly urge you to support House Bill 6227. Thank you so much for raising this important bill and for your time and consideration today.
Kelly, thank you. I do not see any questions, so I think you are off the hook. Let me just confirm. Yep. So thanks again, Kelly. Have a good afternoon.
You too.
All right. Just so folks know what's coming up here, Frederick Radat is next, and then Francis Cohen, and then Dennis Boguski. So Frederick, are you here? Frederick is next, and Frederick, I do not see Frederick. Okay. We will come back if he can jump in then. But let's move on, and we'll go to Francis. I think I did see Francis here. Francis, there you are. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Francis Cohn. I'm a professor of history at Tunxus Community College. I strongly support HB 6403 and urge you to pass it with the changes I've included in my written testimony. This bill will restore the oversight power the General Assembly possessed over the community colleges and CSUs until the creation of the politically appointed BOR in 2011. Others have documented many of the problems with the so-called Students First plan. I would just like to touch upon two areas of failure. Please read Dr. Donninger's testimony on the IT debacle, which has harmed hundreds of students. With the consolidation of HR, faculty and staff have no idea who they are supposed to communicate with if they have an HR question. The consolidation of payroll has resulted in faculty not receiving contracts, not being paid in full, or in some cases not being paid at all. Other services such as admissions, records, advising, financial aid, and course scheduling are scheduled for consolidation. The lesson is clear. Removing personnel and decision-making from the colleges and universities has immediate, significant adverse consequences. A second area of failure has been in the creation of the Connecticut State Community College, which is far behind schedule. Originally due to open in fall 2020, that goal was abandoned when NESHE termed the timeline unrealistic and the plan half-baked. The one college is now scheduled to commence in fall 2023, but given the amount of work that remains, it seems fanciful to think that this will happen. For example, in the next 18 months, some 650 existing programs need to be reduced to about 250 common programs. To date, not a single program has been approved. The community colleges are public trusts and need to be safeguarded as such. Given the scope of Students First and the problems with the plan, it is imperative that the legislature have the final say in the plan's fate. In addition, I strongly support HB 5545 and urge you to pass it. It will more clearly delineate the budgets of the various components of the system and help ensure that monies allocated to the schools are not used to fund system-level administrative functions. In FY17, system office expenses absorbed about 5.3% of the aggregate community college's budget. In FY21, that figure has swelled to about 10.9%. The budget for 61 Woodland Street is now larger than that of any of the community colleges, and more than half the size of that for Eastern Connecticut or Western Connecticut State University. Much of this money is being spent on building the Connecticut State Community College, a project which has siphoned tens of millions of dollars away from the community colleges. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Francis. I appreciate your testimony. I do see a question from Representative Vale. Representative, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. So what would your recommendation be to abandon the Student First program and the development of the statewide community college system?
If you want my frank answer, yes.
Okay,
I think there is ample evidence at this point to demonstrate that this is already harming our current students particularly and our current colleges. You know, monies have been drained off. We don't know how much, $20–30 million easily has been drained off to build this one college that may never be completed. And that's money taken directly away from our students, our programs. You know, if the goal is to save money, there's your money to save. You know, this last year, $16.5 million was budgeted for the one college, which is simply a group of administrators. All of those people were paid to work in a college that does not exist, that has no classes, has no students, has no accreditation. That is all money that could have been used in among the 12 community colleges. So without going on and on, the answer, yes, absolutely. There has to be a better way to achieve whatever goals need to be achieved. This is not the way.
I truly, again, I'm new to this committee and I appreciate that feedback. And I appreciate your frankness. We need more of this in the government because we need to know what's going on. And I think this is important. So you think that, again, previously each community college had its own administration and then they did things separately. what was the interaction between, from my area? I represent Stafford and Summer. So I have some people that go to Assuntuck. I have some people that go to Manchester. And Assuntuck's always had a reputation. They really kind of ahead of the game on manufacturing and things like that, where, you know, Manchester has other areas of expertise. So would you suggest we kind of go back to that type of system, or if you could elaborate? Because again, this all is kind of new to me.
Sure. The system before 2011, we had a board of trustees that oversaw the community colleges, and also a board of trustees. There were separate boards, one to oversee the CSUs, one to oversee the community colleges. And the board of trustees was an oversight body. It coordinated the work of the 12 community colleges, which is appropriate. You know, there has to be some oversight. There has to be some coordination. We are a system. We're not exactly 12 independent colleges. And I think that's what we need to return to. But now we have a system that's actively micromanaging everything that happens on campuses. 10 of the 12 community colleges have lost their presidents. They've been replaced by CEOs who have been really stripped of their authority to make any important decision. All important decisions seem to be emanating from Hartford and simply being transmitted down to the campus level. And by the way, that jeopardizes our current accreditation, which requires us to be autonomous, which requires us to service our own students. And there are colleges, including mine, that are up for accreditation this year. And it's going to be very interesting to see how NESHE, the accreditation body, assesses all of that. So short answer, I would suggest off the top of my head, we need some sort of return to prior to 2011, where there wasn't this overbearing centralized system imposing itself on particularly the community colleges, to some extent the CSUs also.
Okay, and this is good information. And you mentioned there's a part where we have a lot of administrators that, excuse me. Oh, okay, I'm back. So I'm on multiple Zooms at once, and this one's on my phone. So someone was calling me, so I apologize. So there is a lot. We have one college that's supposed to be being built, and there's a ton of administrators there that are currently employed that aren't really doing much as far as things that help the students right now. Correct. As we speak. Is that my Correct. Understanding?
Yes.
And okay. And are there other people, of your colleagues that share these concerns?
Oh, absolutely. And if you could poll them privately, particularly, you would find overwhelming concern about this and what's happening on the campuses.
Do you think they're somewhat intimidated to speak out?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm State Representative Kurt Vale. I want you to, can you reach out to me directly?
Thank you.
I would be happy to kind of learn more about this and maybe be an advocate on your behalf if that makes sense to me. But I'd certainly very concerned about, I want to see what's best for students, and, too much administration isn't always the best, especially if they're not administrating over anything. And so I definitely want to learn more about this. And if you could get in touch with me, I'd greatly appreciate it. Maybe I could talk to some of your colleagues as well.
Thank you, Representative. I will definitely do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I do not see any more questions. So Francis, I think you're free to go, but thank you for sharing your thoughts and for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator.
You're very welcome. Okay. I still don't see Frederick, so we're going to keep moving ahead. Dennis Boguski is next, and then Stephen Adair, and then Deba Khanbiro is after that. So let's go to Dennis. Dennis, are you there?
Can't mute.
There you are.
Okay.
I
think I'm unmuted now.
You are unmuted. We can't see you. If you want to turn on your camera, you could do that. I don't know if that's a requirement, but it certainly is.
Yeah, let me hit the camera button. I'm
An
sorry.
added bonus for all of us. There you go.
Yes, it is. Here we go.
right.
Yes. Let me introduce myself. First, thank you for allowing me to testify today, this afternoon. I've been listening to this hearing since it started this morning. There's been some very interesting commentary in this hearing from different agency heads and also folks like myself that work in the system. So let me introduce myself. I'm Dennis Boguski. I'm the president of the American Federation of Teachers that represents faculty, both teaching and non-teaching at the community technical colleges. That's alongside of the 4Cs faculty. We have two union groups, and we have pretty much the same contract, but two separate contracts as well. Additionally, I'm a faculty member, and I direct the International Student Program at Norwalk Community College. I've been with the system and going in my 41st year this spring. Most importantly, I'm a community college graduate. I graduated from Housatonic Community College almost 50 years ago. In 2 years, it'll be my 50th anniversary of that graduation. That college launched me. I was a kid that didn't do well in the state university system. Maturity issues, I'm not going to blame anybody but myself. I went to the community college and I got a degree. I had great professors. I had a great experience, not just academically. I got involved in a variety of things. That was an important step in my life. That changed my life. That allowed me to reach farther, to go farther, and to end up with a career in education, higher education in particular. So today I'm before you to urge support. And I'm going to stress this, to urge support for House Bill 6403, the act requiring legislative approval of mergers, closures within the system. The reason and reasons to support this are many and have been articulated extremely well by speakers that have spoke earlier today and will speak after me today. I'm not going to repeat all of those reasons. What I'm here to do is to amplify and add support to both the credibility, the importance, and the immediacy. And those are three important words: credibility, importance, and immediacy. We're at a point where this bill has to pass. The Board of Regents can no longer be allowed to continue to bulldoze their way through the existing community college system. They cannot be allowed to continue to dismantle the system, to have a college that has X millions of dollars assigned to it, X millions of dollars of administrators, but no students. They cannot be allowed to continue on this process unchecked. So, why should this legislation pass? Number one, it's good business. It assures for healthy and reasonable discussions and inclusive discussions. It returns the authority regarding any actions regarding mergers, closures, future of the system to you folks, the legislature, you folks that are elected by the citizens of the state. So it returns that power back to the state. And it assures for a system of checks and balances. Right now, none exists. And prior to 2011, you folks, the legislature, had that authority. You were the sole authority over mergers, closures, and everything else that goes along with it. You need to retake that authority. In fact, you'd be joining the majority of states in this country that has that authority. That was testified to earlier before, and I think.
Excuse me, you've gone over the 3 minutes. Would you summarize, please?
You're saying I'm long-winded. Yes, I will. Okay, so let me try to summarize this. I guess the best thing I can say is you need to retake the authority. You need to get this discussion at the table where you folks have a seat at the table and have the ability to make those decisions. These decisions are immediate, they're critical, and they need to be done. Thank you.
Dennis, thank you. Thanks for hanging in there. I don't see any questions, so I think you're off the hook, but I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. Stephen, I do see Stephen here. There you are. Stephen, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Slapp, Representative Elliott, ranking members of the committee. My name is Stephen Adair. I'm professor of sociology at Central Connecticut State University. I was also 8 years on the faculty advisory committee to the Board of Regents and served 5 years as the CSU representative on the board. I'm here to recommend passage of House Bill 6403, the merger bill, as well as HB 5545, which concerns the budget for the CSU system. The community colleges are public assets that belong to Connecticut citizens for the benefits of its citizens and communities. We need our public higher education institutions to be accountable to the public interest. We need you to hold them accountable. The plan that's called Students First is still years away from completion, but it's clear at this point that the plan does not fund Students First. The consolidation has already cost some tens of millions of dollars to build the administration for the new college, with more spending to come. The two bills are related to each other, I think, because the size of the state's investment in the consolidation is obscured. It's hard to figure out exactly how much it has cost to this point. And that's partly by the way in which the system office is funded. Most of the funds comes from the state university and to the community colleges. And to implement consolidation, revenues for itself, the system office would have come before you and the appropriations committee to alter the direction of expenditures and to justify the state investment. These actions would have made the cost of the consolidation much more visible to you and to the American taxpayer, the Connecticut taxpayer. Since the announcement of the plan in 2017, the system office expenses have gone from 30 million to a budgeted 69 million for fiscal year 2021. The chart one that's in my written testimony illustrates the modest decreases in system office expenditures after the merger in 2011 and the abrupt change in 2017. The increase in system office expenditures alone would have easily paid for debt-free college for all community college students. Table 1, which is also in my written testimony, illustrates the diversion of revenue to the system office from the colleges where the students are. Overall, the total expenditures for the community colleges increased by 10.5% from 2017 to 2020, but the community college portion of the system office budget increased by 127%. When the fringe benefit costs are removed from the total expenditures, we see that most of the colleges experienced actual declines, while the system office has increased 125%. The cumulative increase in the cost of the system office since 2017, just the increase, is $69 million. Some fraction of that has gone to the delivery of shared services in IT and HR, but a larger portion has gone to implement the transition and to fund the new administration. In the agenda for the October 2020 BOR meeting, a roster of appointments for the new college identifies 83 positions for the new college that have already been filled.
Excuse me? Excuse me, you've gone over the 3 minutes. Would you summarize, please? Thank you.
I will. So I'll close with just two recommendations for the merger bill. The language states that if legislatures does not act within 1 year, a proposed merger or closure be deemed approved. I'd recommend that it should be not approved without action. And further, I recommend adding the clause that the BOR shall not seek regional accreditation for a merger that has not been approved by the General Assembly. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. Representative Vale, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Well, this stuff is kind of disturbing to me, as I listen to more testimony. Students First is kind of an odd name. It sounds to me like Administration First should have been a more appropriate title for this act. Maybe something too. I'm concerned about these numbers, and maybe this is something I might make a request from the state auditor's office to do a little audit on this It's very concerning. But I have a question for you. I asked some questions earlier. Do you think that the CSU system and the community college should have separate boards?
I think if we look at what's happened from the merger since 2011, I think there's plenty of evidence that this structure has not worked very well. I don't think it's primarily about the personalities that make up the board that has resulted in that. I think there is sort of a structural problem with the ways in which this board has been configured. And in particular, I think that with 17 colleges to oversee, it has become challenging for the board to develop relationships with the presidents of each of those 17 schools. And that has resulted in pretty much a monopoly of information that goes to the board comes from the system office. And that system office then feels empowered to direct change across the 17 institutions, and that there has almost been no communication between the college presidents, the college campuses, and the faculty with the board. So yes, I think that there's a sort of structural problem there. I think going back to the way it was is one option. I think there are plenty of other ways that it could be arranged. The board could be expanded and having, for instance, regional groups of regents overseeing smaller portions of the schools. That would be one example of how that could be done.
Okay, because it seems to me, again, like you said, the bigger the tent gets, the less acute the attention can be. And that I would even think within the state university systems that although there might be some common goals and agendas, that each has their own area of expertise and some things. But I would think even amongst the state universities and the community colleges that you know, their goals and things might be different. So I appreciate again you coming up and sharing with us this information. It's been eye-opening for me. Again, any information you could share with us, the statistics I'm sure is that in your written testimony?
It's in the written testimony, yes.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I'm going to review that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Adair. Seeing no other questions, I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, my dog is maybe going to attack the postal carrier. I hope not, though. All right, my apologies about that. Let me quickly hand off to, is it Diba? Am I pronouncing your name okay?
Yes, that is correct. That is my name.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thanks. Good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Representative Elliott, Senator Slapp, congratulations. And the distinguished members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. My name is Diba Khan Bureau. I'm a full-time professor at Three Rivers Community College, and I am also the program coordinator of the Environmental Engineering Technology program. I have been at Three Rivers for 20 years. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here today to give support to HB 6403 with recommended substitute language in my written testimony and HB 5545, which are both very important bills in front of the committee today. I also want to add that I too came from the community college. I came from Thames Valley State Technical College before it merged with Mohegan Community College and Thames Valley. And now it's named Three Rivers Community College. I went on to receive my PhD from UConn. And so I have a very close relationship with the community college. Regarding HB 6403, an act requiring legislative approval for the merger or closing of colleges and universities, I want to say that you've heard a lot of my colleagues speak already, and I agree with all of them that have spoken today. The community college system was developed and implemented in the 1960s. The system was subject to legislative control requiring legislative approval for any action taking, including mergers and closures. This is a sensible and pragmatic approach. The legislators were elected by their constituents and therefore would oversee the business of the community college system. This is good business practice and good for the communities that the legislative serve. Until 2011, legislators and oversight and control on what happened with community colleges and universities. But then the CSCU system and the Board of Regents was created in 2011, and the legislature gave up that oversight. So it had been, the legislators had oversight for many, many years. I agree with all my colleagues, as I have said. There are so many questions and concerns regarding accreditation and consolidation, students first. There's a lot of controversy with it. The students are the ones suffering the consequences of a bloated bureaucracy. And since 2016, the budget of the Board of Regents grew by 90%, while the community college expenditures increased by 4%. Non-experts are now making decisions on curriculum and shared governance. And that's haphazardly harming our students and our educational institutions. They're disempowering and diminishing faculty and staff while the administration ignores our input and concerns on policy and curriculum. CSCU leaders have misrepresented faculty and staff support for students first. We have essentially put our community colleges and our state universities and our students at risk. We have roughly over 85,000 students in the CSCU system. The community colleges were once considered the gems of our communities. Our student population is still generally non-traditional, first generation, like I was, first generation, and underrepresented students. We provide a door to opportunity for these students to open it as wide as they want. When more expensive educational institutions may not have accepted these students, we provide the pathway to that particular institution that probably wouldn't have taken them before they got that leg up. I'm a product of that community college system. And it's of great importance that HB 6403 is passed by our legislation to regain oversight and authority of our community college system to ensure the future of our community colleges and universities. And I must say that Sean Bradbury, I don't know, but he must be living. Yes.
Excuse me, you're over the 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Jeannie. I just want to say it's a fairy tale. What you heard today from Sean Bradbury, if it was so good, why are we fighting this? Why have there been so many resolutions? And why have there been 1,500 people, faculty, staff, and students that have said no to students first in consolidation? If it were so good, why are we here today? I could be outside running right now. Thank you so much, everybody. I really appreciate your time.
You just reminded us it's 60 degrees outside.
It's
we could all be outside. It is beautiful. Well, this is democracy. It's messy, but thank you very much for your patience. And there's no questions, so you can go get on your shoes.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, take care. Okay, Olivia Rinkes is next, and then Seth Freeman, and then John Board. So Olivia, good afternoon to you. Are you here, Olivia? Yes, there she is.
You.
All right.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you to the members of the Higher Education Committee for the opportunity to speak. My name is Olivia Rinkes. I'm from North Stonington, Connecticut. I am calling to testify in favor of HB 6403, an act requiring legislative approval for the merger or closing of institutions within the Connecticut State colleges and universities. I am in favor of this bill, and I would like to ask the committee to pass it. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Brief to the point. All right. Very good. Any questions for Olivia? No? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much. Appreciate your patience with us. Mr. Freeman, Seth Freeman is next. Is Mr. Freeman here? I'll give him just a second. I don't see Mr. Freeman. Okay, well, if he comes in, we'll go back to him. But John Board, I do see John. So John, good afternoon, and you have the floor.
Hey, good afternoon, Senator, and congratulations on becoming chair.
Thank you, sir.
Chair Slapp, Chair Elliott, Ranking Member Whitgos, Ranking Members Haynes, and members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 997, the Faculty Representation Bill. As you all know by now, my name is John Boyd, a graduate of the CSCU system and former member of the Student Advisory Committee of the Board of Regents. For members who have served on this committee for some time, it should not be a surprise to you that I'm actually in favor of this bill, specifically the Section 2 provisions. However, I am quite frankly a little surprised that this committee did not include at first glance the student representation counterpart for this public hearing. The student representation counterpart is House Bill 6230. I look forward to joining with students and fellow alumni to make the case for this bill at a future hearing. Over the last 7 years, I have constantly put forth this CSCU representation bill to bring parity to and for students. Last term, the committee voted out the student representation bill by an overwhelming margin of 16-6, with a broad bipartisan coalition in support and on the bill as co-sponsors. It ended up getting a favorable vote in the Senate and died in the House as a victim of the clock. God, sine die thing. I would hope that members of this committee would strongly consider adding the student representation bill as an amendment to this legislation. I've attached my previous Restore the Representation one-pager from previous sessions for the committee's consideration. The proposal reforms the Board of Regents, allows the legislature to take back control, and provides for faculty and student proportional representation. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions which the committee may have. Thank you.
John, thanks. I do have a quick question for you. So I think many of us may agree with you in theory about, that student representation is important. Why is it important in practice too? Can you give an example of, how that would have an impact, or maybe something that's occurred in the past that you don't think would have if the students were better represented?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator, and thanks for the question. I think that a lot of the tuition increases over the past, especially during my first year on the SAC back in 2015, could have been avoided, quite frankly. And I'm saying both on a CSCU level as well as on a UConn level as well. While I think at some points maybe those increases, looking back, potentially may have been necessary, greater student representation could have maybe helped to minimize or reduce some of those proposed recommendations or implemented recommendations. So I very much believe that I think, quite frankly, allowing you guys as the legislature to take some of the control back from the governor, and this isn't a Republican Democrat thing, I'm saying from an institutional point, I think that there is a lot of weight to having students on the board. Now, I know the criticism has been in the past, students are not all that informed, but I think we're in a different time nowadays. Over the last 2, 3, 4 years, students have become engaged, and I have seen a big shift in student government engagement even since I've left university and graduated from university.
Great. Thank you, John. Okay, I don't see any of my colleagues with questions, so that's great. I appreciate your patience, hanging in there, and your advocacy. So thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Hey, thanks so much, Senator. Have a good one.
All right, you as well. Okay, Kalina is up next, and then Patricia O'Neill and Maureen Chalmers. Those are the next 3 speakers that we have. So is Kalina here? So there she is. Okay, great. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Thank you for this opportunity to address the committee. I'm Kalina C. Sanker. I teach philosophy at Gateway, and as the chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee to the board, I'm a non-voting member of the BOR. I'll be providing written testimony in support of 5 bills today, but I'll focus on a subset here. Implicit in the existence of degree granting institutions is an assumption that there is such a thing as expertise. And over decades, our colleges and universities have cultivated a crew of their own experts. Overwhelmingly, those experts have indicated that they believe the projects of the BOR to be ill-conceived and poorly led. The position of our educators, as expressed by governance bodies across the system, is that Students First represents an investment in the reduction of the quality of our state colleges and universities. It's nonsensical. It represents a departure from our mission as it concerns our students and our communities as a whole, and it makes claims about equity while employing methods incompatible with that goal. This investment was never explicitly approved since its costs have been consistently obscured. Its constantly shifting and unsubstantiated savings schedule and enrollment projections are fuel for a legitimate fear that the planned institution, already inferior in its design, will be further crippled by expected revenues that will never materialize. Note, for example, that last August, NECHI questioned how realistic the plan is once again, because no data or detail was provided to support enrollment projections. NECHI first called the plan unrealistic when the system applied for a substantive change in 2018 and was denied. At the time, it was projected that today students would already be enrolled in the programs of the Consolidated College. As it stands, that course catalog contains exactly one course. CSCU leadership promised this body evidence of immediate savings for a couple of years until finally the January 2021 Students First Finance Report required by the 2019 budget bill conceded that savings probably wouldn't appear until 2023. By its very design, the Consolidated College maintains an unusually large and redundant administrative structure, the cost of which will either significantly increase the cost of the system or require sustained reduction of staffing at our schools. But the plan proposed to achieve a reduction in administrative costs. You don't have to be an expert to be skeptical about this plan. The system office currently funds its projects by holding back portions of the block grant allocated to the CSUs and the CCs, limited only by its own discretion. In theory, the flexibility afforded by this setup might be a benefit, but discretion has allowed it to hold back for system office projects an amount larger than that allocated to any one of our community colleges. Because those projects are counter to the will of those responsible for the quality of the curriculum at our colleges, they amount to a hostile takeover facilitated by our own misdirected funds. If anyone is to make a decision as consequential as this latest merger, they should be accountable to the people who elected them. The legislature should be responsible for actively approving any mergers or closures before they can take place. The language of HB 6403 states that if the legislature does not act within 1 year, the merger or closure deemed approved. But with matters of such consequence, it seems that the plan should be actively affirmed and express the committee's vision for public higher ed before it can move forward. I recommend changing the language to not approved, and I also recommend that the following clause is added. The BOR shall not seek regional accreditation for a merger that has not been approved by the General Assembly. I also support HB 5545 so that we can never again find ourselves so deeply invested in a project that has not been adequately vetted. I also acknowledge SB 824 and 997 attempt to address a perceived failure to preserve public higher ed by adding knowledge of higher education to the board through training and through faculty voting rights. Had these been in effect last year, we might have avoided more than one consequential misstep. I certainly support them both. Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, you passed the 3 minutes.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
I certainly support them both, but I suggest that we continue moving forward towards something more substantial and structural. Last week, I testified in favor of HB 6402, and I believe that we sorely need the benefit of a study to determine the best composition of the board and the structure of the system. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see one of my colleagues has a question for you, and it is my wonderful co-chair, Representative Elliott. Representative.
Thank you, Chairman Slapp. So the question I have is, with the amount of money that we've spent already, could you give a little insight into what sort of problems we would foresee if we were to reverse course now? Because that's one of the biggest arguments I see against trying to make any changes to the way the Board of Regents is doing business now.
Mm-hmm. So we have absolutely made a lot of commitments to a new administrative structure. But the truth is the core of the college, right? What it is its curriculum. And that is something that is supposed to be the domain of the faculty. We have not yet achieved accreditation. In fact, we have not yet developed a curriculum for the new college. So at least maintaining faculty control over our own courses, programs, having the flexibility to respond to our specific communities so that we can develop programs quickly with thought towards what our specific communities and students need. those sorts of things. I mean, think about the inequities in K through 12 education across this state. Each college is going to have to address those things individually. So maintaining that, just, you know, faculty control over curriculum is enormous already. And we will have to figure out what to do with, you know, all the restructure that has already gone on. But that is the most important part of this.
Do you agree or disagree that some sort of large unified system could and or should work? Are you against the idea of a unified system as a whole, or are you just disagreeing with how it's being gone about?
There are some amazing things about the unity of our system. I really appreciate the ability to collaborate across all the colleges and the universities. And I don't know if in principle this thing could work. What I know is that it has not worked. And there is a real need to look at what's going on here and why it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. We've made steps towards some really important contributions to, you know, transfer articulation, etc. But we pick up these projects and then we let them fall as we move our attention to something else. So we don't yet know how successful, for example, our TAP program is, because now we've moved on to something else. So my thought about this system is specifically about how can we fix the mess that is happening here. I really don't know if in theory such a system could work. But I think that we could preserve a lot of the strengths that we have developed by working together without standardizing curriculum, without moving control of our curriculum away from faculty, without moving all the decision-making power far away from the actual places where students reside. That loss of perspective is just, it's very consequential, right? There's something very different about facing students every day and having a sense of what your community is and how best to serve it. So to take that decision-making power away and put it elsewhere is going to significantly change how we can serve our students and how we can serve our communities.
All right, and my last question is, could you just explain who you speak for and how you got to that position? Just to speak to the idea that, is this just a small subset that is louder than the rest of the professors, or do you speak for a wider contingent than, let's just say, the few people that showed up today?
So actually, and you've heard today from several Senate presidents at different colleges. We have at each college Senate presidents at each university. They have their own governance leaders. I, as the chair of the FAC, am elected by my peers along with David Blitz. So he represents the universities, I represent the colleges. But in theory, what I am attempting to do here is convey to you the prevailing position of our governance across the system, both colleges and universities. In my written testimony, you'll see links to a very long list of documents produced by our colleges and universities, not just critiquing, not just resisting, but extended literature reviews, research, just the amount of labor, the amount of work that has gone into really attempting to address the content of this plan and figure out whether we can provide input to make it work is enormous. And there has been just so much work over the past few years, and it's a labor of love, right? There are many of us who are in, you know, when you teach at a community college, you teach in public higher ed, and you consider it a calling because it's very specific, right? It has a particular kind of mission. And we're not doing it, they're not doing it because they're getting paid or they hope for advancement. In fact, the opposite is true. You very much risk cutting off paths for advancement if you resist the consolidation at this point, because the only paths are for promotion are through this consolidated structure. And yet you see the amount of work being put into into really addressing what matters, which is not whether we can make this fancy plan work, but whether whatever comes out of this will actually serve our students.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Great, thank you. Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, great testimony. You know, you're kind of like maybe boots on the ground. You know, you guys are the ones in front of the students. That's more what I want to hear from. What's best for the students? And I appreciate, I think, you know, your advocacy for that. You know, I'm concerned about this and having heard of it, and I'm almost embarrassed that I didn't realize more about it. But I forgot the point where I was going there. I apologize. Well, I lost my train of thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence. Do you think there's pressure from others? I asked this to someone previous, and there's a few of you up here testifying that that there's pressure from them, like you just said, that fear of maybe not retaliation, but fear from advancement and things like that, to speak out against this like you guys have today.
So are you saying that are you wondering whether we feel that we are threatened in any way by expressing these kinds of opinions, or
yes,
the version? Okay. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that you see people who work night and day for the past couple of years, really reaching out to legislators or writing reviews or contributing to critique of and proposed modifications of adopted board policies with great thought about, you know, how they will affect their students, or gathering additional research or whatever it might be. You see a lot of work that is not self-serving, because it does not lead to a promotion. It does not lead to a raise. It does not lead to ingratiating yourself to leadership, certainly. And yet the work is there. And I think that says something about the integrity of my colleagues. I am really, you know, just impressed with who we are. I'm proud to be part of this group. But there is real concern there. And that concern and the amount of effort that you're seeing is in no way self-serving. Yeah.
Okay, and I can see that in the passion of the people that have testified, you know, both yours and before you. And I would have to imagine, and you mentioned, in theory, could this work? Well, it's not. And so the theory doesn't matter. The proof is in the pudding. And I would have to imagine, when you're in the education field, that whether you work at Manchester, or I'm using my local ones, or Esnuntuck or Eastern Connecticut, that when you're in the education business, that you don't live in a silo anyways, that you're reaching out to other people and constantly trying to expand your knowledge base. And then what you could, I think you would do that naturally. I don't think we need to have this kind of forced regionalization and, you know, rubber stamp everything and have tons of administrators overseeing it, when, you know, our professors and other staff are on the ground with the students every day, seeing what works and what doesn't. Would you think that's a fair assessment?
Agreed. We have to think about what we're trading, right? We're trading curriculum that was built over years, over trial and error, that has been refined, that has been modified in various ways in response to how it has worked, for something that will be developed over the next few months, really, really hurriedly, and pushed through some sort of curriculum process. And in any project this complicated, there will be missteps. And it's huge and it's consequential. It will affect every corner of the state. So, you know, we said from the get-go, the FAC, even before I joined it, right back in 2017, really said, like, you cannot do this in this amount of time. And that is the fact. And we are seeing missteps as a result of haste. So yeah, I don't think that in principle there is any particular benefit to that standardization or centralization. And just in practice, we don't even have a shot at making it better that way.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Representative Wood. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh,
Good
I'm
to see
looking
you.
at, sorry, the video off. Thank you. Is it Dr. Sasanker?
Yes.
Really lovely testimony. And I think to the heart of what has concerned many of us is the concept in itself is not a bad idea, but how it's playing out does not show yet that it's going to be a benefit to the students. So I do have a question. It's purely technical. Two questions. One, I'm looking for your testimony online and I don't see it. Okay, I'm with you. I was always the kid who was slipping the homework under the teachers. Yet, got it. Thank you. Well, I look forward to seeing it because I think you have a lovely perspective and you've really done the work, and other people have as well. And I've been involved in this for a couple of years now. I represent the area covered by Norwalk Community College, and I'm so fond of that. Our son graduated from there, and I love what you said about this is a calling. And I believe it is a calling when you're a professor at particularly community college, and they're the gems of our system. We have to do this right. Mm-hmm. And I do want to see that, your testimony. So whenever it's ready, great. No demerit for coming in late, because I know that.
Trying to give you all the links, so I'll put them in. Yep.
Do you feel that the Board of Regents in this process of consolidation has truly listened to you all on the community college level? And I know that's probably a broad question, but do you feel there's been appropriate, productive give and take?
I mean, the answer is absolutely no. There really has been almost no give and take. And yeah.
Thank you. That's what my experience was. It's not what the Board of Regents will say, though. So I think somewhere we've got to find out the truth of that as we do our due diligence on this. So again, thank you. And most of all, thank you for your passion for the community college students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, I don't see any more questions. Thank you very much for hanging in there. Thanks for your time, and I'm sure we'll speak again soon.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon. Okay, I do see that Mr. Freeman, Seth Freeman, has joined us, so we're going to go back and invite Mr. Freeman to say a few words, and then we'll return after that with Patricia O'Neill and Maureen Chalmers. Okay, Mr. Freeman.
Hello, thank you very much. Members of this committee, I'm Professor Seth Freeman from Capital Community College. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I want to fundamentally challenge the reasons why the Board of Regents are doing this consolidation. The consolidation of our community colleges have nothing to do with equity or improving student outcomes. This consolidation is about one thing: consolidating power for the Board of Regents and saving money. To this day, CSCU leaders talk about how the colleges will retain our unique identities. And they say that we will achieve savings, but not due to the decreases of faculty and staff. Unlike what's being said, the consolidation will in no way allow each community college to retain our unique identity. Rather, the consolidation is forcing us to all teach the same curriculum, and it's forcing us to all have the same policies. The consolidation is stripping decision-making away from the college level. Our CEOs can no longer make hiring decisions. Our CEOs cannot even close the college due to a snow day. The other misstatement is that the consolidation will save money without a decrease of faculty and staff at the local level. Through this consolidation to date, the system has spent millions of dollars on regional and centralized administrators. While administrative savings could have been possible, the structure they have built clearly will not realize any. So that begs one to ask, where will the savings come from? The savings will occur on the backs of faculty and staff at the colleges. There will be savings, but it will be savings due to attrition of people retiring, and there will be savings due to programmatic cuts, which will occur once the consolidation is done. This is the real goal of consolidation, and I just want everybody to be clear on that fact. The primary purpose of consolidation is to make it easier for the Board of Regents to close programs at our colleges. As long as we are 12 independently accredited colleges, it is difficult for the Board of Regents to shut down programs. Once we are consolidated, it is easier to shut down or merge programs. Frankly, once we're consolidated, it's easier to shut down a campus. So the community college faculty and staff who see our decision-making abilities being taken away from the Board of Regents are frankly tired of the lies from the Board of Regents. The Board of Regents cares about one thing and one thing only, taking power and control from our colleges. Once they have the power, they can close down programs. Once they have the power, frankly, they can shut down an entire campus. I asked this committee to challenge the Board of Regents and the CSCU administration. Please understand what the real goal of consolidation is, and please help us to stop what is happening. And thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm taking over for Senator Slapp. I see a question from Senator Witkos. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Professor Freeman, for testifying today. You said it about 3 times in your testimony, so I want to challenge you on it. That the whole purpose of the Board of Regents is to consolidate power and to save money. Well, that's exactly the second part. The latter is the exact reason why I think the legislature voted on the Board of Regents, is to try to find savings because the cost of education is just growing exponentially year after year. And, so isn't the amount of money that the state provides to the college system. But I would ask if you could share with me, how is it at this point, from what I understand, it is all the office functions or the backroom functions that we're hearing about, whether it's IT, HR, legal. How is that impacting the students, if you will? So let's start with that question.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Witkos. I just wanted to in answering your question, I wanted to clarify, it's not the back office functions that are being consolidated. It's the entire college campus that's being consolidated. The academic programs are all going to be the same, one academic program across the entire state. There will be no difference in the curriculum we teach. So it's not just the back office function. Originally, it was IT, and purchasing, et cetera. Now they've effectively consolidated the academic department. So there's one academic department across the entire state.
So give me an example. So
there is one. So right now, if we look at our 12 community colleges, there are 6 different social service programs. So take an argument. When and those faculty at the different and program coordinators at the different programs have some discretion in the different nuances in terms of the curriculum they teach, the different nuances in terms of how they work with their local agencies, and they have some control over the decisions they make for their programs. When we're done, there'll be one social services program, if you will, managed by one manager, and all the faculty across the entire state will have to follow the lead of that one manager. So it's just a very centralized, so that's what, the academic program is being centralized. Not just, purchasing and IT and HR, but the academic program itself is being centralized. And now the question is, what's the impact on that for students? Well, when you, I can just share the perspective of a faculty member, right, who's come up in the community college system, and I've had the ability to develop new courses. I can work with my students, and I can, frankly, work with my department at Capital Community College, develop new courses. I can work with people in my community and try to create novel programs and services. That is going away, right? There will be one, computer science program. The manager in Hartford will tell all the computer science faculty, this is what you'll teach. Not just this is what you'll teach, but to be frank, be happy you have a job to teach in the first place, because you're expendable, and we'll find 5 adjunct faculty to teach your course for you. So it's not just
somewhere in the plan, because I haven't seen that, where it says there's going to be one basically chair of I'll say a subject matter, because I don't know.
Oh no, that is in the organizational chart. In the organizational chart, it shows that there are area of study deans for the entire state. There's one dean of humanities for the entire state. There's one dean of that's what we mean by they're consolidating the academic program. And that's why we call it the cookie cutter curriculum. It's the one curriculum that everybody teaches. And that's anathema to, well, first of all, it's anathema to what we've been doing. So there'll be some resistance, but it's also anathema to, just, we don't think that's the best way of doing it. I mean, I don't, it's just not the model that we're in support of. And I'll give an example. Let's look at the developmental education. This is a really specific.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, sure, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so it's not the model that you're supporting. However, our completion rates right now are abysmal for students. So maybe we need a new model, and maybe this is what I don't know, because we're hearing about this. That's why the public hearing is and the plan, and Nietzsche will get involved in looking at the new direction, if there is one, for the Board of Regents. But how do we go about changing things that we're seeing from students, that they're just not completing their courses of study?
Senator Wickles, I would have answered the question this way. If we have started this discussion by individuals coming to Capitol or to any one of our colleges and saying there's the issue with completion rates, which is real, there are equity gaps which are real, what's your solution for them? Does anybody think our solution would be to spend millions of dollars on a centralized administration, not put any resources to the students? Not one additional dime is going to our campuses, right? So the equity gaps, the completion rates are problematic. Capitol has more than 70% of our students are part-time, and to be frank, those students aren't even part of the statistics, right? Because it's first-time full-time students. So 70% of Capitol students aren't even part of the discussion. So let's look at the 30% who are full-time. Some of them are returning to school, so they're not part of the first time, full time anyway. These statistics don't tell the full story about our success rates in the first place. But the Board of Regents, that's not the narrative you'll hear from the Board of Regents. They will. This is a solution, and the problem is real. But what I'm trying to say is there are real needs. I would answer the question to say the solution is to invest more in what the students need. Invest in more support for the students, invest for more, but that's cost money. And the goal from this consolidation from the beginning has been to save money. So we haven't looked at it from the discussion of this is not about what the students need. If we're going to have honest conversation, this isn't about what the students need. This is about the best way to save money and have a leaner system and find efficiencies, which I understand. All the faculty and staff said from the beginning, for the most part, is allow our colleges to retain our individual accreditation. Find efficiencies where they can be found. Let us retain our individual accreditation, because through individual accreditation, we maintain some meaningful autonomy over a centralized administration that can just dictate everything.
How do you respond to, and we've heard this, it's a frustrating issue for me, when we've heard, I think it's TAG or TAP, which the transitional, you're going from one degree program, where you have a professor that may say, well, you're trying to transfer this credit over from that school. I don't agree with it. It's not up to the level that I would teach, so I'm not accepting it. I mean, from a student's perspective, and from whoever's paying the bill, that's so frustrating, because how do you not know that? Or when you have a professor, and I'm not picking up professors, but I'm saying, I know you want to have your, I'm trying to think of the word I want to use, intellectual autonomy, where you can.
Professional discretion, yeah.
Right, yeah, exactly, curriculum discretion. But how do we as policymakers try to make it as seamless for the students to try to figure out if everybody has their own type of, especially if they're transferring to or from and what have you?
Senator, I would say to that, there certainly have been historically, I think a small percentage, but nonetheless, students that experience transfer difficulties when going from in between the community college system. I would simply posit that there would be solutions to that wouldn't involve this massive undertaking. And I would be almost willing to promise we could have, I mean, we already do have a common curriculum across the community colleges. So there's already common course numbering. So there's already some level of standardization as it is. But with that said, there are still nuances in different programs. I would simply maintain that solution could have been solved in more effective and less wide-ranging ways than is being done by the Board of Regents.
Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for your questions. Next, we have, I think Representative Haddad put his hand up, then down, then up again. So why don't we go to Representative Haynes and then go to Representative Haddad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony here today, Professor Freeman. Just kind of on Senator Witkos's question, if you will. There are certain courses or certain works of study that are available at some of the colleges, and some of the colleges don't do it. So in my understanding that Tunxus has a really good dental hygienist program. I don't know that all the schools have that. Can you speak to kind of some of that? Is there reasons why certain of our community colleges have certain programs and certain of them don't? And does this consolidation then, straight that out? Or will those, through this consolidation, will we still be able to have those regionalized programs? And my assumption is, and correct me if I'm wrong, are these regionalized programs like specific programs that are being done because of regional job opportunities, and is that why they happen there? So I mean, is some of the community college function work in tandem with our job force?
So, Representative Haynes, to my understanding, specialized programs like the dental hygienist program at Tunxus will certainly remain, and where there are programs like that, I think of others that exist at one or two colleges, those programs will remain. They will probably be, standardized in some way to remove some of the to make them to make them similar, but they will certainly remain. So there's certainly no disinvestment of any type in terms of any of our specialized programs. They'll remain. But there is not a regionalization of programs. It's a centralization of programs, meaning across. If there's a program right now, I'll use computer science, which is my discipline. There will be one computer science program when we're done with this consolidation. There won't be, right now there are 12 different ones, which one could argue is not the most effective model, but nonetheless, there are 12 different ones. When we're done, it won't be that there are regional ones, there will just be one across the entire state. And so they're referred to as just the one college degree programs. Some of the programs, however, I'll just go back to the really specialized programs. I'm thinking, I think my colleague Lois Amy before has spoken about some of the specialized programs at Norwalk that are different than some of the other special, the same, I'm forgetting which program it is, but there are some specialized programs that even when there's only 1, 2, or 3 in the state, they're not looking to be centralized. They're looking to retain their individual differences, because they really specialize. They have different relationships with their communities and with the workforce in their communities. And they also kind of object to being centralized into one. So whether it's a more common program, like, that we're making into one program, I mean, there's some resistance to that, but there's also even some resistance for the specialized programs that are being consolidated.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we'll move on to Representative Haddad and then Representative Smith. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to take very much time. I know the day is been getting long, and like Deba, I want to get outside and enjoy the weather. But here's what I did think it was important to say, particularly after the conversation that we've just had over the last few speakers. And that is what has always been frustrating to me is that in advancing the Students First proposal, that we have not been able to parse out certain aspects from others. And so, Professor Freeman mentioned, for example, that a lot of back office functions could be consolidated without having to consolidate the institutions themselves. that there could be shared services for sure, without consolidating the institutions. Additionally, we know that we can create articulation agreements that guarantee the transfer of credits and streamline the transfer of credits between institutions without consolidating institutions themselves. And so a lot of what is described as Students First by the Board of Regents are initiatives that don't depend on a single institution. Although I certainly think that they would be facilitated, but I don't think that they depend on it. And instead, what we lose is that individual culture of each of the institutions, which I think would be a significant loss. But here's my question for Professor Freeman or any other speakers who come after. I'll ask this question once, and I'll ask this at the Thursday forum as well, which is on Students First and getting an update, and that we, as an informational forum, that your committee leadership is decided to hold on Thursday. I think one of the fundamental flaws in our current system is that it elevates the administrative office over the institutional leadership of our 17 institutions. And what I mean by that is that right now, the way my understanding from serving as a subcommittee chair on appropriations for a number of years, we appropriate money to the individual systems, community colleges and the CSUs. The Board of Regents has the responsibility of allocating those dollars. And then remarkably, what they do is they assess against institutions' own resources money to return to the central office for the provision of services that it deems are essential to the institutions. And instead, so what we have now is a system where the administrative office has power and control over the individual leaderships of all of our 17 institutions. And so the university president at any of our state universities can't not pay the bill that's being sent to them for services from the central office. And in fact, also I've heard, and I'll ask this directly to the Board of Regents, that our individual campus leaders and institutional presidents don't have a lot of direct access to their own governing board, the Board of Regents. So I wanted to know what your perspective was on this system that we've created that elevates the administrative office above and beyond the leadership of the individually accredited institutions, as opposed to creating an administrative office that is in fact responsive to the campus leaders and the campus presidents, and serves them on projects that they deem would be important and necessary for the institution's survival.
Well, Representative Haddad, I'll do my best to simply just start by saying I agree with your concern. I certainly can't speak for any university president or college president, but I can share that I do feel there is frustration from our community college presidents, now CEOs, regarding the decision making that's been taken away from them. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Even before this consolidation continues, and yes, the lack of direct access, frankly, to the Board of Regents, the CSCU administration with their various levels and people that are now there, very much are pretty much the only group that is able to inform the board about the different priorities. So I do not believe the board is hearing enough from the university presidents and the CEO. So I certainly share that concern. And I'll just end by saying that this new model isn't going to make that any better. This new model is going to reinforce and exacerbate that problem. And on a personal level, I'm just going to share that it doesn't help our colleges to have leadership that has so much power taken away from them. So I mentioned before, our CEO can't make hiring decisions, right? One of the most fundamental. So when we talk about how an institution retains its identity, its culture, if the head of that if the head of that organization can't even make hiring decisions, how do they maintain a culture? How do they set priorities for their campus if they can't even make hiring decisions? You know, so I share your concern, Representative Padet.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to ask a question and make a point. We will. I look forward to the forum that will happen on Thursday, where I think that we can dig even deeper into this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we'll move on to Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Professor Freeman, for your testimony. Quick anecdote and then a question. So when I was in my 40s, I had the chance over a couple of years, 4 semesters, to achieve 12 credits in the hospitality program at Manchester Community College, which was a tremendous, and is a tremendous program with great professors and quite an esprit de corps amongst the students and a lot of camaraderie. So obviously I was a non-matriculating student. I never got a degree, so I don't get counted in those statistics. But I was also the oldest person in the class. And over those 2 years, I saw a number of students there that were obviously matriculating students, and I saw them across courses, and I saw over time some left. I have a couple of observations about that experience. Frequently, these were all people already working in the hospitality field and restaurant jobs. And some of the people that would leave left because of their hours changing or their schedule changing or a job change where they couldn't manage the program anymore. Others left because they were coming into the program with the goal of getting the skills to get hired, and they got work and then found that they couldn't continue on to get a degree. So I would consider those people to be success stories out of that hospitality program. But I guess from what I'm hearing today, they don't count as success stories when it comes to looking at the graduation rates because they don't graduate. I also, years ago, my wife, after high school, was working as a proofreader at the Bureau of Business Practice and had the opportunity to do some coursework as long as it was job related. It was paid for by the company, which many employers do. Now that was obviously not one of the community colleges, but she took a number of courses and then ultimately landed a better job. And thus left Mitchell College, which was just, I believe, a junior college at that time. So I would imagine that there could also be many people who come into programs because they've got employers that are willing to do educational support, and either because they change jobs or because they get a different job and those coursework maybe is no longer applicable, that they also wind up leaving the program. And again, I think they don't count towards those statistics. So or they transfer into a 4-year university before they get a 2-year degree. Do those people count? Are they tracked? People that leave after 1 year of community college and go on and say they transfer from MCC to Western or Eastern or whatever.
No, Representative Smith, no, they don't count as successes either. No, okay. Students who transfer early do not count as success. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm based on my own experience and what you just answered to my question, I guess we really can't put any validity on those success rates that get reported out of community college, because it's not really looking at every case and it's not evaluating them each on their own merits. Would you agree with that?
I would say that for years, we have said the first-time full-time student success rate metric does not adequately reflect, and I think you would hear this from our presidents and CEOs directly, our local administrators directly, that for years that's not the best metric to reflect the work we do at the community colleges. It doesn't reflect our student population. It doesn't reflect students that you said that graduate, or I'm sorry, that transfer early. It doesn't reflect students that come for intermittently to based upon their life situation. It doesn't reflect our large urban part-time population. No, it's not the best metric. Now, it is the nationwide metric, so we have to recognize that. But no, it's I'll just personally say, as someone that's been in the community college system for 19 years, and I'm sure you'll hear this from other faculty and staff. It's somewhat offensive, frankly, when those of us that have been invested in and recognize the deep challenges that we face in terms of helping our students be successful. And we don't believe the manner in which the Board of Regents is using our success rates to basically, further a consolidation goal. It's not we don't feel it's an honest discussion. If we're going to honestly talk about why our success rates are low, then let's talk about why they're low. But let's not have invested in some kind of fantasy, which I'll say, that if we just consolidate and reorganize, we're going to magically, change these success rates. Changing our success rates require investments in our students. Let's be frank, it requires us to do things better, of course. But simply reorganizing as a means to radically changing our success rates, I think that's naive, at best.
Right. I agree with that. Thank you for that comment. I mean, as you look at sort of the non-traditional students that we're talking about, largely in the community college population, especially, changing how you do things isn't going to change the circumstances of each individual student, which is really the larger driver as to whether or not they fit into that one metric. And really it should be maybe one of a host of metrics that are used to evaluate success at a community college level. Thank you very much for your comment and for answering my question. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we will move on to Representative Vale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to piggyback off Representative Smith's comments. I know at Manchester Community College, they have a coaching certification class if you want to be a high school coach. And it's a 3-credit class, and that's what it's required to get your certification so you can coach high school sports. You only need those 3 credits. It's a full-time course. That wouldn't be counted in the statistics, even though that would have been a success for all those people. Would that be correct?
Unless somehow that 3 course, which I can't imagine, counts as a certificate, then I would say yes. I would say that would not count as a success.
And real estate, right? You can take real estate courses, so then you can take the real estate exam. You don't have to get a 2-year degree to go out and get a real estate license, but you have to have taken certain courses or a certain course before you're able to take the real estate exam. Is that correct? And would that be counted as a success?
The real estate course may be part of our continuing education and workforce non-credit division. But so I would likely say that none of the courses in the non-credit division would count using the metric that we're talking about.
But again, that would be a success.
It would not be. No, it would not be. Basically to your question.
It wouldn't be counted as one, but in reality, it is a success.
Of course, certainly, Representative.
And again, you have broadcasting classes. So instead of going to Connecticut School of Broadcasting, someone can go to MCC, they have a studio over there. You can do that, and then you can go become a DJ on WDRC or whatever the case may be. Is that correct? And we could go on and on.
Correct.
But the point is, and just I want to piggyback off of Representative Smith. There are plenty of other courses. Those are just some I happen to know about. But again, I appreciate your feedback, and I think you guys are doing a great job at our community college throughout the state. And again, thank you for your testimony and coming up here to kind of educate us on how things really work.
Thank you, Representative. Moving on, we will go to Representative Wood. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just would like to simply thank Professor Freeman. It's been a long day already, a lot of hearings. Your testimony, yeah, I love the way you're balancing fact, reason, rationale. Let's look at this, let's consider it. I just appreciate your being here and all you're doing for your students at Capitol. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Wood. Looking around for more questions, seeing none. Thank you, Professor, for coming in. Looks like next we have Patricia O'Neill.
I'm here. Good afternoon, co-chairs, Senator Slapp and Representative Elliott and members of the committee. My name is Patty O'Neill, and I'm president of the Connecticut State University chapter of the American Association of University Professors. CSUA-UP is the faculty union representing over 3,000 teaching faculty, coaches, counselors, and librarians at our public state universities. I'm pleased to be here today to testify in favor of HB 6582, which would make crucial adjustments to unemployment rules so that adjunct faculty could more easily access unemployment compensation during the summer. In addition, CSU AUP also supports HB 5545, HB 6403, HB 6375, and SB 824. And I just want to add the CBAC coalition, the entire coalition, not just the public higher ed units in CBAC, but the entire CBAC coalition supports those proposed legislation as well. Turning to HB 6582, CSU AUP represents over 1,600 adjunct faculty. They're an integral and important part of our university system. They teach introductory courses. They teach courses that full-time faculty do not have expertise in. They fill in for full-time faculty when those full-time faculty are on leave. Many adjuncts have been teaching continuously each semester for years. In a survey of our adjunct faculty, over 30% support themselves and families solely on their per course salaries. That means many have an annual salary of less than $24,000. Additionally, most do not qualify for health insurance. Many adjunct professors work the equivalent of a sub-minimum wage job and qualify for Medicaid and other government supports. HB 6582 attempts to fix an historic injustice that has singled out educational employees and made it nearly impossible for adjuncts to collect deserved unemployment compensation over the summer. Connecticut interprets and agrees with federal guidelines that equate adjunct faculty with full-time teachers and professors who have 10-month contracts. The standard is called reasonable assurance of retaining the same course load from semester to semester. Yet adjuncts in the summer almost never have a guaranteed contract that they will have a job in the fall. Practically, this meant that during the worst pandemic in over 100 years, when schools and universities were closed for on-campus events, and we had no idea whether or what form the universities would open in the fall, adjunct professors were denied unemployment compensation in May and June, as well as the federal unemployment compensation add-on. And they were denied because they were told they had a reasonable assurance of employment in the fall. Last spring, in May, as I said, we didn't know what courses were going to be offered. We didn't know what enrollment was going to look like. We didn't know, even full-time faculty members didn't know what courses we would be teaching and in what form we would be teaching them. There simply is no way that our adjunct faculty had a reasonable assurance of employment for the fall. This situation happens year after year, but it was exacerbated by the pandemic. HB 6582 puts more of a burden of proof on institutions of higher learning to document whether or not there is, quote, reasonable assurance, quote, of reemployment for an adjunct professor. This will allow more contingent faculty to collect unemployment compensation while staying within the federal guidelines. California, Washington, and most recently, New Jersey have passed legislation that changes the way reasonable assurance standard is interpreted.
Excuse me, you've gone over the 3-minute limit. Could you summarize, please?
I will summarize.
Thank you.
Senator Witkos asked earlier today why we didn't just negotiate this in our collective bargaining agreements. The bargaining agreements apply to employees of the system. When an adjunct is not employed over the summer, we can't represent them in our bargaining unit. Finally, I also just want to say CSU AUP strongly supports House Bill 6403 and House Bill 6735. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. We will go to questions. Looks like Senator Whitcombs has one. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question. When the part-time faculty or adjunct professors began teaching in that particular semester, whatever that happens to be, do they pay union dues?
It depends on if they join. So let me make a distinction here. They're automatically a member of the bargaining unit. They only pay union dues if they join CSU AAUP. But whether they pay dues or not, the collective bargaining agreement covers them and we represent them.
When is the next negotiation? When does your current contract expire?
August 24th, 2021.
And so I would imagine if this bill doesn't pass, then you guys would bring that up as a matter of collective bargaining, correct?
We cannot bring up as a topic of collective bargaining language that would apply to people who are not members of our bargaining unit.
I thought you said that everybody's a member when they're working.
If they're unemployed during the summer, they are not members of our bargaining unit. So we can't put language in our collective bargaining agreement that speaks to individuals who are not members of the collective bargaining agreement.
Is there anything in the collective bargaining agreement currently that pertains specifically to adjunct professors?
Oh, there's a lot of articles that pertain specifically to adjunct professors. Yes.
Then I don't understand the argument. I guess we'll agree to disagree that if you already have language in there that is particular to them, then if they're not working, then how can that be applicable? Yet when I make the statement that why don't you negotiate that, you're saying you can't because they're not members or they're not working.
Okay, so when they're members, they're employed, so they wouldn't need unemployment insurance. During the summer, they're not employed, they need unemployment insurance. And during the summer, when they're not employed, they are not members of our bargaining unit.
I understand that, but if the position is that we don't have a clear enough definition of reasonable assurance, then why don't you put that in as a subject matter of collective bargaining when your contract expires in August of this year?
I'm prohibited by the ground rules that we have agreed to. We're right in the middle of negotiations right now from commenting on that.
I do recall a press conference, I think, where your folks argued about what was already being contemplated there. So I don't think it's very fair to say that.
Well, we will respectfully disagree. I'm the chief negotiator for CSU AUP. I signed the ground rules agreement, which prohibits me from communicating with the media about the negotiations. The press conference or the press release that you're referring to occurred in December prior to the commencement of negotiations.
I'm in receipt of a letter that the union sent to all adjunct professors that said, even if you got a reasonable assurance from the college, that you should still file for unemployment benefits, and you're going to track it that way. I have a major problem with that, only because in my Senate district, I had tens of thousands of people that are legitimately unemployed, had no means of income. And as we all know, the Department of Labor was so backed up that it was weeks, if not months, for folks to obtain the money that they are entitled to. Because some folks, even though they got the letter that they would be coming back, or they had the assurance from the colleges that they would be returning in the fall, that they were just told by the union to file anyway. So I'm a little disgruntled, as you can probably tell by my line of questioning. And I think that honestly, if this was such a big issue, then your union should have put it in. If it's not in there, you should have put it in there as one of the matters you wanted to discuss at the bargaining table. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just need to add one more time. We cannot insert language into our collective bargaining agreement that mandates treatment of people who are not employees. We just can't.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to look around, see if we have any other questions. Seeing none. Thank you, Patricia, for coming in.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have Maureen Chalmers next, followed by Mike Shea. Maureen, go right ahead.
Thank you. Members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, I'm Maureen Chalmers, and I'm the president of the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges. I represent the faculty and the professional staff at the 12 community colleges and the adjunct faculty at University of Hartford. All of the bills that I'm going to be speaking on are supported by CBAC, and I just wanted that reflected at the beginning if I am unable to conclude on this. I'm speaking to SB 824 about training the members of the board, and SB 997 about including faculty as voting members to the board. These two go together very importantly. We need the board to recognize they're not a rubber stamp. They need proper training about the difference between a corporate board and a higher ed board. And we need to have the faculty be able to be members of the board with voting rights so that those members from the community recognize those faculty, as you have clearly seen, who are very passionate, very educated, and very knowledgeable about curriculum and other kinds of changes. I want them to be seen as equal and to have a voice there. I think it's important for how the board functions and how the decisions are being made in light of the changes to the system. One of the things that is very disturbing to me is that the Board of Regents is attempting to create a one college very similar to what Indiana has, and a person who spoke earlier spoke about that model. He did not mention to you that that community college system is 35th ranked in the country, where the state of Connecticut is 5th. Why do we want to copy their model of how they provide services and education to the students when we're 5th in the country? And why we're 5th in the country is the faculty have had a very clear and a controlling voice over curriculum. We were talking about, you were asking questions of Professor Freeman, and I wanted to give you some examples of where the curriculum needs to be different based on the regions. And one of them is paralegal. Down in Norwalk, paralegal courses teach the same stuff as they do in the Hartford area. However, they focus more on banking and finance. In the Hartford area, they focus more on insurance, and we need to have the ability to tailor our curriculum for those two different regions so that students who go through the program have a program that will get them a job, a degree that'll get them a job. So for an act concerning the budget of the Connecticut State Colleges and Universities, HB 5545, that is an important issue. As you have been told over and over, it's a bit of a shell game. The money goes out to the colleges, but the colleges don't really get that. I please urge you to look at Steve Adair's message that he sent to you, his testimony. He has very important graphs and charts that will help you understand what a shell game this is and how our students in the classroom are being robbed. Let's see, SB 6403, an act requiring legislative approval. When I vote for my legislator, I expect them to represent me. And if you're giving up your voice to vote on something that's so important to the business and industries and the members of your community, to have somebody who's appointed by the governor to make a decision about whether the colleges are merged or if a college is closed, I'm very disappointed in what we're voting for. You are our representatives who make these decisions about what your communities need. And we don't want to have a small college closed for the sake of saving some money, leaving an entire area like the Northwest Corner without a local college. Everybody in that community would have to commute much farther or make the decision to live away from home to go to college. So the smaller colleges need to be protected from cost-saving mergers that injure your communities. So I hope that you will voice your approval rather than just allowing no vote to happen.
You've gone over the 3 minutes. If you could summarize, please. Thank you.
Yep. I also want to just say that we support HB 6582 concerning the unemployment of adjunct faculty, and I have more information on that. I know Senator Witkos is asking questions on that, and I think I might be able to clarify that. Thank you very much for your attention.
We'll open up to questions, and it looks like Senator Witkos does indeed have a question. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Maureen. And I agree wholeheartedly about having the ability to create curriculum in certain areas of employment, because that's what we're all about, is making sure that we have a workforce that's ready for the businesses that are geographically located within those areas. That makes 100% sense to me. But if you could just offer the testimony that you wanted to touch base on some of the questions I had asked a previous speaker, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, we represent people who work at the colleges, and during the time that they are actually on contract, they are people that we do represent. Now, there are people who are full-time employed who come into the community colleges to teach one course because of some special expertise they may have. Maybe a police officer comes in to do evidence and things like that. If that class doesn't run, that person is not qualified for unemployment. Only those people who are piecing together a livelihood from multiple adjunct positions would be the people that we're speaking about. We have people who are retirees who do teach from time to time, of course. They're not included in the protections that we're talking about. We're only speaking to about 1/3 of the people who are very important to all of higher ed, who are piecing together their careers because there are no full-time positions. They may be offered a contract in the spring, and then the day before the class is run, they lose that class. They've actually prepared for it. They've actually worked to make this class ready, syllabus and other things that they've created, and they don't actually get paid. So they are missing out on income that's very critical. And the college, if we have these people decide, you know what, I can't live on $24,000 a year, we lose those people to our system. So we will have to employ more full-time people, which is more expensive to the system than hiring part-time people who don't get the benefits. These people will move on to other jobs, or they will only work for other institutions that are giving them a one-year contract. So we're injuring our community colleges if we don't have these people being able to be protected. They don't have insurance. They are living semester by semester with no guarantees of protections. And I do have to restate that as Patty O'Neill, president of AAUP said, we're not able to write the language to protect people who are not currently employed. The one thing the 4Cs has put into place is for those people, like I mentioned before, who've been told you're going to have a position, at the end of the spring, we anticipate you teaching a course in science or something. Person goes through all the preparations, and then 2 days before, they end up being told, I'm sorry, a full-time class professor's course is not running for under enrollment, and he's taking yours. In our contract, we say that person gets $300 for all the work they did. That's not going to provide them the ability to have a living wage. And we're going to lose these people who, the thing is the reality is there are so few full-time positions being made available. When people retire, their positions do not get advertised as, I think somebody told you about, we have one chemistry professor full-time at Capital. So we're dependent that every other one of those courses be taught by somebody who's an adjunct. So we need to protect those people financially. If these people, the federal money coming into the state would really benefit the state as far as bringing in more revenue, just like any other position that would be done. The K through 12 workers, and I'm going to classify them as like the cafeteria workers, the paraprofessionals, the bus drivers. The legislation that we see from the NLRB is related to those people. They have you're going to have to feed the kids next year. No doubt about it. The kids are going to have to be bused into school. There's going to have to be assistance to the teachers for students with disabilities. Our faculty are not in the same group as them. They do not have that expectation of protections. And it only became worse because of the pandemic. It hasn't changed the fact that these people have been treated this way long before. So I recognize that there are a lot of people who have lost their jobs, Senator Whitco, tens of thousands, and our Department of Labor was overwhelmed because of the cuts to the staff there and because of the antiquated computers. But it doesn't change the fact that the faculty, the adjunct faculty, are in the same boat as those tens of thousands of people that are in the northwest corner. So in order to keep these people in the educational field, we have to give them some sort of protection. They don't have insurance, that saves us money. They don't have the other benefits, that saves us money. But we have to recognize we have to have these people, and if they're not being able to make a living at this, they'll leave. And
if I could just do a follow-up question, and we discussed this on a bill in a previous public hearing about, and I was kind of appalled, to be honest with you, that we have created in our system highway professors where they have to bounce around to different colleges in order to get to their, the hours that they need for health insurance. To me, that's appalling that we have to do that. But that's neither here nor there for today. We talk about scheduling and a return in if we talk about spring semester is over, we're looking at the fall. Does a professor get when do they get notification on how many segments or classes that they'll be teaching? So if they have to go to another college to see if there's an opening there, that they can do that. What does the time frame look like?
Well, in the past, before the pandemic, they would say, we're offering you this class and this class. But right now, because of the pandemic, what they're being communicated is we don't know if we're going to be fully online. We don't know how many students are going to be returning. We can't give you any definite about whether you're going to get a class or not. Just that's the definition. If they do not have a reasonable expectation, they're being told, we don't know how many classes we're going to be able to offer. So these people are looking, as you said, they're looking at all the different universities, all the community colleges, all of the private colleges. They're looking at, University of Phoenix teaching online for an institution that's far away. So we're going to lose these talented people to our community colleges and our state universities if we can't provide them some kind of a lifeline, a lifeboat that can help them through this period of time. Now, that it was told to you before by Patty O'Neill that there are several states that recognize this perilous experience of being an adjunct professor. California and New Jersey most recently. We're not creating the wheel and protecting these people. There are other states that recognize these people are in harm's way on a semester by semester basis, that a reasonable expectation of employment, and I've given you the example, a person has been told you're going to teach this class, they've taught it for 10 years, they are working through the summer to create the syllabus and all the other things, and literally the day before, they're told, I'm sorry, Professor so-and-so's class isn't running and he's taking yours. And that person doesn't even get paid for the work that they did during the summer. Now, the 4 Cs, we do have language that says if your course is canceled within X number of days, you get $300. And that's nothing compared to what they were promised of being paid for 3 credits for 16 weeks. So $300 is a pitiful amount, but that's what we were able to get for them, to pay them for the work that they did during the summer in preparing to teach in the fall, or what they did during intercession to teach in the spring. These people do have a very precarious life, but they're very essential to a cost-effective system.
So just so I can get a better understanding, and I appreciate your very straightforward answers. So what does a average professor make on a contract that teaches 1 class, 3 credit hours for 16-hour week? And then what would they potentially get if it was canceled on unemployment for that same contract? If you know.
I'm going to just give you my best knowledge. I don't have the numbers in front of them, but our faculty make between $3,500 and $4,500 a course for an adjunct. So to get $300 rather than the $3,500 that you were hoping for is problematic.
Sure. And then I guess you're looking for the unemployment to cover whatever the percentage of it, what it would be. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, we're not asking for anything more than anybody else who's lost a job in the state.
Sure.
The amount that they would get for that course. And again, this is just a portion of who we have as faculty. This would not impact people who may be a full-time accountant, own his own business, but likes to teach, likes to find future employees perhaps. That wouldn't cover them. If they lost the course, they're still fully employed. If we have people who are retired but still want to keep their hand in teaching because it's a passion, you don't want to give it up entirely, those people aren't covered either because they're retired. We're only talking about a portion of our faculty that are truly adjuncts, that are living, as you said, bouncing from college to college, from highway to the next college, and trying to piece together a full employment until they do get that golden ring of a full-time position, which have been drastically slashed over the past 10 years. People have retired and the positions are not being refilled. It's a problem across the system, as Professor Friedman mentioned. The college presidents don't have the authority to make a decision about hiring somebody. And you've heard there's one chemistry professor for 35 courses. A full-time professor teaches 4 courses and has additional responsibilities to do committee work and stuff like that. So he cannot possibly cut himself into 6 pieces in order to cover all those classes. We have to have the talent that are our adjuncts, and a third of them are those people who live piecing together a livelihood.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Looking around for other questions, not seeing any. Thank you, Maureen, so much. Have a good one. Okay, next we have Mike Shea, and looks like then Patricia Burke is the next who's on deck.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to present my testimony in person. I'm Michael Shea, a longtime professor of English at Southern Connecticut State University, and a current 7-year member of the Faculty Advisory Committee. I'm speaking today in favor of Senate Bill 997. While I'm not fully informed about the provision regarding the UConn Board of Trustees, I'm strongly supporting the provision of 997, allowing Faculty Advisory Committee representatives to vote in meetings on the Board of Regents for Higher Education. I'll be brief because the value of this bill seems self-evident. It's as simple as realizing that granting a vote is strengthening a voice. Having a voice in matters makes a difference, but having a stronger voice makes a bigger difference, and having a vote provides a stronger voice. At least 2 fundamental provisions help make democracy work. One is that people must elect their own representatives. This provision is currently in place for the faculty and staff in the 17 CSUC institutions, in that we elect our representatives to the Faculty Advisory Committee, and those representatives then elect their co-chairs to sit at the table with the Board of Regents. Another fundamental provision making democracy work is that my representatives must have a vote in the body where they represent me, or I'm not fully represented. This provision is currently not in place for the faculty and staff of the 17 CSUC institutions. While it can be a familiar arrangement for some members of a body not to have a vote in that body's deliberations, it is also an incomplete arrangement. Yes, they have a seat at the table and a voice in the discussion, but such an arrangement is not fully democratic without the opportunity to vote. Such an arrangement is also not fully productive. Let me explain briefly. I believe the Board of Regents intends to do what it thinks is best for the state colleges and universities and their students. And I also believe something else. For their intentions to do the most good, the board members must be fully informed as possible, and their understanding must be as accurate as possible about what indeed is best for those institutions and their students, and for the citizens of Connecticut, especially the taxpayers. And so I also believe the board members will be better informed, their understanding will be more accurate, and their actions will be more efficacious if the faculty staff representatives at board meetings have a stronger voice in the form of a vote. People will hear you if you have a voice, but they will listen to you more if you have a vote. That makes for good policy, and it's also good for democracy. Thank you for hearing my testimony and for your good work on behalf of the citizens of Connecticut.
Thank you, Professor. Looks like we have a question from Representative Haynes. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just a couple of quick ones. To the points that you bring up as to why faculty should be on the board and as a voting member, what are your thoughts of student representation on that same board?
Same thing. It's in our department, for instance, we have student voices come to the committee, to committee meetings. I just think you get more, this goes back to some of the other questions. I think as the system gets bigger, it's more and more people are more and more removed from, the campus and the situation in the classroom. And so I think the more communication you can have about that place, that central place in the classroom with the students and with the faculty, the better. And so I would support student representation.
And thank you for that answer. And is there any particular votes that could come up in front of the board that faculty and or students should be excluded from said vote?
I think yes, I think that works that way sometimes. I think on certain personnel issues, or I think that can be determined, right? I mean, that you would be clear that on certain issues, be determined ahead of time that certain things would not be available for a vote. That makes a lot of sense to me as well.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. I do absolutely 100% agree with you. I think this is a great thing that we need to put in place. An organization is only going to be as strong as its members, and all voices need to be at the table, period. So I appreciate you coming here and testifying on behalf of the bill, and I hope we can push this forward. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Professor, I see no other questions, so you're relieved of duty.
Can I address Senator Haddad's kind of standing question?
Please do.
I would just like to point out that in my first 20 years at Southern, we had one president of the university and two people in what was first the president's office and then the chancellor's office, you could call it. And when I first started, the chancellor's office had 7 people in it. And then in my last 15 years, we've had 5 presidents at my university, and 7 or so presidents in the Board of Regents and the former Board of Trustees. I think, I think people look back when schools were working better. I know that causation and is not correlation. Correlation is not causation, but it is interesting to think about how much better things were running. And the schools, they're not much bigger. Some are smaller than before, and yet we still have huge turnover and huge numbers. And again, that distance from the institution, from the classrooms, institutions. So I think that move toward, there's a need to centralize. One feels a need to centralize, but I think the decentralization, I think there's a case even to be made, since boards don't cost money. I think there's a case to be made that each institution have its own board, frankly, because I think that the closer the board is to the institution's classrooms, the more likely they are to understand what's going on there. And I think they can make better policy. So I was glad Senator Haddad asked that question, and I just wanted to provide that thought about it.
Sounds reasonable to me. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Moving on, it looks like Lillian and Vanessa are not here, so we will move to Patricia Burke. Go right ahead.
Sorry about
There you
that.
are.
Good afternoon, esteemed and valued members of the Higher Education Committee. My name is Patty Burke, and I am the co-vice president for part-timers at the 4Cs, which is the Congress of Connecticut Community Colleges. And I'm also an adjunct faculty member in the community college system. Unlike most part-timers, I also have a full-time job at a public nonprofit. I am testifying today regarding HB 6582. And I am here to speak about the plight of part-timers. However, in addition, I'd like to speak to the merger of the community college as well via HB 6403. Part-timers, or contract employees, as the community college system calls them, are comprised of adjunct or contingent faculty, educational assistants, tutors, librarians, and others. Adjuncts comprise 65% of the teaching faculty in the college. This model, quote unquote, of providing higher education in Connecticut exists for obvious reasons: to save money and also to have more flexibility. The majority of adjuncts work 1 or 2 classes, which is 3 or 6 credits per semester at approximately $4,500 per class per semester. The most an adjunct can earn is $10K per semester or $20,000 per year gross. The tragic part of this scenario is that we all work on a contract basis with no guarantee of work past each semester. Remember, 65% of the faculty who teach the most disenfranchised student body in the state earn maybe $20,000 a year. They desperately need unemployment benefits. You can imagine the trickle down to students of this scenario. At an unguaranteed $20K per year, if you're lucky, an adjunct is likely, depending on family size, eligible for food stamps, Medicaid, HUD housing, Husky Health for their kids, food pantries, the Affordable Care Act, Obama phones, and energy assistance. I'm sure there are more in there. That was just the highlights. We receive no health insurance and a tiny pension based on salary, so are not a burden on the state's economy as the public may perceive. The above public benefits do have a large cost associated with them. As you heard so eloquently from Kimberly and other individuals, I won't reiterate on that. However, I do want to speak to the public assistance part for part-timers. It's hard to get traction with part-timers around public benefits, which they qualify for. Well-educated people with a master's degree are profoundly embarrassed to apply for public benefits. And there are adjuncts, as we've talked about, who are cobbling together multiple classes, sometimes 7 or 8, which is a minimum of 180 students they are responsible for in order to make a living wage. They desperately need unemployment benefits. On the topic of the merger of the colleges, where can I start? As you know, across industries such as computer systems and the electrical grid, and such models as the redundancies of local, state, and federal government, a distributed system is more robust than a centralized system, which is prone to disaster. We can see that exemplified by the failure of the federal government in many areas during the pandemic. We relied on local, state systems, hospitals, community health centers, and churches. So as we lose the backdoor positions, quote unquote, of HR, IT, and others, or student support positions at the local level to the centralized system, chaos ensues. Anecdotally, after centralizing most HR jobs to the BOR system office, there is now a 6-month waiting list for an appointment to see an HR representative for retirement applications. That's 6 months that an employee has wished to retire but can't. How much money would be saved there? Did you know that a local college disabilities office has been downsized? Did you know that a student tutoring team has been contracted out? Who can students trust to get the supports they need to be successful? They see their
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, you've gone past the 3 minutes. Could you summarize, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Faculty members are the people that see the students the most in any school. How can that faculty member be productive without when they're worrying about their rent? The circumstances of part-timers in the system, and again, that's not just faculty, that's librarians, tutors, and others. Their situation is very, very different. So I appreciate your time listening to some of these boots on the ground scenarios. And I want to say from my heart that we are here as a union, not to butt heads, but to represent our members and work with our members to help you guys think through these problems and to be part of the solution. And that's it from me.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm looking around for questions. I'll give people a moment. Seeing no questions, thank you for coming, Patty.
Thank you.
Sure. Moving on, looks like we have David Blitz is next.
Thank you. Can you hear me now, as the famous question is put?
We sure can.
I've been a faculty member at Central Connecticut State University since 1989. Now I am in my 32nd year, amazingly enough. I've been department chair for philosophy, program director for the honors program, and program coordinator for peace studies at the university, a program which I was co-initiator of. I have also served as chair of the University Planning and Budget Committee and member of the Faculty Senate Steering Committee. I am currently vice chair of the Faculty Advisory Committee to the board and a member of the Finance and Infrastructure Committee. I wish to comment on 3 of the pending bills: HB 5545, budget of the CSCU, HB 6403, mergers or closings within CSCU, and HB 997, expansion of voting rights of faculty members of the BOR. On the first, with respect to HB 5545, Steve Adair has already spoken, I think, quite eloquently on that, and you can consult both his and my testimony. But let me just mention one interesting problem. When you look at the governor's budget proposal, I'm talking about page B69, which is page 163 of the PDF, and you look for items which don't appear to be distributed either to a special function such as workman's compensation or to one of the three sectors of CSCU, that is to say the community colleges, the State College, Charter Oak, or the 4 CSUs. The only item that appears is $408,000 for the Board of Regents. That presumably covers the cost of the salary of the secretary and assistants, and perhaps coffee and muffins when we used to meet in person. But as a member of the Finance Committee, when I look at the finance report, I see, for example, and this has already been reported by Steve Adair and others, that there are $69.1 million not allocated directly to one of the 17 institutions. And that's largely because of Students First. The number of levels of administration of the community colleges have doubled with the addition of regional presidents and an interim one college president. The number of line items not allocated directly to one of the institutions has doubled from 2 to 4. And the number of system offices has now doubled with the creation of a new system office for the one community college, which presently has no faculty or students to be housed in New Britain. So all this should be made clear in the budget that the governor proposes and which the legislature enacts, so they can see how much money is going in effect to the central authority. And what we have here is over-centralization and a growing sum of money in comparison to 2017, when that budget was at 30 million, it is now doubled. Secondly, I'd like to speak to HB 6403 concerning the closures. And I just want to refer you to section 185 of the state statutes, which designate the regional community technical colleges in subsection 2B of section 10A-3 as one of the three sectors. If the Students First plan were fully enacted, that system would no longer exist and would have to be replaced by the Connecticut State Community College. The legislature, it seems to me, would have to vote on that. So I think that that's one of the reasons that the majority vote that's being requested in this HB, in this proposed legislation, would be important. The more so that the check and balance now of a 2/3 vote of the board is not sufficient, because the board unanimously approves whatever the system office wants at this point. Which brings me to my third point, and that is votes for the faculty members. Mike Shea has just spoken for that, for the chair and the vice chair, but let me just give you an example. At a recent meeting
Excuse
of the board,
me, you've gone over the 3 minutes. Could you summarize, please? Thank you.
Yes. Well, if anybody wants to ask a question, I will explain why that it's necessary for the Faculty Advisory Committee chair and vice chair to have a vote.
We'll open it up now to questions, and I will ask you exactly that, Professor. Why is that?
Okay. At the December meeting of the board, there was an amendment proposed to reduce by $8 million, or to cut $8 million of the budget of the 4 CSU universities. And moreover, it specified the amount to be reduced in part-time funds, university assistants, and graduate assistants. For example, $2 million in reduction in part-time faculty funds. As a longtime faculty member and former chair of the University Planning and Budget Committee, I knew that would mean cutting 100 sections of part-time classes, cutting 2/3 of the graduate assistants who are our own students, and up to 10% of the university assistants. And so I protested at the meeting, saying this was not presented to the Finance Committee. The presidents of the universities and the CFOs haven't been consulted. I want to move an amendment to send it back to the committee, have an emergency or a supplementary meeting of the committee, and come up with a better way to save $8 million if that is indeed what we need to save. As a non-voting member, I was ruled out of order. That would not have happened had I had the vote. I agree that there should be 2 restrictions: executive sessions, which deal with personnel, and matters concerning collective negotiation and the collective bargaining agreement. But other than that, our voices are peripheral and we are simply seen as irrelevant opposition. We cannot perform the function specified for us in Section 185 of the statutes of the state of Connecticut to assist the board. And so therefore, I think that this would be an important modification. By the way, the student faculty, the student chair and vice chair do vote.
Great, thank you so much for answering that question. Let's move on to some of my members. First, we'll start with my co-chair, Senator Slapp. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Representative. Professor Blitz, I have a question. I've been struggling to kind of articulate it in my own mind, but I'll just try and to verbalize it. And as soon as you can figure out what I'm asking, you can jump in. So, I've been hearing from constituents for many years about their concerns with Student First. And so I think that, the testimony that we're hearing today is not, I would dare to say, not anecdotal, right, in opposition. I haven't seen some polls, but within the system, but I know there's been votes of no confidence, et cetera. First, would you agree that the administration, the overall, what has kind of the struggle for the hearts and minds of folks working in the system has been lost at this point? Would you, is that fair to say, over Students First?
Yes, I think all of the energy which we have put in, including myself, since I've become last year chair and this year vice chair of the FAC, could have been put to improving the quality of our courses and our programs. If we spend all our time basically fighting over Students First. I've proposed on a number of occasions that we review and revise it, that we take stock of what are the positive achievements. It may well be that there is some benefit in replacing presidents with CEOs, but then their authority has to be better defined. There are regional presidents that have been named, but what you have in a complex system is a relationship between the central, regional, and local authorities. What is happening here is over-centralization and delocalization.
All right, so let's put the merits aside for a second, whether this is good or bad. And I'm interested in your opinion of it. Let's say the legislature decides and the administration says, we're going to soldier on, whether it's because we're so far down the road or maybe we just think that this is really smart and too bad, you all just need to suck it up or whatever. What I'm saying is, what are the ramifications of that? Like, do you think a massive reorganization like this go forward when so many people who work at the institutions have such strong concerns about it? And I know it's somewhat of a leading question, but I just wonder, how does that play out, like, on the ground? I assume it affects morale, it affects a whole bunch of things, I would assume, but I just wonder what your insight is on that.
Yeah, from what I can tell, they are not going to be able to align and homogenize all of the 400 to 600 different programs. That's going to fail. I'm not sure that NESHE is going to approve this. And just take a look at Texas and what happened when they had one unified system for electricity, and all of a sudden the crisis emerged and the whole thing collapsed. That's where we're heading.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Co-Chair Slapp. To the committee. I'm seeing no other questions. Thank you, Professor, for testifying today.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Looks like we have Lillian Maysfeld here. Go right.
Hi. Yes, Lillian Maysfeld. I want to say thank you to the committee for taking the time to listen to us today. I am reference and instruction librarian and information literacy coordinator at Gateway Community College. In addition, I'm the staff co-chair of Faculty Staff Council at GCC. And I am speaking today to add my voice to those of my colleagues in support of HB 6403, legislative approval for merger or closure of institutions in CSCU. I'm not going to repeat what they have said any more than I have to. I'm going to speak more on a personal and kind of idealistic level, which is to say, when I came out as trans and when I transitioned in 2016, I made a conscious decision to do that in a very visible and very kind of public way. And I did that for the students because I wanted the queer students at my college, and I wanted the questioning students at my college, and I wanted the students who had not encountered queer people before to see me and say, you know, she is living her own life authentically, and she seems to be doing okay. And I wanted that okay person to also be challenging each student that I worked with, but encouraging them to challenge me, and encouraging them to challenge their professor, and encouraging them to add their voice to the academic discussion, that they were part of the scholarly community already. They were not aspiring to it, they were part of it. And I did all of that in addition to actually answering reference questions, which, you know, I also do, because the decisions we make, all of the decisions that we make, everything we do affects the students' education and affects the students' lives. And it's important and it needs to be taken seriously. And I wanted to send the message to each student that I encountered that they mattered. And that's a message that I think a lot of our students have not gotten and do not get enough, that they matter, their voice matters, they deserve to be heard, they have a right to be heard, they have an obligation to be heard. I think the BOR sends a very different message when it centralizes the community colleges into this very top-down, very management-heavy, very bureaucratic model where the decision-making voices are far from the students. It says that the people who are in the classrooms, says the people who are across the reference desk are not competent or qualified to do decision-making for the college that they represent. It undermines the faculty, it undermines the staff. It says that, it tells the students that the education at GCC is more or less the same as the one at Norwalk, is more or less the same as the one at Tungsas. They're all pretty much, you know, it's one big thing. It's not individual, it's not unique, it's not something that is directly relevant to the student necessarily. It's telling the student that they're not unique. It's telling the student that they're not important. It's telling the student that the CSU system doesn't care about their input, it cares about their output. It sees them not as scholars, it sees them as outcomes, as products. And that is not a message that we should be sending to our students. It's a matter of serving the public good, right? Public higher education it's integral to the public higher good, to the public good. And it does that by creating informed citizens who think critically and whose voice is shared and debated, and it's part of a conversation. And I'm very afraid that the model that's being created right now conceives of college as a machine, as a business, as something that produces.
Excuse
And
me,
college is
excuse me, you've gone past the 3 minutes. Could you summarize, please?
Okay,
Thank you.
I absolutely will. College is an ecosystem and a discussion and a conversation, and we owe it to our students to include them in that. And I strongly urge you to pass HB 6403, which I think will go a long way towards accomplishing that mission, which is our mission. Thank you.
Lillian, thank you for coming in, and thank you for being a leader for our state as well. I appreciate you. I'm passing it off to questions. Not seeing any. Thank you again for coming in with your testimony, and hopefully take care. Next, we have, looks like Michael Bailey.
Yes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, folks? Okay, good. So,
we can, yes.
So good afternoon, co-chairs Slapp and Elliott, and members of the Employment Advancement and Higher Education Committee. And congratulations, Senator Slapp. It's great to have you on board. My name is Michael Bailey, and I am the Executive Director of the University of Connecticut chapter of the American Association of University Professors. We represent over 1,800 full-time faculty and 600 part-time faculty. I'm here to speak on 2 bills today. One of them, I think you've heard quite a bit about, so I'm not going to get into too much about it. That is Bill 6375. I'd like to reiterate 2 points. One is that the UConn Chief Financial Officer is estimating that UConn and UConn Health will have to pay a combined total of $83 million in FY21, $95.4 million in FY22, and $99.7 million in FY23 to cover just the legacy costs. This is a significant amount of money that is not going to academics. The second issue that I'd like to bring to your attention is in testimony back in 2020 in the Appropriations Committee, President Katsilas pointed out that UConn had recently lost 16 grant-funded scientists who, due to high fringe rates, concluded that they could no longer afford to do science at UConn and left for competing institutions. It's, I guess, through a combination of bad luck and bad policy, Connecticut has accumulated a lot of pension debt. I think it's time for the General Assembly to become creative and act boldly to eliminate the tax placed on fringe benefit costs for its higher education employees. Institutions of higher education cannot afford to continue to pay the rising costs of poor decisions from past decades when our economy is currently seeking more and more highly qualified and well-educated students. So I don't think you have any questions on this, but I'll take them if you do.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Looking around the room, giving people a moment to raise their hand. Not seeing any questions. Thank you for coming in.
I have one more I'd like to testify on, if you don't mind.
Oh, I think you're still under your 3 minutes, so go right ahead.
So this is on bill number 997. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee regarding support for bill 997, expanding the membership of the Board of Trustees of the University of Connecticut and the voting rights of faculty members on the Board of Regents of Higher Education. The American Association of University Professors, in their 1966 statement on governance of colleges and universities, stated that a mutual understanding regarding the governance of colleges and universities is important for 3 reasons. First, the academic institution, whether public or private, often becomes less autonomous. Buildings, research, and student tuition is supported by funds over which the college or university exercise diminishing control. Many other institutions, legislative or governmental authorities play a greater role in academic policy decision-making. Universities and its faculty must present a unified front with other institutions in their voices, if their voices are to be integrated and heard in advocating for what is best for the students. Second, the overall welfare of the educational institution remains important, even though there can be a high turnover of scholars and administrators. True shared governance will be achieved when a tenured faculty member has a seat on the Board of Trustees at the university. And third, when all of the components of the educational institution are aware of their interdependence and are able to communicate well, the ability for joint action will increase their capacity to solve educational problems. UConn AAUP supports the inclusion of faculty as voting members of the governing boards of higher education institutions. Currently, faculty on the Board of Trustees are non-voting members who only participate in subcommittee work. And so faculty participation on governing boards is not unusual.
Excuse me, you've hit the 3 minutes now.
Thank you. I'm going to summarize quickly. So just to update information that I put on my testimony, the most recent study from the Association of Governing Boards indicated that 26.1% of boards of public institutions have voting faculty representatives, and 18.2% of private institutions have voting faculty representatives on their boards. So there's an alumni vote. There are 2 alumni votes. There are 2 student votes. I think it's time for a faculty to have a vote on that committee. And so the legislation that we've proposed allows for at least 1 and possibly 2 members of faculty to have a vote on the Board of Trustees. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill. Are there any questions?
I don't know. I think our chairs may be having some technical
I think we lost
difficulties.
Chairman Elliott.
Oh, maybe he froze. Yeah, perhaps.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I don't see any questions. Great. So, Michael, I do appreciate you're the second to last person. So you hung in there. Kudos to you. So thank you again, and look forward to our continued dialogue. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator Slapp. I as well look forward to you on the committee.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Yes, our co-chairman lost internet, which happens, I guess, these days. So, all right, our very last speaker of the day, Mary Ellen Junda. She is with UConn AAUP as well. Mary Ellen, thanks for hanging in there with us, and good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for hanging in as well. Co-chairs Elliott and Slapp and esteemed members of the Higher Education and Employment Advancement Committee, I'd like the opportunity to address you regarding support for HB 6375 on the unfunded pension liability. I'm Mary Ellen Junda. I'm professor of music at University of Connecticut and currently serve as the president of UConn AAUP, as Michael said, representing 1,800 faculty members and coaches. We certainly urge you to sustain the current funding for UConn's block grant, but it's equally important to remove the unfunded legacies from state agencies to the state. Currently, the state reimburses UConn for the fringe benefit costs only of those employees whose salaries are paid from the block grant. The majority of UConn's employees are paid from other sources, tuition, clinical revenue, and research grants, which then must be tapped to pay not only for the employee's fringe benefit, but also for a portion of the state's accrued unfunded legacy. For those faculty applying for research grants, this creates artificially inflated fringe benefit rates that are 20% higher than those of our peer institutions. This cost hampers the competitiveness of our faculty in securing federal grants to support their research, scholarship, and creative activity. As Michael said, 16 of our professors have left, and with them, they took their research dollars. President Katsilas was able to redirect funds for a year to remove these costs from federal grant applications, and the results are truly impressive. UConn faculty secured 17% more in grant funding for a total of $286 million, the highest amount of annual research dollars in our history. However, this was a one-time deal, and given our current financial situation, is not sustainable. As you know, during the past 11 years, state employees have taken 6 pay freezes and several furlough days, and our rainy day fund is at over $3.1 billion, with over half the amount coming from state employees' 2017 contract negotiations. This puts the state in a good position to provide critical support for the university and all of the state institutions of higher education. UConn's Office of Institutional Research currently reports that the annual economic impact of UConn's research enterprise on our state's economy is $485 million. Just imagine what that number could become if the unfunded liability costs are removed so that faculty can be more competitive in their quest for federal grant funding. UConn's research benefits the state in critical areas: biotech, advanced manufacturing, engineering, IT, pharmacy, healthcare, and the arts and humanities. I urge you to support HB 6375 with the added amendment included in the healthcare liability proportions suggested by Scott Jordan, so that really UConn can play a major role in the growth of the post-COVID economy in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just see if there's any questions for you. What kind of music do you profess?
I do. I was in music education for 18 years, and now I'm doing more choral and music and general studies with general education students. And I do my research for my grants from the NEH was to do work with the Gullah people in South Carolina and Georgia.
Wonderful. Well, thanks for all that you do for the arts and for your students as well.
Thank you. And thank you for a long day of listening. I appreciate it. Appreciate your efforts on behalf of higher education. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Take care.
Is there anyone who has been waiting to speak who has not yet had an opportunity? Let me see, before we wrap up our public hearing. Madam Clerk, do you know if there's anybody on the list who we weren't able to get to who's now in?
I don't see anybody who is, because there were some people that told me they had to leave, and I told them to try coming back because the hearing might be going on, but I don't believe they've made it back in yet. So I think we're all set with everybody who is here.
Okay, for our members, could you just make sure that everybody knows when our next meeting date is?
Our next meeting is Thursday, and I don't have it right in front of me because I'm not remoted into my computer right now to do Zoom.
At 9:30. It's the 9:30 presentation on the consolidation.
Yes.
Okay.
But then we have a committee meeting that afternoon. That's what I was thinking of, the committee meeting that afternoon.
Looks like we have a 1 o'clock that afternoon. We start at 9:30. When that ends, and that's about 3 hours, then we'll have a 1 o'clock meeting.
Yep.
All right. Welcome to higher ed, huh? Great. So, okay, well, does anyone, any member have any comment or anything that they want to address before we wrap up for the day? No? Mr. Co-Chair, are you good?
I'm good.
All right, everyone stay safe. Good seeing you, and we'll see you Thursday.
All right.